New lobby up.
I am joining.
Very good. So I've done Pangea, and I've made the rest of the settings random, keeping it hot.
Perfect.
So we'll see what happens.
All right. I am in.
In and ready.
Wonderful. Let's go.
The countdown is definitely sufficiently stressful. Like, I
Right.
feel like I'm going into the game.
Yeah. Oh gosh, who can I get this time?
I don't know if we have vodka.
What's in the oven, honey?
I think we.
Oh, the
I
first
think we
stirrings
killed the
of
vodka
life
the other
beneath
day,
water.
making Bloody Marys.
To the great beasts of the Stone Age.
Oh
To
my!
man
Okay,
taking
that's a
his
civ
first
that
upright
I
steps,
will
you have
play
come
in this
far.
game.
Now
All right.
I'm
begins
not
your
too mad
latest
about
quest
mine, as long as I get a
from
good
this
start.
early cradle of civilization.
Let's see.
Okay, interesting.
Oh,
interesting.
yes, okay.
This is definitely much better.
Yeah.
Start-wise, it's much better. I don't know if anyone's civs are better or worse, but like start-wise, this is much nicer.
No, I agree.
I have no objections to this start.
I got no objections.
Okie dokie. Zoe?
As always, I will be the last to load.
It's okay. I remember those days.
I'm looking at getting a new computer in the new year.
Good.
Building your own computer is one of the most satisfying things. Like that first time you push the power button, you're like, yes, I did it.
Yeah. It was stressful.
I'm so technically inept. Yep, this works great for me.
Okay, good. Good. All right. Let's get going then. I'm going to make this more
All right.
enjoyable. Turn on the music.
Hit that lo-fi playlist, my dude. Let's have it.
I'm just going with game music this time.
Okay, I think it's okay. I so rarely able to like, move away from my starting position often.
Yeah, in multiplayer, it's always a gambit,
Well, I mean, you have half as many turns, so they count for twice as much, right?
True.
Mhm.
Yeah, moving on multiplayer, just unless you really need to, is a bit tough.
I will
Sorry,
say...
I'm just turning push to talk off. We're the only ones in here. So
Oh, yeah, I've had mine off. So you'll probably hear me burp and fart, but, that's just life.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yay!
I will say this, and this might give you a hint to who I'm playing. I actually really like this Civ's music. And it's not one that's normally, said.
Agree.
No, it's not normally one that's said, oh, yeah, this one everybody loves. I just enjoy it because of the instrument they're using.
Scotland. The bagpipes.
Oh,
It's the bagpipes.
Australia.
Didgeridoo.
Are barbarians on?
Yes.
Of course
Okay, cool.
they're on.
No
I have
vampires
played-
for you.
I have played a few multiplayer games where barbarians were turned off.
That's crazy.
That seems like an oversight.
I know in some of the CPL matches, when they do team games, they turn off barbs.
Yeah, and it's really it's a total psych out.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many early boosts that are based on barbs. Not that you always get them, but I usually rely on the opportunity to at least try.
Yeah.
Right, and they're not necessarily barb specific, but you can use barbs to get them, getting the archer boost and then getting 3 archers to get machinery.
Yeah.
And even getting your army up to a certain size. What is that? Mercenaries. If you have a bunch of barbs around you, you might build your army up to a certain size to do that.
Yeah, for sure. I think the only thing I don't like about the barbs now is for whatever reason the newest patch makes it really hard to freaking kill them with the warrior nerfs.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wish the warrior nerfs were like, because barbs in some games can already be overwhelming. I do wish that the warrior nerfs were for non-barbarian units only.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and also like in the last 2 patches, barbarians have been a lot more aggressive than previously.
I
Yeah,
felt
they've
that
got
way
some-
too. I've noticed that.
So like that, those balance changes on top of each other are a really unfair double whammy.
Yeah, I felt particularly good about the last 2 patches. Not that I've disliked them, but I just think they made the game a lot harder without making it easier anywhere else. I think the overall difficulty of the game, if you're playing on like not Prince, has gotten a little bit harder over the last 2 patches, which
Yeah.
is fine. But just in like weird ways that kind of irk me. Like making barbs harder to kill early game isn't like a feel good way of making the game harder.
Yeah.
Like just making it so you can never get Oracle again, which is like that's not a fun way to balance the game. That just sucks.
Mhm.
If you're on deity, you just like, hey, the 2 best wonders in the game, you just don't get them. You just can't have them. And like to me, like balance comes from like if I really want something, I can prioritize it and get the boosts and that type of thing. But I feel like the last couple patches they've just taken away a lot of options and made them.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I feel that way.
Yeah, I agree. Part of me thinks that they just got tired of us speed running the game and they decided to slow it down.
Yeah, and like there's some weird ways. Like to me it's just odd because they'll do things like, all right, AI is going to take Oracle, AI is going to take Pyramids, all your rationalism Grand Opera cards, they all suck now. Right? But like I can't point to a single thing in return that's just gotten better. Right? I just like what wonder is easier to get now because 2 of them are harder? None.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's the part where I don't get it is I felt like I just don't feel like there's an equal balance on the other end of it.
Oracle is easier to get now, but you have to rush it. Like if you dedicate yourself to it, you can get it. And then other things that are easier now are diplomatic relationships with the AI.
Yeah, I think the spy change was a pretty big buff because now I don't, because now I can just be allies with people,
Yeah.
right? And so that has been helpful to just not have to build spies because I can just be allies with people. That's something I'm just thinking about now.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like a lot of people poo-pooed it when it first came out. Like you shouldn't be able to spy on your allies because it's not realistic, and it's not. But neither is playing a game. Like, you know, like it is a game. It wasn't an attempt at realism. It was an attempt at balancing a game.
Oh, 100%. I'm in this for like just enough realism to get me involved. But
Yeah.
I don't need any more realism than like whatever makes the game fun.
Hey, news announcement real quick. Sorry to interrupt, but I realized that there are some wonders with better balanced starts that I did not turn off. So you may encounter some new wonders that you've never seen before.
Oh, wow.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
Okay.
good.
I
Cool.
Alright.
I just ran into one, so there you go.
All right. That is a BBBD of Foible's new flash, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Beep 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 beep. Morse code coming
One of
in.
my favorite football manager streamers has like a news desk scene.
Oh, that's
And
fun.
so every once in a while, his like whole thing goes into like a full-on like CNN broadcast, and he's like green screen behind this. It's so funny. A lot of
Fun.
streamers do it, but his is the only one that's done like that I've seen that's been done really, really well, and I love it so much.
Ooh, forgot
That sounds
to
fun.
turn on streamer mode. That's
I
gonna.
really, really wish there was just a simple site, and I haven't found one yet, that makes just a clean-cut suggestion of what secret society goes with each. Like you can sometimes find it easily. I just wish there's a simple. This is recommended for this because I'm like I don't know what to use for these guys. I don't know
Yeah.
which one will be the best.
My least favorite thing about secret societies, I love the addition, but to me it's crazy that they're not equally gettable. Or there's not a
Yeah.
point in the game. Like our Eleanor game we played on stream yesterday, we didn't get Void Singers till turn 200. Because we had to go like move heaven and earth to get goody huts.
Yeah.
around the map. But like Owls of Minerva, you're just sending envoys to city-states consistently throughout the game. So you will always have it by turn like 50 or whatever. So it's weird to me there's not a point at like turn 100 where they're like, okay, if you haven't met all the secret societies, but your whole strategy is built about one, you can have them. I feel the same way about strategic resources. Like, it's weird to me that like I can make my whole game about getting aluminum to build planes and whatever, and then I have to play 4 hours to find out if you even have aluminum.
Yeah.
And if I
Right.
don't, there's zero way for me to acquire it easily or like affordably.
Mm-hmm.
I've always just felt like weird about that. Like you can, because Civ, you have to play for so long, so it feels bad to make a whole strategy about things you don't know whether or not you're going to be able to do
Right.
until a couple hours in. Like Void Singers, the difference between getting it at turn 1 and turn 200 is everything.
Yes. Yeah.
They're not the same thing. But Owls of Minerva, you always have at turn 50. And maybe that's part of the RNG, but it's always just felt weird to me.
Huh. This is a cool natural wonder. It's pretty simple. Like, it's not overpowering at all, but it's fascinating. So, hopefully you guys get to see it.
I really liked that one TheCivShow game that was played with like those random. I can't remember what that was. It was like a superhero mode or whatever. And there was like these 3
Yeah.
random, like fully made up civs. I thought it was very fun.
Yeah.
Oh, was that the Warhammer mod? Or was
the
it something
Warhammer
else?
mod.
Oh, okay.
Warhammer mod, that's what it was.
That was a lot of fun. Nystagmus was like giddy playing Dark Elves, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds right.
It was the first show he won.
That makes sense.
That's funny.
Yeah, about the secret societies thing. I mean, it adds another element of risk versus reward to the game that is already based on risk versus reward.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's why I like it.
Me
and
too.
That's part of why I love Dramatic Ages so much. You know, I love that element of chaos.
Mm-hmm. I get it though. I get the hate that it gets. Like I think Secret Society is a no-brainer. I don't like having them off, to be honest. Although now it's a little easier to have off when, you know, having that you don't get one every time you meet one, like a governor, that does lessen them significantly in power. Now that you're only getting one bonus governor.
Yeah.
Like I got so used to having Magnus by like, you know, turn 3 with the
Yeah,
level 2
I thought that was because I think Secret Society. I don't think I've played a game with them turned off since they came out. Like it's just a brilliant,
Same.
fun addition to the game,
Yeah.
right?
Same. Yeah,
But
for
like,
sure.
I really like. I thought I would really dislike them changing that. It was clearly kind of what was intended, is that when you meet one that you'll. But like I played 2 or 3 games since, and I've hardly noticed a difference. I just went back to my old governor patterns and was like, okay, I'm just never going to get Magnus first anymore unless there's something I really want to chop. I'll just grab Pingala and things will feel fine. Right? Like I thought I'd hate the change back because I've been so used to having so many governor titles early, but I've hardly like consciously noticed it in my games.
Mm-hmm. So, looking at one of the filters on the lenses, I've realized just how good my start can be with this Civ now.
There you go.
And so I'm kind of excited. Does require me to do something a little different that I'm not used to doing, and hopefully I can pull it off. But we'll see.
I have a strategy. I think it's fairly fickle, and my chances of winning the game not high. But if it works, it's one of those things. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it's probably not working.
Yeah.
So we'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if I've ever been this Civ, but it is an interesting Civ.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out what direction I want to take with them, especially with my first governor that's not a secret society. Because you don't always have to go Magus. And now that And now that you get less governors in secret society, it's almost like, you know, it's not always smart to actually.
You do
go
have to be
Magnus.
more careful.
You gotta be.
I would almost not go Magnus first.
Mm-hmm.
Like unless you have things you really want to chop out, like you can get pyramids and oracle maybe early on, because your chops just get better the longer the game goes on. So if
Right.
you can save them for later, it's nice. But the early science and culture is like very strong.
I just don't like losing the population, and that's usually what I do. I'll get that to
Yeah.
level 2.
Magnus does seem like a good city number 2 or 3 governor, though. Like, if you need a city to grow, usually your capital, if you've got a good enough start, can handle itself. But yeah, Magnus right off the bat seems a little risky.
Yeah, it's just like a value proposition, because if you get Magnus down to its second promotion,
Mm-hmm.
right, you lose, what would that be, like
Extra
four or
culture and
five
science.
4 or 5 science per, like I just go 2 promotions in, one to get Pingala, one to get either culture or science.
Yeah.
You're probably losing 4 or 5 science or culture per turn for 20-ish turns.
That's pretty
Right. So
significant.
you just have to do the, like, yeah, that's what makes it very significant. Right. Whereas like you can always go back. You can build your first 3 cities without Magnus, lose the population, and finish up Pingala, and then circle back. And like I usually do it as a duo. Like if I go Magnus second, I'll do it while I'm getting the Ancestral Hall in the Government Plaza. So it kind of times it where now I have max settler production and Magnus at level 2.
Yeah.
At the same time. But in the last 2 games I've played, I haven't gone Magnus at all, other than just to have a governor to move around for loyalty and some chops.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've gone provision in a bit, and I felt pretty good about it. But I used to go Magnus first all the time, so I wonder what's like changed in my head.
Yeah, something has for sure.
Yeah. Well, I was just like, there's little undisclosed metas that happen as you play Civ. Like when I first started watching Civ, like I watched the game mechanic, he'd go Magnus first all the time.
Yeah.
And so I'd go Magnus first all the time, and that's just kind of how it was played. And now everyone like that, at least that I watch on Twitch, is like going like Pingala first, but it's not like we got like an email saying that was just better now.
Yeah.
It's just kind of happened. And so I like how there's these little metas like that people catch on from other people's things, and it just becomes like the Civ meta, even though it's not based in anything other than just watching and doing what someone else is doing sometimes.
True. I really hope my pins don't crash the game. We'll see. I've got quite a few out.
No, I think it's World Congress that does that.
Oh, yeah?
Surely it's hard to crash a 4-player game of Civ. Like a 9-player game of Civ's probably easier to crash.
Should be pretty stable.
Really have to work on it.
Yeah.
Lovely. Oh, this music is just so peaceful.
You can barely hear my music, but it's just because my mixer likes to drop the volume of things sometimes right now.
Let's just say I love this style of music because, 1, I used to play the instrument, and 2, the culture where this music comes from, this style of music, has a very personal place in my heart.
Ooh. See, I'm just not the music guy. I just have no idea. Themes just escape me. They're like, whoa, do you like this Civ's music? And I'm just like, what Civ's what? I have no...
There's very little music out there that will like make me cry. But if I listen to this music long enough, it's emotionally
it'll
pulling
get you
enough to
there?
get me there. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Well.
I'm a little bit concerned that I haven't met anyone else yet.
Same.
Oh, hell. Oh.
Pardon me.
Bless you. I'm glad we don't have turn timers now. I won't miss a Pantheon.
That was so funny when Sarge said he missed a Pantheon because of the
Oh.
turn timer.
I had to
was like,
rush.
oh no.
My turn timer was counting, and I was like, "Oh crap! I gotta pick one."
Yeah.
It was beeping at me. Ooh, what have we got?
Well, this one's feta with caramelized onions. That's just onion soup.
Oh, I love these little appetizers we got from Trader Joe's.
I heard caramelized onions and got hungry.
Yeah. So it's these little like poppers, and one is basically a French onion soup, but a tart. And
Ooh, okay.
the other one, what was the other one, honey? Feta cheese with caramelized onions is the other one.
Right.
And that one's like a
yum.
puff pastry.
Sounds yummy.
That's yummy.
I love just being able to have appetizers for dinner. You know?
Oh, for sure. That's all. Yeah. 100%.
We do that often. Just get like a mess of dumplings or
Mm-hmm.
you know some sushi, just finger food or whatever you call dinner is dinner.
Oh, crap. Not the kind of Civ I wanted to meet. Oh, dear.
Was it Genghis?
It is Genghis.
Is it?
It is.
Yay.
It's a VektorKat Genghis.
There's only one Civ that inspires that kind of fear instantly, without
Mhm.
question. Every other Civ, like, you see Cyrus and you're like, maybe he'll go culture. Maybe he won't kill me. But
Maybe.
Genghis is the only one where you're just like, oh god.
Well, I don't know. Maybe VektorKat will go for that culture win achievement in Steam, right? Where you get a culture win as Mongolia.
That's an achievement.
That is an achievement.
I think Kublai Khan is going to be the next leader, and it'll be of Mongolia.
Ooh, you think so, huh?
Yeah,
An
that's
alternate
right.
leader?
Because it required the one that he came out in, and that one we have two new leaders and one new Civ coming out. So
Yes.
I think it's an alternate leader, and I think that's the one it'll be.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I hope for Underciv's sake they eventually add Wales into the game.
Oh, he's gonna flip if they don't.
Or they add Northern Ireland just to rub it in.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like if you have Scotland, England, and Northern Ireland and no Wales, that's even funnier.
Yes. I think I can agree with that. Vector, how are we doing?
Oh, we're doing great. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Doing well?
Yeah, just so you know, you are close to one of my cities, not my capital, though. So it looks like
Oh,
we
yeah?
got some space here. And do you mind if I ask what number city that is?
I don't mind if you ask what city that is.
Is that your second city?
It is not my capital.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Very diplomatic answer.
Oh my
True
goodness,
politician.
that's funny.
True politician, VektorKat.
That is definitely not my capital.
Yes, I can see that. It looks like they like to sing there a lot because they named their city choir.
That is what they named their city. Yes, they love to sing. They are they're singing that song of the void. They just love to sing.
Okay. Very fascinating.
What was the vampires, eh?
Oh, that's an interesting spot. Wow, okay.
They're just so happy to be singing in that place right there.
Singing in the void with Cthulhu and whatnot.
Yes, indeed. So that is so in answer to what city that is not my capital. You are welcome to ask further questions. We, as Mongolia, welcome further diplomatic relationships with you.
Genghis Khan
Okay.
was famous for that. Welcoming, diplomacy, non-aggression.
Yes. Yes. he was renowned for
Not
his
sleeping
Right.
with women, right?
100%.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
I'm not gonna lie. Regardless of how this game goes, this one city, in terms of like just straight up yields from settling it, is one of my favorite cities I've ever settled.
Nice.
All right, so our negotiations just hit a separate level.
Did they?
Yep, they did. I would recommend you turn your attention to your northwest.
Oh, I see it. It's okay. There's not a problem there.
I've been because I'm trying to do it for a raising review where I want to see if the Hermetic Order's been redeemed, and I've just gung ho on doing it with a Civ that isn't necessarily super Hermetic Order. So I've been trying to do it with the Mayan, and so I've played a lot of games, and so far the only way I've been able to remotely make it work is if I found a religion, which Maya is not want to do generally. But being the Maya over and over and over again, I now I've become a better city planner for it because
Nice.
I'm paying attention to where, how many squares away I am. And,
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
so
Sounds good to me.
yeah.
I like watching Potato McWhiskey and TGM play because they literally the opposite play styles. Like TGM will just take his settlers as far away from his cities as possible. And every time I watch a Potato McWhiskey video, he always settles them 3 tiles away.
Yeah.
Right? And I always just find it so funny how, what a small, unconscious thing that is. But how it results in such a fascinatingly different style of playing the game.
Yeah.
Because it's just something I don't think they do consciously, but it's just a habit. And it's always very fun to see, Potato make it work with cities close together, and TGM make it work with, just taking city. That man forward settles on deity and never gets murdered. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Every game, he's like, I'm going to put this city right up next to this guy and hope he doesn't murder me. And then I'll play, and I'll be like, I'm going to stay 187 tiles away. And, oh, he murdered me. Right? It's just, I don't know how TGM does it. He's got the magic touch with diplomacy.
It just depends on how you handle those relationships. It really does.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like half the time, if I send a trader out to somebody, right, I'm either going to get diplomatic with them enough that they won't murder me, or I've just given them a free road to murder me.
The road to murder by the VektorKat story.
No, that's a missionary to murder by.
Yes. Stupid missionaries. They're scouts. I'm like, all right, fine. They're scouts. Peace or war?
They have multiple jobs.
I remember, though, him being authentically surprised that I was like, no, go away.
Well, I mean, part of that was it was my first multiplayer game.
I realized.
And the other part of that was I just really respected the tenacity.
It's funny that game, me and VektorKat started off pretty, our relationship was pretty soured. And not, obviously not personally, but and then by the end of the game, though, we came to an understanding because we had a war and everything, and I came to respect him as an opponent, and it changed things up, changed outlooks. I really like that game.
These are delicious.
It's so delicious. And my body's hot, hot.
Oh, jeez. Ooh, Canada. Oh, how fitting. We were just talking about Canada
Spain.
politics, and bam.
Oh, it's Canada.
Dang.
Oh, Canada.
Dane, I've sent you a deal.
Happy Boxing Day, by the way, fellas.
Yes, thank you.
I have no idea what the holiday's for, but enjoy it.
It's
yeah,
for-
free public holiday. We'll take it.
Yeah.
It used to be after Christmas, the very wealthy would have lots of leftover food.
They would go boxing?
They would box it up.
Oh,
and they
gotcha.
would-
Is that really? Is that really? No. That
Yeah.
can't be. Really?
That's a true. That's a true.
That is no lie. That's what it's about.
That's funny.
What it's all about.
And don't worry about that chariot, VektorKat. It was a free unit, so it's just scouting. I grabbed it from space.
I have no reason to worry about that one chariot at all.
Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, thank you.
interesting.
That whole comet strike thing is curious, though. Like, what is it in the
Oh,
fall site that your scout is finding that lets them build a advanced cavalry unit?
aliens.
That's one of my favorite things about it. Is like it makes no sense.
It is a unit was born when the comet struck, and they rose and became defenders of all.
Interesting.
That sounds 100% legit.
Yes.
See?
That eruption was very helpful.
Yeah, how did we meet? Are you the Tues of Nagaz Garmu? No.
I see your scout there. We met. You found a goodie hut with your scout, and I met your scout.
You're your scout.
Right. Okay.
No, I'm not Susan
Sort
Nagazar.
of hit off, and now we got a kid, and we just passed our insurance exam.
Oh, jeez. So here's the story all about how.
The Gazagaramu got turned upside down.
How close are we to the next era, by the way? Oh, 4 turns already? Holy crap.
Yeah, we're close.
Somebody's getting a religion.
But it must be Zozo the way he was talking about it.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. You guys are crazy.
How many religions are available on a small?
Let's see here. I don't know,
think
actually. 2? 2 or 3.
If there's 4 players, I think 2.
2. Cool,
And
cool.
it's map size, is it not?
Yeah,
it's
it goes
tied
by
to
map size actually, not
Yeah,
by
different
player.
too.
Oh, gotcha.
What map size
Three.
is this?
I think it's
Purple?
This
maybe
is
one
tiny for
short of
4 players.
Maybe two, it might be 3. Might be 3.
It's 4 on small, so tiny might be 3 because I know regular's 5. So maybe it just goes up or down by 1.
Mm-hmm.
Like I actually don't think I've ever been this Civ in a multiplayer game, but like, oh yeah, I gotta say, I'm liking them.
Have you met anybody yet?
Nope.
Oh, I was just gonna say,
Generally,
like, you're being very secretive. Surely you've met somebody.
No, it's generally like a different continent, even in Pangea. Even in Pangea.
There'll be peace in Pangea.
Maybe.
Unboxing Day.
Unboxing Day.
I was gonna record that to sing today. There'll be peace in our time. Unboxing Day. Take my hand, boy. It will be okay. Like lyrics and everything, but I ended up getting distracted with other efforts.
You know, there's one menu that I hardly ever use, and I should use more. It's the trade route overview on the top right side. I hardly look at that, but I should be looking at it more.
Oh, it's so helpful. I use it all the time for culture games to know who I do and do not have trade routes with for the 25% boost.
Gotcha. Oh, crap, that's a dead end.
Yeah, it's a good screen. One of my people in stream yesterday showed me all the benefits of the loyalty lens, which I don't think I've ever used in my life.
Yeah?
It's a good lens. It's more helpful than I thought it would be if someone had described the loyalty lens.
Mm-hmm.
All of my city-states are the same city-states. I've met 3 city-states, and they're all like the same path. They're all same specialty.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
How are we looking for this era, boys?
Maybe a golden, maybe not. Depends
Gold
on how this
next
turn
You
goes.
got one turn to make it not, or yes. There'll be peace in our time. Boxing Day. Take my hand, more. It will be okay.
How does Moy feel about that song?
Dedicated to him so that we would have peace in our time.
Fair
Right.
enough.
I usually sing it to him when he's declared war on me.
Oh, he did tell me I was in a separate chat with him before this, and he did tell me to beat you for him.
Oh, good.
That's
We have
funny.
a good rival.
Yeah, there's good rivalries and there's bad ones, so sounds like you guys have a good one.
Me and him have a good rivalry. Me and Drekken, not so good rivalry. Like we're good friends, but like when it comes to like competitive games, he like I don't know if you guys know Drekken. He does the ES champ, but he got into Civ because he could not abide that I was better than him at any video game.
Oh wow.
Because he was my former business partner when I used to run my game center,
Mhm.
he when we got Civ Revolution, I kicked his ass at Civ Revolution on the Xbox, and he could not. It's just a fathomable world where he was not better than me every single.
Wow.
So he took it upon himself to. It's quite flattering, really. To learn,
Quite flattering, huh?
yeah. That I have that much sway. Oh yeah, that's super flat. Ooh, somebody built a wonder that I just spent one turn building. Oh, it's infuriating.
Oh no. At least there's only one turn lost, right?
Only one turn. You know who you are. From
It wasn't
Canada.
Yeah, probably Canada. Blame it on Canada.
Blame Canada. I have
Yeah,
to count
okay.
safe, guys. So just give me 1 second.
Mhm.
I think. Yeah, I'm gonna try that one out. I never go that route, so I'll try that one out.
This is a good space to try out things you haven't tried before because it is casual play, you know?
Exactly, but also it's casual play, but it is still multiplayer.
Yeah.
I think just playing
I'm
Canada is trial enough for me. Like I just never play Canada, so I'm like this is perfect.
As a TheCivShow host, it's all I know, right? You guys usually play the computer. I only play humans.
I've actually done quite a bit of community multiplayer. I was telling Van about that. We would do community multiplayer nights, but we haven't done any in a while, and I want to get back into it. So that might be something that comes more in 2021 as well.
It's really interesting because I've always wanted to do them.
Yeah.
And there's been a few things where I, for whatever reason, despite how many other people have success doing it, I'm just always worried like somebody's gonna ruin it, and then it'll be ruined for everyone. Like, I'm always worried if I do a community multiplayer, someone's gonna take it too seriously. I'm gonna ruin it for everyone. It was the same when everyone had city names as their channel points thing.
Oh yeah.
I didn't for the longest time. Like I started streaming in March, and I think I maybe put them in August-ish. Right after people kept asking for them, I was like,
Yeah.
"What if people keep spamming the channel points and keep being inappropriate?" And I've had zero problems.
Yeah.
But it's always just one of those things for me where it's like, I don't know why I'm so hesitant to try it, but I'm just like terrified something will go wrong.
Well,
That's a very good reason not to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't really have any issues from our end, which is good. As far as community multiplayer goes.
Yeah, the only issue I ever have with it, it's even why like one of the things we have to change is our redemption points on
Ooh, that's
Twitch.
a Genghis.
That's a case.
I don't like renaming my cities. I name my cities myself, and I it's part of my my pleasure and joy I get out of the game is
Yeah.
that all of my cities have a unique name that I gave them.
Yeah.
And it makes it that I don't like necessarily you coming and ruining my perfect order by change it to, you know, Ragsville or Nystagmus is Coolville or
Oh, yeah. Oh man, those are some funny point redemptions.
I think like the community kind of taking a liking to it though is always so funny.
of course.
Just because of all the inside jokes. Like
Yeah.
in the Civ GIF, my whole chat was convinced Foibles was just gonna straight up come and kill me at some point. And so the city I went closest to Foibles.
This is for foibles. All right.
Someone made me donate like future property of Foibles or whatever, and it's so, like stuff like that makes me like it really gets me.
I
think it's
didn't
so
even
funny.
notice that until the VOD. I was watching the VOD and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it was one of those like property of Foibles. So
I'm
funny.
just too nice to just steamroll someone though. Like I enjoy the long game, and the back and forth during that time is quite fun. So I don't like to ruin people's days that quickly. But you know, I could have, but there were some unforeseen circumstances like losing a settler and rushing my pantheon. Like I could have gotten a much better pantheon for myself, but I definitely got rushed on that.
Do you want more?
Oh, there's more.
It's also like just the fine line between having fun and being competitive,
Yeah.
Right.
right? Because you have to be competitive enough that people think it's a competitive game-ish. That's kind of part of the entertainment, but it
Yeah.
can't be so competitive that everyone's actually getting upset about the match and not focusing on raising money.
Yep.
Right.
So it's like a fine line to figure out.
For me, one of the things I did not like was when you know, it's good, it's raising money for the kids. I did not like when Moy paid on spot to redirect the staff towards me. And like I get it, and like yeah, you should be able to do that. But I think like next time a more fun way to do that is something like that where it's a host buys it. I think those should be purchased before the Civ give. So that we go into it and it's just like I think it's different when the host buys it for themselves, and it just for me that made it like, oh great, so something interesting happens and now Moy's gonna have peace and now I have to deal with him, and he did. He came and he just destroyed me. I was like, oh, this is annoying. I can't. It's not like I can counter it.
Yeah.
Although I suppose if we turned it more into like, you know, it happened after the fact. Somebody else was like, well, I got $50. You know, that it should be that maybe a guest's $50 is taken over a host's $50. You know?
Yeah, it's literally like finding the line, because they're like the charity and the game are separate things.
Yeah.
The game is the
course.
product.
Of course.
Right?
of
You
course.
need people to be able to watch the game. And so the game needs to be fun, but it can't be like Dramatic Ages I don't think would work. Like it needs to be and look and feel like a game of Civ,
Yes.
right? Because a lot of people that tune in might not know us, they might be new to Civ. Like it needs to feel like the game that they know and love.
Right.
Right? And so I think like having hosts pay off things, even if it's for the kids, you lose that feeling. So you have to have a product that's entertaining and fun to watch and makes sense, and from that get the donations. But they're separate things. They're not one thing combined, because you can easily ruin the
Right.
game to the point where no one donates anymore. And so you just need to figure out that balance. I'd agree. I have very few like even like minor things with the Civ Give. I thought it was so much fun.
Yes.
Mhm.
And I think it was
Like,
well executed. too.
Even if I tried to think of things I really didn't like about it and could be improved, they would all be like so small.
Oh yeah, it was super fun. I think, and I just have to work on this in my diplomacy. I think I was right, and that our best hope was the old world unite. I think if the three of us had made a stand and said we're gonna work together, and the West has the best players, and we're gonna oppose them, I think we would have done a really good job, because we would have had some sick trade networks going, and we would have had security. We wouldn't have had to worry about because I had my troops on my border, but I also realized it's just fun killing Zoe, and that's something I also have to just realize. I know that's true. It's fun killing Zoe. So, you know, I get why you guys teamed up on me, but like I think we could have really opposed if we were working together. We could have really given some opposition to uh, to those invaders.
Okay. Yeah.
Um, Maybe next time.
Maybe
Yeah,
next time.
the part about that is you have to be like, my chat forever wanted me to go and attack you, Zoe.
Yes, yes.
And
That was-
they were like, Brad, you have to get foibles involved. Like you and foibles need to go together. And I was trying. I can't say this out loud, you fools. I can't just go, oh, hey foibles, yeah, I want to go murder Zoe. Yeah, cool, sweet. Like Zoe's on this chat. He's on this call. Like I have to be a little more
Discreet.
Now,
discreet.
truth be told, you know, I think that the war that was very justified. Your declaring war on me was very justified, because I kidnapped your E. Like I made it quite clear my intention beforehand that I intended, you know, I meant to cause trouble.
So chaos. Yeah.
Funny that I
meant-
was even
I
able to
meant to do
notice that you
wrong.
spelled my name wrong in that video.
Yeah.
Like it was really funny because it was a complete accident of watching the video. I'd watched it a couple of times, right? And I was just like, the one I did the reaction video to, I was like, wait a second.
It was a good bit. It was
Yeah.
a good bit.
It was a good bit.
You just gotta send me your address and I will mail it to you.
Oh yeah, I will. I keep forgetting. Someone asked about it on stream yesterday.
Hey,
Because
Vector.
So I gave you so your viewers like did they like, you know, that you had a natural enemy and that obviously I had a big target on my back? Was that fun for them?
I think for a few, I think there's very little overlap
Right.
in people. So I think people are kind of fans of everyone. So there was no one that was like, go murder Zoe because he stole your E. Like no one was like going into the Civ Give on Team Bradley and was only excited if I won.
Right.
Right, I don't think that was. And so I think people wanted me to kill you because you were close by and weaker than Foibles militarily. I think it was because they're like, yo, Peppermint's gonna win. You either have to kill Foibles or Zoe, and I just think you're in a better position to kill Zoe.
Yeah.
Right.
The only thing with the E thing that was hard for me to navigate was Moy kept like not trying to promote it, but trying to get me to like raise money for it. And I
Right.
was trying to like do it, but also like I have my own thing I gotta raise money for, and I only have so much. There's only so much of a pool of
what?
people I can ask.
And you know what's funny? Like my intention for that was like, it was exactly that, sort of like make you split your resources. But I also intended to raise funds for it as well. And it was just a fun way to do it. And like, you know, I'll have another gimmick for next year. Some other gag.
What I really liked about it though is just natural.
Yeah.
Like it just came out of nowhere. Like it wasn't any kind of planned anything. Like it was just like a very fun kind of thing that came about as like an inside joke. And I think those are always better than trying to manufacture something.
Of course. And it was just a random thought that I had too. It was because I watched your Civ Give video and you complained for like 30 seconds, which in stream time that's a long time to complain about how I misspelled your name. I didn't misspell your name. I stole your letter.
I remember saying the words, I thought we were friends a few times.
Yeah.
I thought we were friends.
Yeah.
You fool. I nipped it when you let your guard down, and I do it again.
A new religion has been founded. By the way, 3 are available, so there's another religion available.
Ooh, okay.
Just in case that thought was ever crossing your mind.
It did briefly earlier.
Gotcha.
Just in case that thought was crossing your mind.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Ah,
What a crazy map this is.
Is it?
I don't know. Is it? You're the one that
Well,
made it.
I didn't make it.
Foibles, why did you put this tobacco so close to these crabs?
Why is there some weird? Yeah, it's all my fault. Anyway, Vector, I've got just a statement, if that's okay. I propose. Do you see Cordoba?
Do I see a thing?
Do you see my archer there, north of choir?
I don't see an archer north of.
Well, you see my border there, right?
I see a border.
Okay. So I will not settle any further south. And let's say if we draw a horizontal line from that city center, which is about 2 tiles northeast of that border. If we draw a horizontal line there, I will not pass that line. And I would ask if you would do the same as well. And there's quite a bit of settleable land to your south and to your to your west, to your east, that I will not touch. If you can agree to that proposal.
Counter offer.
Oh boy.
If you look further west, there's land that might be attractive to someone like myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be inclined to explore those lands to the west.
Okay.
But the wetlands adjacent to your already settled cities, I am comfortable letting those lands go to you.
Well, if that is how you feel, I can adjust as long as that continues to provide us with favorable relationships.
If you you have a city, the name of which I will not divulge for public consumption, but you have a city due east of some maize, next to some floodplains.
Mm-hmm.
The river settle close to that, and the mountain settle close to that city, I yield to you as a gesture of goodwill.
Okay.
But the coastlands, as long as you allow me to settle on the coast, we have no reason to quarrel.
Okay. Fair enough.
All right.
Very good. Zoe is going to. Is that Zoe? No, that's Van. I'm going to go use the restroom right now as well, if you guys don't mind.
You know what? I think maybe a group bio sounds great.
Let's just not all pee at the same time. That'd be weird. Okay, be right back.
I am back. perfect. I was like, is this an elaborate prank? Are
No,
people just...
we decided to have a simultaneous bio break.
Fair enough. I have realized the joys of being able to watch soccer while playing a game of Civ. Because I normally am either streaming or recording, so I can't multitask.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, wait a second, I can just watch the Man City game that I didn't watch earlier today. While this is happening.
I have also returned from my bedpan.
I was waiting to see if somebody would just catch on to that.
I didn't get to watch any football, but
Football.
it did give me occasion to realize that Lorenzo has been very quiet for a while. Curious to know what's happening in Zozo Land.
Is his name Lorenzo?
Nystagmus and Zozo, they both are.
They're both named Lorenzo?
Mm-hmm.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
I had no
Are you,
idea.
is that real?
Yes.
Lorenzo,
cool.
Zozo.
That makes sense for Zozo. I'm getting how it works with Zozo.
It's
Because they're related, though, right? That's what makes it weird to me. Is like
They're
aren't
cousins.
they they're cousins, yeah.
It's a bit like the whole My Big Fat Greek Wedding thing. Don't start.
Street racing? Already?
Vroom vroom.
Too fast, too
Yo,
furious.
You have no idea. So when the COVID shutdown started,
Mm-hmm.
the drag racers in town started going wild.
Oh yeah,
yeah?
of course. Yeah. No
So
better
we
time.
now have a drag racing task force. And the fun part of it is every other weekend you can go to the car auction and bid on impounded cars.
Where do you live?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Georgia, yeah, you do.
Georgia.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Georgia.
Georgia.
If you had said like Georgia, Texas,
Are we still waiting for Foibles to finish his turn?
Well, I was waiting for you to come back, so
Oh, you're so kind.
we also went and relieved ourselves.
Yeah.
in specifically bedpans.
Yes.
And then we had a conversation about the name Lorenzo.
Oh, fantastic.
And is it true that is your name?
That is my name.
I had no idea. That's very cool.
I had no idea.
I know maybe one or two people with the name Lorenzo, and you're one of them.
There you go. There you go. That is my name.
Don't wear it out.
I'll try not to.
Yes, it's so weird, like hearing my name from like fellow hosters.
Mhm.
Like Moy and me have only been Moy and Zoe. Like I never call him Daniel. You know, maybe if I was like really mad at him, I might.
Daniel.
Daniel. Daniel. Just the idea of calling him Daniel seems very weird.
Yeah. Understandable. Like,
I don't think I would ever, I would never say anyone's proper name for public consumption, but in private time, it's kind of nice to relate to someone on that level as opposed to dealing with them just on their, instead of their internet handle, as long as you understand it's okay.
Yeah, because it breaks down that barrier. It breaks down the barrier of it's like the next depth of the relationship.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah, I get you. I get what you mean.
It's part of the pre-interview I do for the podcast is this is how we're relating to each other right now, but how do you want me to address you when we start rolling tape?
Yeah.
You know, but we get to talk to each other on a personal level here, and you know, it is like you don't have to know everything about the person, but it is nice to break down one barrier, and because we don't have a social life right now, or at least I don't.
Yeah, I don't.
You know,
I like, so for me, made a point long ago as an entrepreneurial father. I am both a father and an entrepreneur. That I needed to have um, my social life sort of turn into not my hobbies, but like my entrepreneurial endeavors. Um, so like the various things like I love Dungeons and Dragons, so I made a business out of Dungeons and Dragons so that I could pursue that passion and work towards something moving forward, and that it's not that I'm just doing it for fun. I love Civilization, and so this doing something like a show based on it is just a no-brainer for me, because that's just what I do. I entrepreneurialize things that I do so that I can make what I do more productive, because I don't have the luxury of just I have casual time, but like I want to have that the things I do for fun are also like my entrepreneurial projects.
Yeah.
So for me, who online, it goes hand in hand with my identity. So I would prefer you call me Zoe. I am a man of alter egos, and it's and I've been doing that for a long time. Like with my store, when you became a member, you used your gamer tag, and in the store, that's all we would ever refer to you as. And we would say, like, outside here, you're John or Dave or whatever, Daniel. In here, you are your gamer tag, and that's all we'll ever call you. And that took off to the point that with many of our customers, many of them didn't know each other before they came to our center, and then they met and they found that they had common ideals, and they only ever referred to themselves as their gamer tags. But even when they would encounter each other outside of the store, it would remain. They would only call each other by their gamer tags, and I love that.
Yeah.
I love it. It's an important part of my identity that and it's funny because like in general, very few people in my life actually use the name Lorenzo, because my wife calls me babe, my children call me dad, my roleplay community calls me Mr. Creek, my close friends call me Renzo, same with family, they call me Renzo or Renz, and my online community, I use with the same gamer tag from when my store was, this is my gamer tag. That's what Raising Zozo is Zoe. And I like being a man of many names. Maybe it has something to do with the fact I don't have a middle name, and
Oh.
maybe I play that out a bit.
Compensating.
How interesting.
That these are my various middle names.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fascinating, because I took it from like the exact opposite point of view. Like I made a specific choice to put my first name in my name. Like I just immediately was like, if I'm gonna try and make a community, you might as well know what my name is.
Right.
That's where VanBradley came from. Like Van for Vancouver, Brad for Bradley, and like now just by having tuned in, you know two things about me. Right? We're already community building, ideally. Like that was kind of how I thought about it. Right? Like you come in, oh, who's VanBradley? I'm like, Vancouver Bradley. You're like, oh, I get ya. Right? And then we can start a conversation. So it's interesting to hear a separate point of view from the exact opposite thing.
Yeah.
Because I would have never thought about it like that. I always thought like, I'm just gonna show up, I'm gonna be Bradley from the start, and like people are gonna know a little bit about me, and we'll move from there. And I like you and appreciate your point of view on it, because I don't think I would have saw it that way.
Yeah. And also now, who'd be loose?
Disconnect. Just wait for him to rejoin.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Let's beat him while he's gone.
Oh, jeez. That's
let's
probably why he
take
was a
over.
bit quiet.
Let's reverse Genghis while he's...
Well, so far we've been able to negotiate pretty well.
It's good. I'm just having fun watching soccer, having a chat, playing some Civ.
I still need to meet Zoe. I haven't found you.
I haven't met Zoe either.
But speaking of usernames, my username actually does come from my name as well. So I'm not afraid to share this, but my last name is Foy, Foy. And then my dad, who's just being a dad, he loves finding creative ways to use our last name into other words. So one of the words that he's used is foible. A foible is like a unique trait or an eccentricity in someone.
Yes, that's what I thought it was. That's where I
Mhm.
thought you got your name from. I always thought of it as like a unique adventure,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like someone's
A
many
foible.
foibles has
Mhm.
been as like their many fun adventures type of thing. But yeah, that's where I thought it came from.
Yeah,
That's
it
cool.
could be interpreted that way, and I look at it. My way of defining it is saying that we accept our differences and our uniqueness, whether it's the way we do things or the way we act or behave or things that we like or enjoy, and we just accept each other off of that and enjoy time together. And that's kind of that's been my approach to the name, is reminding myself every time I hop on with my name that we are accepting and it's okay to enjoy different things and to have eccentricities or unique qualities that make us different, and that way we can accept who we are and be happy with who we are,
Yeah, no, awesome.
Very awesome.
I've never thought. You know what's funny? I bet if I look up the definition, it probably is a trait-based thing. I've heard the word foibles in books a lot, and I always seem to associate it for whatever reason with like some sort of adventure.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe it's just the way it's
Here.
written in paragraphs in the books that I've seen the word in.
Yeah, and so what I did was I just changed the name. It's Foible for foible, and so I just made it my
Yes.
last name Foyble.
Yeah. Gotcha. That's so cool.
So the direct definition from Oxford: a foible is a minor weakness or eccentricity in someone's character, or the weaker part of a sword blade.
See, I wouldn't have thought of it as a weakness though.
Yeah, but that's
Just
also
based
part
on-
of it.
Just
is-
based on like my consumption of the word in whatever books I read.
Yeah.
It always came across as more of like a quirk or something unique
Yeah,
than
and-
it did like something that's weak.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of the approach to take, at least in my perspective, is looking at it as the fact that we can accept unique weaknesses and differences in ourselves, without it becoming a hindrance to developing relationships or forming bonds or whatever it might be. That when you first meet somebody and you have that first impression, that you can say, okay, this person likes this and that's different from me, and that's okay, because everybody has their own weaknesses, everybody has their own unique traits, everybody has their eccentricities, and so it's more of a community. It's an attempt to create a community and unify ourselves under a singular perspective of acceptance, no matter what our weaknesses or eccentricities or traits are.
Cool. Cool.
So there we go.
Well, I think that's also like a huge part of how you present your stream. Like, hey, we are live now. Come drink some tea with us.
Did you rejoin?
I
Yes, you did.
did. I drop.
Yeah, you
You
dropped.
did.
Oh, okay. I think I'm back.
I don't know how to get rid of this window though.
All right. The game says I'm back in it and it's been unpaused.
I still have this
My-
window on my screen about Network Manager.
My window says waiting for Zozo.
Yeah, you should quit and we should re-invite you because you're not in ours.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Exit to main menu.
Yeah, exit and then rejoin.
Are you guys on turn 41 right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I thought he hopped back in. I have not given control back over to the AI, so they should not have moved for you at all.
Okay.
The AI classic.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that with a drop, especially if like the AI would like do stuff like delete your.
I was just thinking that. Like, what if they did? That would be so devastating. So
It was
frustrating.
one of my like most. I don't know. It was an infuriating. I had a game. This was back in my Game Center days.
There we go.
With Drekken, where we were playing this player game of Revolution,
Mm-hmm.
and I was about to build the pyramids, which in that version the pyramids were like
God tier.
super awesome in Civ Revolution. So yeah, about to build the pyramids, and then the computer kicked me,
Oh,
and it converted the pyramids to archers, and while I was out, Drekken took that opportunity to take my capital.
Oh.
When all of this happened, and I was like, okay, so I've lost my capital, and because it was one turn, and he took advantage of it. Yeah, that was, and then I tried to play, but I was like, okay, this game is basically over. So, but it was also kind of telling too that it's like, is that important to you? Is that important to you to win the game?
Are we good, Vector?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm great.
All right, let's get back into it. I like this multiplayer helper. It's nice. It really does help the game. So
I'm not even familiar enough to know what is multiplayer helper and what's just regular.
it's what gives us that timer and doesn't allow the AI to move. So it just generally helps when things like this happen. So it just makes the multiplayer experience a bit better
Gotcha.
without having so many hindrances or problems.
Like, for instance, when someone is disconnected and doesn't realize that they are.
All right, yeah,
That's
fair enough.
true.
Lag.
Yeah.
We'll be in the future. We'll say out loud, "Hey, you were disconnected. Are you aware?"
Yeah, that would help.
I mean, do we have to? No, we will. I was gonna say something. I can't remember. If it's important, it'll come back to me.
No, I legitimately just thought we were talking about gamer tags and like the philosophy behind it.
Oh yeah, I remembered. I was gonna say I was thinking of other gamer tags I could have based off of my first name, which is Mitch or Mitchell for the full name. And I thought of some fun ones like Mitch Please.
Yeah,
or-
Mitch, please.
or-
That's the one that came into my head
Or
just now.
Basic Mitch, or what's another one? Oh gosh, there was another one. Resting Mitch Face, stuff like that. But most of those were taken in one iteration or another. So,
Yeah, no doubt. That's funny though.
but I'm happy with my username.
I think that gives a different vibe though. I think what you landed on is
Yeah.
better.
Yes.
For like the vibe you're giving.
Yeah.
Move Mitch is good. Like
Move
there's so
Mitch.
many there's so many like good iterations you could do.
There are. And you know, Mitch isn't too common of a name, so I was surprised that so many usernames were being used with that name. Oh crap! There's barb boats. I honestly think barb boats are more annoying than barb horses.
Oh,
100%. Bar boats are the worst. The quadreams especially.
Yes, because I'm if I want to try and take a camp and there's a quadroom there shooting me, I'm like, oh great, I can't do this with one unit. So is anybody else going to claim that last religion?
Urgently going to, but if it falls into my hands, I will.
It's usually how religion goes. If it's not forced down your throat, it kind of just falls into your hands, you know?
Yeah. I shall embrace the faith when it chooses me.
So since Zoe's the last person to meet me and I don't want to have this like lingering the entire game, I'll just tell you who I am. I'm Spain.
Oh, that's not good.
I'm pretty happy with it.
All right.
And things are going generally well. I've got a good relationship with my neighbor to the south, and he is definitely not plotting anything against me. But I was going to ask Vector if you would like to receive my religion.
Well, that is a question that you could ask.
Would you like to receive my religion?
Well, I have lost mine,
Oh, you had your own?
so I would be welcome to receive your
Yeah.
religion.
You can win the game in like 10 turns, Foibles, if you hurry up. No one else has it.
Well, I just noticed that one of your
Right,
cities
yeah.
took my religion. I think it might have been because of a trade route.
Well, that's trade route that I sent to you.
Yes.
When it comes to accepting a religion, that is a risk that I should have known that I was taking. So,
Gotcha.
I don't have a religion of my own. I might be. What is your religion?
It is the running of the bulls. With the
Oh,
bull.
I will take that religion. Yes.
I was
That is a
thinking I was gonna name it the cow goes moo as well, but I thought, you know what, we can take this a step up. I would have done it in Spanish too and say el vaca dice moo, but you know, I think running of the bulls is more understood.
The traveler is equally attractive. Is the problem you're having now?
Yeah, I see.
Um,
Well, I guess
however-
you can ask yourself this question: who would win in a fight, a bull or a sea turtle? I mean, just putting it out there.
Turtle?
I am attracted to la cabeza de la vaca.
De la vaca. Well, it would be el paso de los toros, which is running of the bulls in Spanish.
You.
Imagine a turtle beating like a bull in a straight up brawl. I'm trying to imagine how.
I would
how it
imagine
happened.
the bull would flip it up, you know, like they normally do with their nose, and then
Yeah.
kind of get it under its soft underbelly with one of its horns. So that would be my assumption. I don't want to make assumptions, but that's my assumption. Oh, I love it when bar boats pillage my coastal resources.
That's funny because it doesn't seem like something that someone should be. Oh, I see what you did there. You didn't mean that you like. It was a foible.
Oh, there we go. I guess that's the way we.
Yo,
can look
what
at
is Lakes of Cuyanca?
Oh my gosh, that's a good trade route.
Lakes of Unianga.
Are you trying to make fun of me?
Lakes of like what is that wonder? I've never seen that before.
It's
That's
a
so
creed.
Cool.
Oh yeah, that's for the better balanced start mod.
See, this is a good wonder because it has food. I
Yes.
hate Lake Repa with a passion because it doesn't give you any food, so you can never work it.
Yeah, so
Like,
Lakes
you
of
might be-
Oinaga.
Always turn off Lake Redba.
Like, there's so many wonders like that would be good if they just put 1 or 2 food on those tiles.
Yeah,
Because
and this
then I
one's
can
pretty
work them and
interesting.
grow.
Imagine that with Petra. And what's cool about this is that it gives +1 food to adjacent tiles. It's providing youth culture, but it's also a unique shape. It's 2 horizontal tiles, and I don't think there's any wonder in the game that has just 2 horizontal tiles like that. And unless we're looking at like maybe a lake, but those are normally angled, you know, not necessarily directly flat across. I could have seen one in the past, but maybe it's been just too long of a time. But I just like its uniqueness in the food and in the shape and the desert placement too. My chariot seeks refuge. It was shot by a boat.
Well, that's the 5th rule of boating.
Oh, geez, here we go.
Boat.
Don't forget the boat.
Now, the one thing I'll say, so this normally, like, I'm using a governor combination I wouldn't normally use.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because one of my strategies I love, especially if I'm playing a civ that I ended up choosing a religion for. I love the golden age and the classic era, just buying settlers and building shitloads of cities. And Magnus makes that very possible.
True.
But without Magnus, it's much more noticeable that you know, I like if I have a pop 6 city, you know, but at the same time, all of my units usually come from one place in my empire, which means that it can take a while longer, you know, to get where they need to go. So now without Magnus, I've chosen as not taking it. Now I kind of have the freedom to build that settler wherever I want, which might be closer to the location. So I can see that as actually kind of advantage. But I am like a dedicated. I almost always Magus level 2 provisions, and then explosion of cities. Like that's usually, especially if I'm going a religious civ or a civilization.
It's a viable strategy.
Yeah.
It's
No,
a
I'm
big
not-
play
I'm
on
not
timing
really-
too. You got to
I'm just-
get the timing right.
Yes. Timing is important.
Gosh, so many freaking bar boats. I'm Spain. I guess I better build a navy. And since I am Spain, the start that I have literally right on a continent split. So I'm gonna have quite a
Ooh.
few cities that are gonna have pretty good missions. So I'm happy about that. Because you don't normally get a good, you don't always get a good mission start for Spain. So if you do have the land for it, it's nice to be able to get good missions on other continents. You know?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I see your pantheon there, Mongolia. Very fitting. I like it.
I thought it was okay. It was a decent choice considering what was left over.
I used the camps pantheon in the Civ gift for the first time,
Yeah?
and it was just like a literal panic. I was like sitting at the pantheon screen, all the ones I normally take were gone, and I was like, "Ooh, camps! I have camps that says camps. Let's get the camps one." It was surprisingly okay.
Yes.
It was a good. You have to have enough camps to make it work, but it felt okay.
On my YouTube channel, like last year, I had a Russia game where we started with I think 12 or 14 deer in my capital,
Wow.
and we did a Russia camps game, and let me tell you, that was an amazing capital city. It was so much fun. And I've realized that those tundra civs have a pretty good chance of getting some camps, because normally you can find a good amount of deer in the tundra or furs or other camp resources there. But it was pretty fun to play Russia with the camps pantheon.
Yeah, Russia's fun. I haven't been Russian in a long time though because it's so dirty to use them. Like so good. I actually think Brazil should be in that category too.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Brazil work ethic can be disgusting.
Holy crap! It's like, so I was like, okay, trying to prove Hermetic Order have maybe been fixed, and I don't think they have.
Yeah.
However, the Hermetic Order and Brazil is insane.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy insane. I had libraries, temples that religious sites or holy sites that had like +9 adjacency bonus.
Yeah.
Like right off the bat, and then you double that later. Like it was so silly, and it was because of a combination of ridiculous ley lines and ridiculous.
Ley lines are a lot better now after the update. I'm very
That's
excited to play with
still
those more.
+1, just the +1, like because it's now a major adjacency, which is +2, right? Because minor
Yep.
is
And it's to
+1.
all districts.
Next to all districts. So the few games I've had, yeah, it's a little harder when you're playing on deity, and I imagine, if I took Hermetic Order in a TheCivShow capacity, I could do some wonderful things with them.
Yeah.
But what I loved about using Brazil with them, especially because I took a religion, I had so much faith. I was buying so many great people, and I had the Oracle. So like it's a crazy combination.
Yeah.
Those two together, and then suddenly all of your ley lines become insane because of all the great people you have.
Yeah.
So, but they're like, it's like I think them and Russia, really good with Hermetic Order. I suspect Canada. I suspect Canada as well. It's not the same extent, but I suspect Canada.
The only thing was like Russia is also good with Void Singers, but there's no RNG involved.
Right.
That's the problem. Like that's what I was saying on my screen the other day. Is like, did ley lines get better? Yes, but they have to be better. Like for them to be balanced, they actually have to be a little bit better on average than Owls of Minerva or Void Singers or Vampires, because those are, you always know what you're getting with them, right? And so the ley lines need to give you reliably a greater benefit to make up for the times where they don't give you much at all.
Yeah.
Right, so I would, like, every time, like, we played a few games with ley lines, and every time I was like, it felt okay, right? But I could have just got Void Singers, and it probably would still feel better in most games, because at least I can make a plan around it.
Yeah. It's Void Singers and Owls, I think, are an easy. Like, Owls are made, like, great for anybody. Void Singers, though, not everybody benefits from, having big deal, that boost. The one that I'm actually really starting to love was the Sanguine Pact. I didn't usually at all. I would either always go Void Singers or Owls of Minerva, hands down, every time without fail, no matter what.
Yeah.
I would never touch. I was like, yeah, vampires, who cares? But what I realized with the vampires is, once I figured out how to actually use the castles, that it's not meant that you. I always used to build it near the capital for some reason. I was like, no, you don't build it near the capital.
You put them out further.
Far away.
Yeah.
It'll channel to the capital.
Did you realize that in the game where I was Russia with Moy?
It might have been.
Yeah. Because you guys were utilizing those quite a bit.
I thought that, like, the number that you read, I thought that was the number it got, and then I reread it. I was like, oh, no, it just sends it back. And the Maya, because I'd been playing so much Maya lately, I was practicing Civ Give. One of my favorite combinations became Sanguine Pact with the Maya.
Ooh.
And because of building those things outside of my empire, because once I got to a certain point, the Maya have up to 6 cities, and then they don't get the bonus.
Yeah.
But this lets you build kind of a fake city outside, and it channels to the capital, and it makes it almost like the capital gets your bonus.
Yeah.
And I love that. And, like, then when I tried Maya with the Hermetic Order, I was like, oh my god. So much better for Maya than the Hermetic Order.
Yeah, Maya with Hermetic Order, if you settle on a ley line, could be quite amazing. If you've got the right resources around you and stuff.
Yeah, you can settle. I gotta try that.
You can settle on top of a ley line. You can't put anything else on top of a ley line. You can't put an improvement, but you can settle on top of it. Yeah.
It works like a fissure does, yeah.
Gotta give them upside, guys. Gotta give them upside. Okay, where am I gonna build this city? I found this wonder that I really like.
Is it one of the new ones in the mod?
Maybe. I don't know if I've ever seen this one. Giants.
Oh, Giants Causeway is a good one. Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's a base game one.
You put an encampment right next to it.
Exactly.
Then it spawns the units right at the causeway.
Mm-hmm.
Another good thing to do is if you get a coastal city there and you've got a harbor right next to it, they'll instantly promote the ships as well.
Nice. Good to know.
Well, that's an interesting one. That
Well,
I've
not
never tried.
promote. I guess it would give them combat strength.
Yeah.
Or no,
cool,
maybe
though.
no. Hold on. It's specific to land units. I'm sorry. I'm confusing it with the Fjord one, the Norse one, that gives you a boat promotion. I had a Norse game where I had a coastal city right next to Lysefjord, which is the fjord that gives the promotion for naval units. And I put Victor up there and had the harbor right next to it. So as soon as they spawned in, they got 2 promotions because I had Victor promoted. And so I was getting 2 promotions on my ships as soon as they spawned. And then I sent them out and did my business,
That's fun. That's a cool compound thing.
I was about to say, it sounds like you're talking about
Yeah.
Lysefjord.
Lysefjord, yeah.
George?
Fjörgenbergen.
George.
If I kind of wished I had been Sweden in the Civ Give, then I could have done like a Swedish chef religion and just call it Bork Bork or something, and that would have been funny to spread around. Another default I have for funny religion names is with Sweden. I'll pick the fish symbol and call it Swedish fish. That's always a good one.
That's a good one.
And then if I'm Indonesia, I'll also pick the fish, but I'll call it Long Jong Silvers.
No, that's good. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot.
It's one of my best, one of my favorites.
I so infrequently get religion because every time I get religion, I'm just like, "Ugh, should we just win a religious game? Like especially on the AI, like I can reliably get like sub turn 175 religious wins on deity.
Oh,
Like the
there's
AI
your
is
orders.
so bad at dealing with it, and it's just we were doing a culture game one time, and I was trying to show off this like 2 or 3 games ago on stream, and we were trying to show off some culture stuff that you can do with religion.
Mm-hmm.
And halfway through, I'm like, do you want to just win a religious game in like 20 turns, guys? We already have, like, you need 2 apostle goon squads that can go around and just kill all the other apostles and missionaries. It almost make like if you already have the infrastructure to get a religion and keep the religion in all of your cities, you
Yep.
probably also have the infrastructure to just win the game really quickly with a religion.
Yep.
And so I find that I don't take it just because I know I'll get lazy and
It's
just
very
go for a
different
religious
game
win.
in multiplayer though, because a human player is going to be much more alert to your religious units.
Indeed.
100%. This is just an AI thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it is good
Uh,
practice, and it's a good thing to put into practice and implement.
yeah. I mean, that's the last Challenge League game as Babylon. The most popular win con was religion because you can get your holy site up before anybody else and just go out there. It was really fun watching Bose get a religious win because it was like, oh, this is the fastest way I can get this game over with. Okay, let's go.
That's pretty much all the competitive league is about, is how quickly can I end this?
Yeah.
Because when you
Yeah.
linger too long and you start getting drama and bad connections and it just drags on and it takes like an hour to get through 20 turns, you're like, oh my gosh, how can I end this?
Well, not the CPL, the Challenge League.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He streamed the last Babylon game and went for a religious win, and like not for nothing or nothing, but it was a lot of fun watching Bose go for a non-domination vampire game.
Interesting.
I'm thinking about doing one of those soon. They look cool. I always see like the placards, like the all the info cards,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm always like, ooh, that'd be fun. And then I never get around to it because I just have other things planned.
Yeah.
But they're just fun challenges. They just seem really cool.
I've played a total of 1 CPO match, and I have lost 1 CPO match. So I played as Persia, and I was doing all right. I actually had Underciv as one of my neighbors, and he was being really nice because he knew I was new. But somebody else did not care. It was a German player, and he just steamrolled me as Victoria's England, and he brought over ships, and he got his redcoats over, and I was gone. I lasted pretty long, like I got over 100 turns, but it was stressful. It was rough. It was quite the experience. But I wouldn't mind getting back into it because they do have like a novice league and a novice room where you can go into and play with, you know, quote unquote lower skilled players, but still have a good time and get some CPL experience in, you know?
It's funny, like I always saw like the Civ show as sort of like a transition, like between like a CPL and a computer, like almost like between what you guys mostly stream and then CPL.
Yeah.
And then like the show, we try to be like we're not quite competitive, but we're also not single player.
Yes.
And trying to demonstrate, because I believe that you know, and I could be wrong about this, but I think that multiplayer has sort of a stigma of you know, assholery.
That's a great way of putting it.
And,
It's one way to put it, yeah.
to put it mildly, and that there's a reason that people don't like to play or not compare, just online, because
Yes.
people are jerks, or they're like, you know, there's all these issues that happen, or they're just really good, and you know, it's not fun. It ends up not being fun because they're just so much better than you.
Yeah. And that's one thing I hate about the multiplayer is when it gets dramatic and people just, you know, it goes off.
Yeah, where it's not about the fun anymore.
Yeah, it gets too competitive.
Mm-hmm.
The fun's important.
Mm-hmm.
the only thing. Really.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's what turns off the casual players like myself, because you try to tip your toes in, and someone is like, "Oh, are you new here?"
Oh, geez, yeah. Fresh
You
meat.
know, like, yeah, fresh meat, and it doesn't matter how good you are at single player or how well you know the game. It's like, you've only played so and so hours of multiplayer. Like, hey, you didn't start with triple scout. Get out of here.
Yeah. Well,
And it's a big turnoff.
I've like sometimes I'll follow the the raids where they go um, after the Civ show or just whenever. I'm sure you guys have done, or just follow the raid, just sort of casual. I don't know, maybe have. I just like to see where it goes. So
Yes.
I think I've gone 4 in before where it transitions. I'm not completely watching. I'll usually be like, so for instance, when I'm listening to Foible's show, it'll be I'm listening to it and I might be playing my own game.
Yeah.
And I'll just watch. But one day, like I was up late, and as VanBradley knows, I can play, or even if 100 games was, so I stay up till 5 a.m. After the Civ game with him.
Oh, wow.
But like, I'll every now and then on special, like that was a special night. But if I'm honest with myself, I know I have late nights. I'm a night owl.
How's
I have-
Minerva?
yes, but so yeah, like when I followed it, the casual players were like, and this might have just been a fluke, okay, but the casual games with the kind of the players are just playing the computer and just having very engaging and and just listening to it. And then the stream came to the competitive players, like one of them came and it was like he had like 60 viewers at the time, but this was like a CPL. I don't know if he was a champ, but he was a good CPL player.
Yeah.
What people were watching. However, he was not talking, and for the most part, he was just playing. And he would make a comment here and there, and I think, like, people tuned into him not because, people were tuning in, they were enjoying it, but I think they were tuning in to watch. Well, what does he do? How does he do it?
Yeah.
That's what I care about. That's what I want to know. It's like that's not me, but I'm suggesting that's what the average viewer is, and that's what they want to watch. They don't want, if he talks to us, great. But honestly, that's not why I'm here. I'm here because I want to learn how to play. And I don't know if that was necessarily the case, but that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
And that's good, and I guess those people like it, but I much more enjoyed the casual chatting it up and doing all that stuff.
Yeah.
So that was one observation. I'd have to like check out a couple other to see if that's a trend. Is that a trend among more competitive Civ players? Is the viewers are more there just to see them play and be good, and it's less about the banter, and that's fine. But for me, I want banter.
Yeah.
It's what I need.
It's all right, Zoe. We all know you like to talk.
I love talking. Why won't you listen?
No, you're a great storyteller. I that's one of the traits I like about you the most is you're a good storyteller.
You're too kind.
Yeah, I usually am. Oh gosh, another unit. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. There we go.
You're fine.
7 turns, gentlemen.
I'm good.
7 turns.
I'm good.
The truth comes out.
The truth. The truth comes out.
It's funny. I didn't used to be though a consumer of Twitch content. I made it. I didn't consume it though.
No.
But now increasingly, I'm starting to watch, your guys' shows. I'm watching things like Sophie Quest when she plays Civ.
Yeah, that's
Sophie
fun.
Quest is low key one of the best streams I've ever come across. Just by accident, like just the way she is so chill,
Very chill.
but you never miss the action. Like, she's playing action games. Like, she's playing Assassin's Creed,
Mm-hmm.
and she's just going through it, like, slowly, and she's very funny, but she's not, like, loud or boisterous or things I normally enjoy.
Yeah.
But she kind of just talks you through the game, and I always watch her show when I'm editing. It's not really for me if I'm, like, looking to consume Twitch content.
Yeah.
Right? Because she hops games a lot. She's not really an expert in the game she's playing. But like just the confidence she has to just be her and just kind of commit to that, and that it works. Like when I'm editing and I need just something chill background noise, it works so well for me, that stream.
Yeah, it's just calming. It's like it pops
It's
up.
calming.
Like,
That's what it is. It's like you come home after work after a long day, right? And you're just like, it's just like a nice calming. You're just lying in bed and it's just like a nice calming thing.
Sophie has opened the doors to the archive. That's honestly, that's how I feel about Foible's stream as well.
Yeah, Foibles is the same type of stream for sure.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, it's like not to be unsettling, but like if you wanted to pick a stream to go to sleep to,
Yeah. Sleeper
100%
stream.
Foibles. Not in like a bad way.
No,
but like
no.
That's part of the charm of the stream.
Just
I've
wait
got
until we
freaking
just wait till we start doing some ASMR, you know.
Yeah, like I got air horns going off in mine. Like it doesn't like it's just a different thing.
Yeah.
It's a different product. Like if you like my stream and your stream or Sophie's stream are very different types of things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, and it's nice to have the variety because I tend not to watch streams that are like mine. I usually watch streams to get a different side of content, and it's really cool to find some of the more chill streams for sure.
You do have a very soothing voice.
Thank you.
Yes. It's, I was about to accidentally say VektorKat. I was like, no, VektorKat doesn't have a soothing voice.
Oh, wow.
Shot through the heart.
You know, VektorKat, you're not listening to for his monotonous. He's not going to put you to sleep. Okay. VektorKat is more like a NASCAR race announcer. That's how.
is that what I am? Really?
Yeah, or at least like if Civ had a version of that. Maybe the. See, I'm trying to look at think about tuning into you guys. I only listened to the first 60 minutes of your point of view, VektorKat, and you
Honestly, here's my thing. Like, you can say whatever you want about me. I will always be so just like, you once on stream said he's not the best Civ 6 content creator, but he is the most good looking. And that is all I will ever need in my life.
That's what you're going.
Congratulations.
Exactly. All
Pretty
I'm going
big
for
victory.
is to be the most attractive Civ 6 content creator.
All right, that's
You have it where
Everyone's
it counts.
got to have a purpose.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Have you met
I get that my voice is not necessarily soothing. It has a certain Southern American grating quality about it. I get it. That's fine.
I like grating when I try to think of soothing. I'm like, I want a cheese grater, but I'm a fluffy cloud grating. That's what I want.
VektorKat,
Yeah.
if your
That's
voice was a
VektorKat.
food, it would be grits.
Grits.
Well, if my voice was a food, it would be grits. Oh my goodness. Hang on one second, y'all. Hey, what's up? You okay?
Oh, man. Unfortunately, I don't really have an accent. Like, if you listen to me, you're not going to say, "Oh, that guy's from Arizona." No,
Definitely not.
No. That's just not how it works in Arizona either. I lived in Utah for a while, and Utahns definitely do have a certain way of saying things, and it's weird. Instead of saying,
I think
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I was interrupting. You're good.
Instead of saying corn, they say carn.
Carn.
Why would you say it like that? I mean, it's just their culture. It's just the way it was. It's just
Yeah,
interesting.
my favorite American accent is definitely Baltimore.
Oh yeah.
There's something about the way people from Baltimore specifically talk. I've only met a few people, but there's just like some weird quirks to it that I've always really loved.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I don't even know how to explain it. Like it's just such a fun.
it's a wild accent.
It is, isn't it? Like it's
it really
well
is.
within like the confines of what like an American accent in quotation marks would be.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
it colors out of the lines in such like in such strange ways. Like if you listen to Matthew McConaughey, it's like all right, all right, all right. Like it's very like where he separates from everyone else makes sense and it's like of a piece. But like the way people from Baltimore, their accent, it just kind of like random bits here or there just kind of flaunt themselves. It's really cool.
Yeah, the Baltimore accent is very, very interesting, and it is American on its face, but it's unique to every other American dialect.
Yeah,
Like
100%.
it has a hard vowel sound in a way that other American dialects don't, because every other American accent is based on hard, like, consonant sounds. It's wild. It is unlike any other.
Glad you agree with me. I was just bringing that up as like a random thing that I've always thought, but I had no idea if anyone else like noticed or agreed with me.
No, it's like, it. It's one of those. I'm honestly surprised to hear someone else talk about it. Because,
Right? It's one of those things everyone thinks but no one says type of thing.
well, it's that, but also like so many people are like, oh, this is an American accent because it's like this is what they sound like, but it's such a large country, people forget the individual dialects within certain regions,
Yeah.
and uh, Baltimore being just a city often gets forgotten because it has its own language and dialect, because you expect that you get that cultural nomenclature from an entire region or a state or a province, not just a city. But if you go outside of Baltimore, if you go into the counties outside of the city in Maryland, you get a completely different dialect.
See, now that's interesting because I didn't actually know that. I've been to like Virginia and whatnot, and it's very different, but I didn't know if the rest of Maryland was similar to Baltimore or not.
No,
It was
it's
just
not.
like I've met people from Baltimore and they sound like this, but it's different than the rest of Maryland too, which is interesting.
Yeah, it is. Like, Baltimore has its own way of speaking that is unique to the rest of Maryland.
That's awesome. I'm into that. I like that. I like that so much more. Also, is there a reason you're bringing like a full-on army down to murder me?
Oh, I think there is a reason that he would be doing that.
Do we need to do that?
Wait, where are you?
We were bonding over Baltimore accents. I'm just across the river. I'm Tues of Nagaz Garmu. If you can't see me, you're getting awfully close.
Wait, are you here to the west? Is that your red and white border?
No?
Oh, well then I don't know what you're talking about.
At least with is one of are you Canada, Van?
Maybe.
Okay, so at least with Canada, you know he can't just come at you.
Yeah,
has
he
to,
needs to denounce you.
He has to
Yeah,
say-
okay. I don't think that's gonna change the outcome. Like
You have been
I had
alerted, though.
I have considered it. I do get a heads up. I am concerned.
I do want to say I was able to grab Hypatia, so thank you very much.
What's are you over here to the east? That's so I was just exploring.
With
scouting,
1, 2,
eh?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 military units that I can see
Yeah, I like to be thorough.
Very thorough.
in your exploration. Okay.
Do you see what I see? A horse, a spear,
He's telling you a lie.
arrows, and a bow.
Some very very fertile floodplains down here.
Ooh, yeah, look at that. I love it when tiles get
That
fertilized.
3-3-3 tile I just noticed right now, actually. That's a sick tile.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that is a sick tile.
That's some delicious cotton, although you should not eat it. Can confirm, should not eat.
Yeah. My empire is gonna have the best T-shirts, or VektorKat's empire probably at this rate.
We got the best T-shirt.
You can do it, Van. For Canada.
Chilling, having a good time, not bothering anyone. It's a dog-eat-dog world, and I've chosen to starve.
At least I'm too early in world history to know what colonization is, so colonialism.
That's true.
So, full disclosure.
Disclose. Oh God.
Yeah, full disclosure. Want to step away for some bio and check on the Emma break and get back here in 10 minutes? Sound good?
That's fair.
Yeah.
We won't move ahead
Yeah.
without you. Don't worry. Just don't push next turn.
Oh no, I'm not. I am doing nothing.
Good.
Just checking on my lady, and then we'll get back. So I've got 11:51. Back in 9 or 10. Sound good to everybody?
You got it.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
All right.
Nope.
Back to big. And then plus sign when we're all back.
Indeed.
I'm
All right.
not going anywhere for sure.
I sent my brother on a beer run. I wonder if he shall be successful in the next 10 minutes.
Don't send the baby to buy beer.
Is it
I mean, he's like 22.
Alexa, set a timer for 10 minutes. There. Now we'll know. I'm liking
Man,
how
is my
things are going.
brother 22? My brother is 22.
How old are you then?
25.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's 20. I have another younger brother who's turning 18 in February.
Oh, very good. Fun ages.
I gave him some whiskey yesterday. Mom
How'd that
was
go?
not happy.
Oh, the 18-year-old or the 17-year-old?
Yeah, very funny though. Just a little bit.
Just a
Not
little
even
bit.
like, not even half a dram. I just knew it would tick Mom off. It's one of those things where I knew I could cause a ruckus, but no one would make a big deal about it because A, it didn't like actually matter that much, and B, like no one wants to make a fuss on Christmas.
So were you the cause a ruckus child then growing up?
No, my middle brother for sure.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
But socially I was. Like when I went to summer camp as a kid, I would go and like take Jimmy's flashlight and put it on Timmy's bed and then be like, "Whoa, Timmy, Jimmy took your flashlight or whatever." And then just like see what would happen.
I love that.
That is
So I grew
fantastic.
out of that, but I was
That
definitely
is
like I
so
never
good.
liked getting in the fray myself.
Yeah.
Right? Like conflict wasn't really my thing, but I liked the just like little things like stirring the pot.
Mm-hmm. You
Like
like to
I
stir the
wasn't
pot.
like when I was growing up, everyone liked to make like your mom jokes, and I always thought like that type of stuff was rude,
Yeah.
like or just not funny,
You loved your mom too much.
right? But I like the actual like, hey, let's move a flashlight from one bed to the other, and then let's just see what happens, right? Like this obviously isn't gonna blow up into like World War III. It's just gonna be like add a little tension, add a little spice.
Yeah. That's funny.
So that's what I like to do.
See, I was the youngest of two. I just have one older sister. And so the way I put it is I got to learn a lot of life lessons by example. Most
100%.
of the time what not to do.
Yeah, no doubt.
And what's funnier is that Jen, the wife, she is also the youngest, and she had two older stepbrothers. And so it's kind of funny with both of us being the younger children in our family, how we interact with each other. Most of the time we have a good time. We're fun loving. We like to do things together. We like to try new things. But then when it comes to like things around the house, we're both like lazy. Like the dishes might sit for a day or two, or there's a pile of laundry on the floor that still needs to be done, or there's just things that it's because we grew up being the younger ones and we are used to being spoiled. And now as we've gained responsibility and as we've done this or that and grown and become educated. Yeah, it's kind of just interesting how that has evolved. Seeing that dynamic of having two young children of their families be together.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was never that mean to my younger brothers. I kind of regret it, to be honest. I never abused my older brother
Yeah.
privileges.
And we never really butt heads. Like sometimes we'll be stubborn to each other, but the opposite example of this is my parents, who are both the oldest child in their family, and they butt heads quite a bit because they're used to being the ones in charge, being with the most responsibility, making things happen. And so when one person wants to do something differently than the other, they'll butt heads. And of course, nothing bad has ever happened. They've been together for over 30 years, but it's just interesting to see how the way you were raised and your family dynamic interacts with your new family when you create a family through marriage or whatever, and how those relationships evolve because of that.
I still get like just subconsciously angry if we're all going out in like one car somewhere for whatever reason. Right? I just like expect to get the front seat. Just like subconsciously, if I go to the car and my little brother's he's like 22, right?
Yeah.
But if he's in the front seat, I'm like, no, you're a toddler. Get out of here. I am the adult. Right? Like I still like it is weird because like subconsciously I'm just like, get out of the front seat.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's mine.
That's funny.
That was actually the best point of my life, I think, when I got to sit in the front seat and no one else was allowed.
Yeah.
Because my younger brothers hated it, even though like like a lot of things I had to wait a lot longer than my younger brothers did, because then they could just do it with me. Like I had to wait till I was like 11 or whatever to go to like the next door townhouse complex or whatever by myself, to just play outdoor hockey with my friends.
Yeah.
But as soon as I was 11 and could do it, my brother, who was like 8 then, could just come with me. And I was like very upset about it. Because like, no, he has to stay home for 3 years, Mom.
Yeah.
Like, what? I waited. And so that was the one thing that the rule was applied evenly.
Fair enough.
Was the front seat. Yeah, I was excited about that one.
I did notice that Mongolia is the only person generating great general points right now. Single encampment.
I'm buying this one away from him. I have enough faith for like the next 3.
Oh, wow.
I have enough faith in the next 3, so I'm buying them as he gets the points. So he can never earn one, ideally.
Dance of the Aurora? Question mark. Is that what you got?
No, I have Earth Goddess.
Ah, pretty good land then, huh?
I got 51 faith right now. No holy sites.
Ooh, that's good. 51 per turn.
Yeah, 51 per turn. I have Void Singers as well.
Oh, that helps. Yeah,
So,
whenever you have like a civilization that has a faith bias, that's one of my rules. And we were talking. You're asking that, Zoe, like what the best secret societies are for certain civs. I think a general rule of thumb is if you're a civ that has any kind of faith ability or the ability to compound faith, Void Singers is always a great way to go because it just enhances your faith economy already. Like if you've got good holy sites or a good faith bonus somewhere, and you add Void Singers on top of that, it's like adding a couple percentage points to your interest, right? And so that's one of my rules. And then if you look at, for example, like Rome's best choice is always going to be Void Singers because you get the free monument. Most culture civs are good with Void Singers, especially like Sweden or Congo, because they've got an extra spot for a relic or a great work. And then like economic civs, like I'll say this, I went with Owls as Spain, and I think that's a good choice because Spain's got some good economic bonuses, right? I could have gone Void Singers as well. I thought about that, but I thought economizing might be better than, because I think I'm already going to have a good faith economy just from my holy sites, and that's and that should result in what I'm wanting to do here. So we'll see what happens. Oh, he's.
No, that's just me.
Oh, okay.
That's with the Civ gift.
Oops.
I waited and waited and waited for vampires, and it was a bad move. If I had gone Owls, and that was the only one, by the way. Owls is the only one I met. But I met them early. I think if I had gone with them, it would have made for a very different game. I'm very disappointed I waited as long, because I actually needed my city-state allies.
Yeah.
And early on, I think it could have been. I could have done a lot with them, and I think because I ended up having competitions with you, Van, and with others. But like, if I was Owls, and all the trade routes I was sending was like, constantly getting me envoys, because it was always close races,
Yeah.
very close races where it was back and forth. And then just the extra economic policy slot, I think would have made a big difference. And I waited too long. Like I ended up going with them, and that's the most disappointing thing,
Yeah.
is I went with them in like the Renaissance, but I got them in the Ancient Era, and it, I, I held out too long. But like at the same time, I was confident I could get them because I'd had like 3 barbarian camps early on nearby. It's just none of them. It was just bad luck. Everyone.
Yeah.
Nope. Nope. Um,
And
that's
that's
always
just
fun.
sometimes how it goes, you know?
Just how it goes. I had that governor like sitting around waiting to be used, not used. But that's the thing with Civ. I was going to say VektorKat's back.
Yeah.
Is that the earlier you have an advantage, the better.
Yes.
Right? It snowballs, and it would have made a big difference. And I don't think it would have changed the outcome of the game. Unfortunately, I know it's beating the horse dead, but like when the 2 best players decide we're going to be allies and not oppose one another, we're all screwed.
Yes.
Especially when those 2 players are Mongolia and Germany. If there were any other civs, like Germany, if you can have Germany in a situation where nobody's opposing them, and I know you
Yeah.
can say, "Oh, that's every civ." Like, no, with Germany, they get freaking roaring once they get their hands. If you let them sit back and build up their empire,
Alexa, stop.
oh my god, their trade treaties alone
Yeah.
are like just crazy for production.
Well, Bradley, was your brother successful? The timer went off.
I don't know. He hasn't updated me. I did tell him to just leave it in the fridge.
Ah, gotcha.
I told him he could have, if he got a 6-pack for me, he could have 1. 12 or more is 2. So whatever he wanted to pick up, I would just send him the money for. So I don't know. I just told him to take his share and then leave mine in the fridge.
There you go.
So I should probably go check the fridge now
Yeah.
that I'm saying this out loud.
Go for it.
Only after you
Yeah.
I'm actually going to go get water real quick. I'll just be a minute.
Sounds good.
water, the fool's beer. It's literally fool's beer because there's no beer in it. Get it? No? Wasn't funny? Fine.
Because it's just water.
It's just water. But beer is also like 99% water. Like, just the most funny, hilarious thing about the beer industry.
Does that make whiskey king's beer?
No, because whiskey, while it is majority water, its process is very time consuming, right? There's a lot of attention that goes in, a lot of energy
Oh.
that goes into it, right? Distilling whiskey. And also distilling whiskey has to be done in a way for safety reasons, right? Like it can be dangerous. You can like blow things up with a distiller if you had like a homemade distiller, if you didn't know what you were doing.
So you maintain that whiskey is just the scholar's beer, the
It's
smart man's beer.
the scholar's beer. Yes, I clearly that's what I maintain. I like the drink, gentlemen. Don't get me wrong, but I think in the new year I'm gonna shift more into whiskey away from beer. I really like whiskey, and I haven't like. When I say shift, I don't mean like I'm gonna get raging drunk on whiskey all the time, but like I enjoy the flavor of whiskey, and I find that like you know, um, whiskey's a lot easier on your belly. And I think one of the goals for this year, I know everyone says like New Year's, New Year's resolution, is to get into shape, but like I really mean it. Like I'm gonna get into shape this year. Like I'm gonna be 40 next year, right? Like I'm turning 39 this year, and I really do want to get good habits going.
Well, I lost weight when I started drinking the Heineken Zero beer, and when I wanted liquor, I drank whiskey and nothing else. I mean, there are some advantages to it because beer really does put on the calories and puts on pounds, man.
Yeah, man.
We really stand by the Heineken Zero because it still tastes like a beer, but you don't get drunk on it, and you don't have the added sugar weight getting into your belly. So I recommend it.
All right, we're back. There were 5 Heinekens sitting in my fridge.
Nice success.
He even walked up the stairs to put them in my fridge instead of his. What a hero.
Such a hero.
So we're all here, yeah?
Not
Yeah,
all
we're good.
heroes
Yeah.
wear
For,
capes.
VektorKat. Says waiting for VektorKat.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I gotta move my peeps.
We're good. I got some more fool's beer.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Getting drunk on that H2O.
That
I was
water
gonna
gun.
tell you, Zoe, since you said, I think it was you and one other person here that said they liked my voice. If ever you need me to do like a video ad or anything like that, like some kind of video narration for the Civ show,
That'd be
I'd
sick.
love to. It would be fun.
Yeah.
Plus, it would give me some experience because I'd love to do some more voiceover work if I could.
If I ever write a novel flip,
Foolish
you
fool.
can audiobook
Now
it.
you're asking for that.
There you go. I feel like I've got a good enough mic to manage that now to do it. So
I just don't know though if the only issue is that VektorKat might never end his turn, and that's the only thing that would stop
So
us.
he's moving all his units towards my empire.
he's a little busy at the
Oh.
moment.
He's taking his time plotting his murder of Canada.
I'm so sorry.
Funny you mention it. I'm done.
Oh crap! What was that? Who died? Oh freak! That was It was just the free unit though. That's okay. I'd like to watch this. Can I come watch the show?
Were you guys streaming?
I am slightly concerned.
Ever since a certain neighbor I knew lost a settler to a volcano on the Civ Give, I've decided to be very cautious because I'm like, oh, that's
Oh
terrible.
yeah.
Oh man, I'd never want that to happen.
Oh yeah. That's one of the worst things that can happen to you.
I'm always gonna, for now on, I'm gonna take the slow route unless I can blitz through the ash. I'm not, or unless it's currently erupting, like if it just started going off.
Yeah.
Then I'll do it.
Sounds good.
I can't imagine, especially if that was your first or second. But
It was
especially
my
if
third. No, it was my second city.
that's just not fair.
No, sorry.
Fair.
It was my third. My second city was an attempt to forward settle you, even though you'd already done the same to me.
Yes, it was a mutual forward settlement. I acknowledge. You did it, and then I was like, oh, I see what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So much for peace in our time. on
I've been
Boxing Day.
denounced, friends. It's been fun.
Frickin' Boxing Day.
No.
You have time though, I think.
Well, we're gonna institute the vassal rule. So once you've lost 66%,
Oh
you can't win.
jeez, we're instituting that
But,
now.
I don't know. You should always, I think that should always be like the way we play. That should always be a rule. It's like, yeah, we got vassalage.
That is kind of fun. Maybe, and that would be fun if it became an actual.
Yeah,
of
like
the
think
game.
about it, like in a casual friendly format, but multiplayer. It means that the player is not eliminated. They're still part of the fun. They have to concede the fact that now they can't win. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, you failed. You can't win. Now it's up to other people. But you still get to be part of the game.
Yeah.
You know, you're still in.
It's empire building at its finest.
Yeah.
It feels really fine.
Feels real fine.
I'm feeling fine about this.
Everything's fine. We're all fine here. How are you?
Everything's
How are you?
fine.
I'm like the dog in the house where everything's just.
This is fine.
This is fine. Oh, yeah, he's stepping up.
Step up to the streets.
I'm in danger.
Another good meme. I'm excited to play that What Do You Meme game. I got that for Christmas. I think that's going to be a lot of fun.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
No. I mean, what do you mean?
It's basically like Cards Against Humanity, but with pictures. And it's
Probably a little less graphic as well.
Well, the one we got was the family version. So with that designation, that tells me that there is a non-family version too, which I would be curious to see.
Right, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. I am enjoying these trade routes, Mongolia. Thank you very much for these roads and these mutual trade negotiations.
Oh, you are welcome. I'm so glad you're enjoying them.
And there's that southern charm I was hoping to get out of VektorKat this evening. Oh, you are so welcome.
So welcome, sir.
I'm so glad you.
I didn't know Georgians hated Canadians this much.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
Indonesia, fun. Where did I meet you?
And he's just got so much more interesting. I do declare.
Oh, jeez.
Like,
So,
sir.
how do you feel about Leonardo DiCaprio's portrayal of a Southerner in Django Unchained?
Leo in Django Unchained was really, really great.
Oh,
Okay, I'm glad you said that because I think it's one of the best movies made in a long time.
It's about the world, or half the world.
nice.
He did an amazing job, and there's nothing else to be said about that. And anyone that has any complaint about his performance is just going out of their way to be performatively objective. Like he did a very good job.
Almost like performatively obtuse.
Yeah, if you really want to complain about the job he does in that movie, then you're just going out of your way to be an asshole. I'm sorry, he does a good job. He really does.
There's more of that southern charm I like.
Captivating.
Enthralling.
Robbing?
Not
That's
quite.
robbing Southern charm.
Oh my gosh, not the direction I was going.
I think it's really great that I don't have any iron. That's definitely helping at the moment. This is gonna be. It's a real I'm in danger moment.
It is. Good thing this ain't the Civ give.
Danger, VanBradley, danger.
Danger!
Yeah, I'm excited to see how
how
this showdown goes.
You are in grave danger. Oh, I do enjoy faith buying units.
I enjoy faith buying boats.
That is fun, isn't it?
It is. Now that I can reveal who I am.
I mean, just think about it. If you are Indonesia and you go a bit militaristic and you have the power to faith buy both land and naval units and you have a strong enough faith economy, that is very scary.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Time to be diplomatic.
Here we are.
Votes for Zoe equal votes for friendliness when I encounter you in the future. Or
I already
even
voted, totally forgetting to have a discussion about it. Sorry, guys.
Canada, the negotiate. Nope, not
I
listening.
totally forgot that, like, on multiplayer, you normally have a discussion about these votes.
Hey,
I'm just used to spamming it and then leaving it.
do y'all know what rhymes with Schmitty Schminter?
Nah.
That almost sounded like Schfinkter.
and then we went there.
I went there at least.
The thing that sucks most is he gets to declare war first before I can
Yay.
respond. So he's just going to attack me before I can even... Oh, God.
Well, I sent it to the boys off in the office about it, and they said that it was a you problem. And I was like, that's pretty rude. We're trying to be empathetic here. So just, you know, I am going to do something about it. Okay?
Something.
I'm going to come and do something about it.
Surely his whole army is here if someone wants to take his cities? Question mark?
I would think most of his armies are there. Wow, I'm liking Indonesia's numbers right now. They look really good. Very good, Indonesia. Very good.
Thank you.
Has the bloodshed begun, or are we still waiting?
Oh, I'm patiently waiting. I kind of like I'm sitting in my castle watching everything around me be besieged, and it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
I just realized I do have iron. I built on top of it and didn't realize, so that's a bonus.
Well, there you go.
So that's a positive thing that's happening.
Positive things are happening. All good things. All good things.
You should upgrade that one unit. There we go. There we go.
Oh, wow. Just realized I don't have that. Okay. Oops.
The thing is, even if you never attack me, you're throwing me so far off the path I want to go this game by forcing me to build like 1,000 archers and everything. Oh, this is frustrating. Because just by having your people here, you can just bring settlers down and just never let me leave my own empire. Ah, dang it. And because all your units are cavalry units, they're just so fast. Okay. All right.
I never have to actually attack you. I could just camp.
Stand right there the whole game and keep me hemmed in, I think.
Can he, huh?
I always wondered why you're allowed to teleport great people around. Like, what mechanic in the game allows you to do that with some units and not... like, it's such a weird...
Because they're not armies, right? They're just people.
They're
and
wizards.
It's like it doesn't take 10 years to walk. You know,
But I
from one area.
can't teleport a builder from place to place. They're not
But builders
armies.
are not. It's not one guy.
They're not
right?
magical.
A builder is a swarm of them, right? It's an army of builders.
They have
If
to be a
it's
singular human entity.
if it's on the map, okay. If it is a unit that's not a great person, it is actually a crapload of guys, and it's not easy to just move them around. Also, it's a game; it's not realistic, VanBradley. Okay?
Oh,
There he is.
we have
There
entered
he is.
the sarcastic portion of the game night.
The event.
The event. Bless you, I think.
Thank you.
Was that a sneeze?
It was a cough.
One of the worst things is when you get a hiccup burp. I call them hiccups, and they
Hiccups.
hurt.
Oh my God! You call them that too?
I do.
This is what it's like when doves cry.
Mm-hmm.
No, nobody calls them that. Okay, that's crazy.
Sure.
I think it's a good name.
Hiccups. Oh,
I
yeah.
had the hiccups the other day and was like, I hadn't had them in a while and was like shocked. I was like, what is happening to me?
Am I dying? Is this COVID?
Is this COVID? Yeah. The question everyone needs to ask all the time.
Is this death knocking?
I've only asked that question like 27 times today. Okay. this here. All right.
The COVID jokes are a little fresh for me right now.
I understand. We will not continue that conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
No
no
problem.
worries.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, no, like it's no harm, no foul. I just thought I'd just go ahead and cut it off at the pass.
Thank you. Circumcise it just right there.
ooh,
Yeah,
circum-
just but who gets to keep the tip?
Heard it's a delicacy.
It's just like it's very real for us right now,
yes.
Understood.
Yes.
and
It's not so
What'd
much.
you say?
What am I gonna do? That one. Okay, I'll go this. I'm talking to myself.
Yes, you are.
I'm in such danger.
I sent you a deal, Bradley.
I'm
I
looking
sent you a
at
deal
so
too, Canada.
I'm looking at so many things here, trying to figure out how I can either he attacks me, and I try and defend it, but like also he can just never do it, and I can't go anywhere for the rest of the game.
Well, you are Canada. Your role is not to expand per se, but you should have a say in how things go.
You need to form a constitutional monarchy. Is what needs to happen.
I think you need to form
Yeah.
a constitution. That's what I meant to say. The time has come.
I really like that coffee tile my scout is sitting next to, Mr. VanBradley. It's very beautiful.
Tyler,
Mm-hmm. That coffee looks amazing.
I'm gonna send you a photo of my like original Quebec City settle. It was really nice.
Oh yeah.
It's very, very nice. I'll
Now-
send it at the end.
Here's a question, because I've heard it pronounced Quebec, and I've also heard it pronounced Quebec.
It's Quebec. I'm just an a-hole BCer.
You're anglicized.
Yeah, it's Quebec. If you said it like as a French person would say it, it's not Quebec.
Yeah.
Quebecois.
Quebec.
Quebecois.
Quebecois.
Yeah, when you say Quebecois, you don't say Quebecois. It's just
Quebecois.
Quebec. It's just Quebecois.
Sounds like you're 4 years old.
Yeah, no, it's definitely Quebec, and I'm just a turd.
Can't believe it. By the way,
the
Canada
Q-
and myself have been thinking about your turdness. You really got to turn away from this turdness, VanBradley. Okay?
Turdness.
He's the only Canadian that pronounces. He insults
You pronounced it Quebec too, you dingus.
No, never.
Get out of here, Sozo. You live closer. I have no. You're right next door. I
Yeah,
live
but
on.
they got more in common with BC. No,
More
not
in
really.
common.
Well, in a way, actually, they do. Okay, so Quebec and
Do we both
then
think Alberta is
Columbia.
crazy?
well, the relationship you have with Alberta is similar.
It's so
from
great.
Ontario to Quebec, only in this case, you're Quebec and Alberta is Ontario. So we do have a similar dynamic, and the prairie provinces here in Canada, they do have a tendency to be more conservative. Yet British Columbia has a tendency to be whatever Alberta's not, to the point that like British Columbia's Conservative Party is in fact the Liberal Party, which is funny.
Oh, so funny! It's so funny going to vote, and the Liberal Party here is like the Conservative Party. There's no like. It's so funny when you have to like wrangle the words, try and figure out what you're voting for.
And
Yeah,
your
our-
turn.
Ooh, you got me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I like our relationship with Alberta because both of our opinions are based on like almost nothing, and we just think they're a bunch of like hillbilly cowboys, and they think we're a bunch of like socialist lefties or whatever they say.
Just a bunch
And then
of
we just
yeehaws.
we mutually agree to just hate each other's hockey teams,
Mm.
and that's like where it ends. But like, there's definitely like this weird vibe between BC and Alberta.
The
It's
funny
just
thing
very different places.
do you both dislike Ontario or do you
Oh
think
no,
there's-
we just like Ontario more than Alberta does. But I haven't lived in Alberta for long periods of time, so that's maybe just my impression.
Yeah, I
We
can see that.
Vancouverites dislike Ontario because Ontario always gets all the cred for everything. Like if you watch like a broadcast for Hockey Night in Canada, it's like, oh, the Vancouver Canucks are playing. Let's tell you what the Maple Leafs are doing today. Right? Like it
Oof.
just like it feels like other than the Olympics, it just feels like the world revolves around Ontario, and people in Vancouver are like, wow, we're cool too. Whistler's amazing. Right? Whereas I don't think that they have that in Alberta.
Is he laughing
I
because
love
it's
that you guys
true?
are hearing like all these Canadian like.
I
don't even know
I
if you-
think Ontario's great. I think they just have more people, and so
They
like
do.
in media and advertising and stuff, it's more centered towards them because they have the
We-
most amount of people.
we have lots of people, but it's also, at least for English Canada, we're the old country, and for French Canada, obviously it's Quebec. And the disadvantage, although it's I think it's diminishing. The disadvantage Quebec has had is especially with the Bloc Québécois. So in Canada, Foibles and VektorKat, we have there's a federal party called the Bloc de Québécois, and it basically represents Quebec. So it'd be like if you guys had the Texas party,
Oh, jeez.
and it only
I can only imagine.
and its
The
main
Texas
thing
party.
is to ensure Texas has what it wants. And I think it's actually a good analogy because Texas is such a huge part, a big part of the states, but it's not all of the states. It's
Yeah.
just it's a big, wealthy, powerful state. So Quebec is like a big, wealthy, powerful province in Canada, but it's also one of the first two, right? Is Ontario and Quebec, Upper and Lower Canada. It's also one of the
Unfortunately, we kind of already do have a Texas party, but go on.
Yeah. Now the big difference is that because Canada is still, even though our two official languages are English and French, is still predominantly English. So for the other provinces, they, in my opinion, they resent Quebec because they just feel that Quebec gets extra attention that they don't get, which I think they're mistaking attention for. Quebec's it's a different situation. It's almost like a miniature nation within a nation, all right? And that's required in order to maintain the French Canadian language and culture. But so they're resentful towards Quebec for that, and then they're resentful towards Ontario because it is the larger English province and it gets a lot of the attention as a result of being, the largest province. Like we have 10 million people in Ontario. It is a large economy, and compared to the other provinces, even British Columbia is what, like 3 million,
Ah, that sounds about right to me.
right?
Vancouver City is just a shade over 1, and then the
Yeah.
rest of the province makes up maybe another 2. That sounds right to me. It's
Yeah,
around there.
It might be 4 million.
We're
but either
smaller
way-
than Ontario and Quebec. We're
and Quebec
third,
is
I think.
quite large. Quebec is quite large. Now, historically, though, the thing with Quebec is they had a cultural disadvantage. So part of their cultural heritage was also a disadvantage for a very long time, and that's in that until very recently, it was seen as a cultural taboo, and this was a religious thing to get into commerce, to banking and stuff like that. Okay, so generally Quebec employment was based around manufacturing and agriculture, but not in finance. And that all changed. Okay, so there's kind of like this silent revolution in Quebec in like the 70s, where that old idea was rejected, and Quebec started like Montreal Stock Exchange, and like Quebec started getting into finance, and then Quebec got hardcore into finance, and it totally changed Quebec's economy. Before then, Quebec was like way behind other provinces. It just wasn't. It wasn't getting ahead, and it was a cultural thing. It was that they were not embracing the economies of Ontario, like what Ontario was doing in investment on a world stage, on a Canadian stage. And then it got into it and it embraced it and like revolution. But it's like these little interesting quirks,
Hmm.
you know.
These foibles, you know.
These foibles. It's such a perfect word. These foibles. Mr. X. Okay, what does this thing do? What does this dumb little hut do? I can build one of those giant stone heads, you know?
Oh yeah, it gives you faith in later tourism. The colossal heads.
Yeah. +1. Okay, and then I
Have
this
you guys
other
seen
one.
the clip of the guy that wins the CPL game in like 16 turns or something? Because he just has tourism when no one else has any. And so the second he gets, I can't remember what it is, but he wins before most people have like their second or third cities. Just because he found some weird way to generate a bunch of tourism. It's such a funny clip.
Interesting.
All right.
Okay.
I am a fan of casually playing Civ, having a chat, and watching soccer at the same time.
This is good. Yeah, it's
I
good
just
stuff.
I just watched a whole Man City match that I probably wasn't going to get to watch otherwise, and I feel great about it. Also, as a Man United fan, I'm mad that Man City won, but they are fun to watch.
I was just thinking about Man City, how great. No, I don't know a thing about it.
Are you just trying to be a Man City fan to rattle me before VektorKat murders me here? Is that what it is?
Hey man, I sent you a deal. You said go to hell, though, and I was like, oh.
Oof.
I said I accepted every deal.
Oh, that was rough.
Yeah, except mine.
I accepted 2 deals on 1 turn a couple turns ago.
Well, I'm just saying that like it doesn't look like you accepted mine. I'll send it again though.
There might have been a misunderstanding.
Ooh.
Well, my patience is renowned for being endless, so.
Similar to your speech.
Ooh, okay. Regardless of what happens, I'm proud of our little Canadian empire.
Yeah, me too.
Well, you've got a nice wonder there.
Oh, I thought he was talking about for reals.
Wait, what?
I thought he was saying that like he's proud of like our Canadian.
Oh, IRL. Are you truly proud?
Both. I do enjoy Canada, specifically when I'm hurt and need to go to the hospital.
Ah, yes.
That is
Canada shines best
When it comes to healthcare.
health. 100%. What was really fun is hearing Americans like post their medical bills online. I've never even seen a medical bill.
Yeah.
I don't even know what like an invoice from a hospital would look like.
Yeah, it's.
I'm
not
assuming
pretty.
just a regular invoice, but I didn't even know like what it would look like to get a bill.
Yeah.
Don't get me started, but
Not a good time.
I mean, like I was over Thanksgiving. I was in the hospital for 6.5 days, and I've got 40 grand in hospital bills.
Shit.
So rough.
That is not right.
Nope, it's pretty rough. And like we have no. I was texting with Nystagmus a couple days ago. Like we have no idea how we're gonna pay for it. We have absolutely no idea.
What I've learned
But-
is that as long as you're making payments, that's all they care about. You know, even little amounts here and there.
Yeah, but at the same time, like all that does is you can put it off as long as you want, but all that's going to do is take off of your credit score.
True.
Yeah.
Man, your medical bills count towards your credit score?
Yes, sir.
What?
It's not
That
right.
is,
It's not right.
that's unconscionable to me,
It's not
and I
right.
might just be speaking as like a Canadian who
No,
just
it's
doesn't
not.
know better.
And I'm sorry. And if ever like we have this, and we might, but I'm a firm believer that it's probably one of the most ridiculous things about the American democracy is that it does not see the value of the welfare state and doing things like healthcare is something that is affordable when we're all throwing into it. It's just like, this, foibles now.
Uh-huh.
Insurance works because it's a bunch of people throwing into it that most of the time don't need it.
Yeah.
Right? That's why it works. And
Exactly.
it's funny, the thing about insurance is it's actually a critical part of the evolution of capitalism was insurance. And insurance started as like a widower's fund for looking at how to compensate if a
Mhm.
minor died, something like that. And it turned into insurance is a very reliable mathematical equation that a lot of the economy is based on. But the funny thing is that it works because everybody's paying into it, and most people don't need it, and that's very true even with healthcare. Most people don't need it, and ultimately, in aggregate, it is better to have a healthy society that is not burdened by debt to stay alive.
Yeah.
Right? If you getting into commercial debt is one thing. That's a choice. That's something you wanted. Okay, getting into debt because of health, that is completely different.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous.
I think ever since we've been married, we've had to deal with health bills, and that's been eight plus years. And so there's been instances where we're sick, or there's, when our son was born, or emergency visits. But it is absolutely ridiculous, and that is I'm more central in my political perspective. I'm a registered independent voter, so I don't affiliate with either Republican or Democratic parties. I was raised Republican, and so I lean a little conservative, but I also embrace new ideas. And one of the things that I think would revolutionize how our society could grow is through universal health care. I think that'd be very helpful. And of course, the capitalists and the businessmen and all that will say no this or no that. But I think overall, it would be very helpful and help us, head in the right direction.
I just think, and I apologize for bringing it up. I didn't know people had. I didn't realize it was actually a big deal for people who were in the chat. So I apologize for mentioning anything. But it's just like
You're good.
But just like it's just something you can't control. Right? Like that's the part that really gets it for me. It's like it's just so unconscionable to me that people just being healthy has to be something that ruins their life financially. Not even that costs money. There's a whole world between we pay $0 and someone has a $40,000 bill.
Mm-hmm.
There's somewhere, even if you're not fully on one side or the other, surely there's a middle point in between where it doesn't have to be that much money.
Well, and we owe that because we did not get it pre-approved through Emma's healthcare. Like that's how busted the American system is. We did not give Emma's healthcare a heads up that I was going to the hospital.
Like, sorry.
So that's the burden.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like saying,
it's
"Hey,
interesting, foibles," to hear you talk about it as like a political thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Just because here it's just not.
It is. It's
like
very political.
There's no party, there's no politician, there's nothing that goes, yeah, we're gonna get rid of the universal healthcare thing. I bet you if you polled Canadians like Nanos or whatever polling companies in the States did a poll, it'd be like 95+%.
Yeah.
Right, like it's just not even a thing that people talk about, let alone a thing that could possibly divide people politically. It's like one of the cornerstones of just being here. I can't even imagine. Like it's just so foundational to who we are as a people. I think that it's just strange to me that just so close to us. I live 10 kilometers from the American border.
Yeah.
Right. Like it's wild to me that in 15 kilometers someone has a $40,000 medical bill for something that I wouldn't even know what the bill looks like. It just, I don't know.
Yeah.
It just doesn't sit right with me.
Hey, it's wild to us too, man. Like
Mhm.
it's wild to us too, and it would have been completely different if we had the foresight, apparently, to call the insurance company and give them warning.
Hey, by the
Because
way, insurance company, I'm about to have a heart attack, so could
That
you please
feels
cover
like
me
a
at the hospital?
strange stipulation.
Yeah, it is strange.
Did you
That
think
feels like
they-
a strange thing.
yep, yeah, it's a little bit weird, and that's why my presence on Discord and during the Civ Give has been a little bit weird because my treatment was you know, hey, here you go. Let's get you out of the hospital as quick as possible because we want to keep your bill as low as it can be. And also, we need to get you out of the hospital because we're already at capacity.
right?
COVID,
Like
yeah.
that's another thing. Like being in the hospital during the COVID overflow was a huge eye opener. Like goddamn, those nurses and those doctors were doing everything they could just to keep the hospital running.
Yeah, bless them.
They're already like before this started, were already at like 90-95% capacity because this is a problem in both Canada and the United States that they don't get enough resources, and unfortunately, you know, this is just part of the overall economic system. This is all a problem of trickle down economics. This is a problem of believing that things like, you know, high minimum wage and some are bad things when we know that that's bullshit. We know that when money flows, the economy does well. And the problem is that right now we're experiencing this massive concentration of wealth, and it's not just right now; it's been for decades.
Yeah.
And it's a
You're not
reoccurring
wrong, man. You really
but
aren't. You are not
it's
wrong.
and it's something that basically we need the political will to say, listen, the idea that it's your money is bullshit. It's not. It is not your money. Okay. And that is what taxation is supposed to do. Taxation is supposed to redistribute and ensure that these resources are, and we know, we can just look at history. Say, we can look at the United States. You know, the United States invented the idea. Okay. And this is why politics and misinformation are infuriating. Okay. This idea that like paying taxes and having social things are it's socialism, it's communism. It's like, no, it's not. Frickin' the United States invented this idea with the New Deal, the idea of taxing the rich, okay, and putting that money back into the society. Um, that's an American idea, and it's why America like became the most powerful nation in the world. And it wasn't until, you know, after the '60s, especially, where like it completely reversed on its head, and somehow those making the most money were paying the least taxes.
Yeah.
And it was this idea that it's your money, and it's like, no, money has value because we as a collective humanity give it value. It's a piece of paper with a picture on it, okay, but it has value because we trust it, and it is the rest of us that do that, right? Money it has power because we give it power, and the idea that, well, you figured the system out, and usually it's like somebody who has good education and, you know, born into wealth, and you kept it going, and you think it's yours, and it's no. We made that money. We gave it value, and when I say we, that's like the societal we. Okay, gave it value, and
Yep.
that you have a means by which you can retain these millions and millions of dollars or billions and billions of dollars. That is not because it should be yours. That is because you have basically found loopholes, and we have now. It's well, when I say now, when I say we, I mean we as North Americans. Canada's intertwined with this. Have a political system that can be bought by those who have money to ensure that the system stays as it is, and it's bullshit. And we have to basically accept that no, the money's not yours. The reason you have it is bullshit, and it needs to go back, because especially now with wealth, you have people basically they do nothing, they contribute nothing, especially in finance. They contribute nothing actually to the economy. and it's that they're using this crazy rigged system, all right, that they're able to just put money into it, and it makes them money, and they don't have to do anything for it.
End
And-
your turn.
Oh yeah, sorry, we don't have the political will to stop it. I'm
I
sorry.
think
that
I
was
think Tamarius just popped in
I
here.
saw that.
Yo, where's Tamarius? Get him in here. He's a fun guy.
He heard Zozo talking about politics. He's like, nope, out.
I do
Well,
wish. I don't
can't
know
see
if
the
it's like
game.
always the right forum, but I always hated growing up, like being told never to talk about politics. I'm like, wouldn't it be so much better if everyone just did?
Yeah.
Like maybe
Be
like
more
I don't know,
educated, aware of others'
right? Like
opinions.
even if you just like completely disagree with what the other people was saying, like have talking about politics not be a taboo thing. Isn't that just better?
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
Right?
I
Like
have to
wouldn't
choo-
wouldn't
I,
wouldn't
I'm
you?
sorry, I also have to choose a government, so I'll stop talking. You guys, sorry, not a government.
Okay.
Constitutional monarchy.
Constitutional monarchy.
Yeah, we could talk about that for so long though.
Yeah, I just enjoy like I just enjoy like sitting back and just listening to people talk about politics
Mhm.
because everyone just has such their own unique individual like life experience that shapes their views.
Yeah.
But
Well,
also like just having the opportunity to live in a country where like we can talk about politics and no one's gonna get like
Shot. Yeah.
shot for it, right? Like that in itself is a privilege, I think.
And especially when you care about the person's opinions that's actually talking, like you just want to sit back and go, oh, yeah, and you don't feel compelled to rebut them or say no immediately. You are wrong. How dare you? Like when it's someone whose opinion that you actually value. Like that's when it's really fun, right? When you get to just sit back and listen to it.
Yeah.
And when it's people that play Civ 6, you assume they're gonna have a baseline informed
Understanding
opinion.
of
Yeah.
Some
Yeah.
politics, yeah.
Yeah.
Nuking Lakes is my political party. The party of Lake
The Bose
nuking.
Theist party, yeah.
I
Yeah.
admire Bose's accidental marketing strategy of himself.
Yep.
The lake nuking thing being Bose's like signature thing. I go into other people's streams
Nuke the lake.
and spam Bose emotes.
Yeah.
Like the way he's kind of fallen into his marketing is brilliant. Because I'm just out there spamming Bose's stuff wherever I go, just for free. Like just because I really enjoy it, but there's a lot of things I really enjoy that I just don't talk about all the time. But Bose's stuff, like his emotes are perfect, so I'll spam them somewhere, right? And it's just like the Bose V thing. And then someone will be like, whoa, where's that emote from? And I'll tell them about Bose's stream. And I'm like, wait a second. I didn't get paid for that marketing. Right? Like, it's just very clever the way he's kind of fallen into that. And I really enjoyed talking about his stuff with other people.
Yeah.
Just by accident, not even because I mean to.
I'm still waiting for that to happen to me.
Something, like, it just kind of happened. You can't force it, though.
No, you can't.
Like, it just has to be something that takes off, that just becomes part of, like, an inside joke that's just part of your thing.
Yep,
Bose just
exactly.
nuked the lake one time by accident,
Yeah.
and it just became his whole persona.
His shtick. Yeah.
And I like, it's so much cooler when you accidentally fall into it. It's the same with, like, me and Eleanor. I only said I disliked Eleanor one time.
And now look at you.
And everyone held on to that one time.
You're
and
the
just
leader of the
keep-
anti-Eleanor party.
100%. Like we were just literally streaming a game one time in like May, and Eleanor, we had knowing what Eleanor could do, we had destroyed her entire empire to one tiny little city on the coast. And then from that one city on the coast, we weren't paying attention, and she had loyalty flipped the city near her,
Oh wow.
and we just got so mad that just be like from there on, I was just the anti-Eleanor guy.
Nice.
I hate her so much less than I put on for stream. Right? Like, it's literally like a thing I have to just do now is just hate Eleanor all the time. And I love doing it because I do genuinely dislike playing against her. But it just has to happen. Like, and I couldn't have forced that, I don't think.
No.
I've just decided I'm going to build wonders this game.
Sounds
I
fun.
got the Great Bath. It's not helpful for me.
No?
But, like, I got a whole freaking army on my borders here. I can't go anywhere. He's going to be able to settle Halong Bay just for free, unfortunately. I was hoping to make it up there.
Ah, yeah. It's kind of in the middle of all three of us, to be honest.
Yeah. All right. I don't even know what to do. He doesn't have super powerful units. He's just Genghis and has so many of them.
Yeah.
Did he declare war? I missed that.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
Oh,
he
no?
hasn't.
Oh.
No, he's just literally blocking me in, though. I can't settle any more cities. I have nowhere to go.
Oof.
Like, he's
It's
just
so obnoxious.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 units. Just on the borders, literally filling in every crevice of the border from north to south.
Who would do that?
It's smart. I'm admiring. I never would have thought to use an army this way. Like, just as like a border bully, just to make sure the other person can't expand, not even to attack.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Tell him to move.
I don't have the I don't have the leverage.
Oh, man.
If I go move or I'll declare war on you, he'll go perfect. I don't have any leverage for that demand.
If you have walls, you have leverage.
That's true.
Go away.
Go away, or I will taunt you a second time. There's the Quebecois talking to you.
Leave me be. Be gone, intruder.
I'm noticing a Spanish settlement near to the western coast here.
I haven't. What? I haven't. I'm not Spain.
Said
Where's this? Where's this settlement?
Oh wait a second. I'm not Spain. Yeah,
I thought you were. Okay,
Who's
to be- I thought you
Spain?
were still. I thought you were still talking to me for a second. I was like, wait a second, what?
No,
I didn't
was
realize-
talking Spain.
This is a different conversation. I get it now.
We discussed earlier leaving the western coast open. To
I'm not on the
where-
coast. You said I could settle on the river south of La Venta.
Okay.
I think you should take all this army to border bully foibles now. I think he broke many rules.
That is very interesting. That is that blocks me settling the western coast there, foibles.
what are you gonna do?
There is a lot of room there for you. You still have room for 2 cities south of mine.
Oh man. Oh.
Plus,
Salamanca.
I'm not gonna settle near Halong Bay, so you can have that.
That is a problematic settle you've made there.
It's just such a big military. Just bullying everyone.
I guess my settler has to find a new home.
I do enjoy that my brother picked Heineken because I wouldn't normally buy Heineken. It's not
Oh.
bad.
There you go.
Heineken is the only beer I drink if I'm at a bar that doesn't craft beer.
Yeah, that's true. I only drink Heineken during the Champions League final because Champions League is sponsored by Heineken, and I want to make those ad dollars worth it.
Okay.
Makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
I like purposely every once in a while when I already know I like the product, buying something and then just telling myself it's because of the marketing. So the person who's like has that marketing ad buy feels good about themselves.
You know, Heineken. They've actually done some cool marketing past. There was one commercial we studied. I think it was from Heineken. It got managed a global company. You know, it's gonna happen everywhere. England, one of the Norwegian countries, but it was just a fantastic commercial where they basically interviewed a bunch of people who expressed these perspectives, like, you know, I'm gay, or I'm conservative, and I think that homosexuality is evil, and so they showed this opening where like they had these 4 people make these statements, and then they brought these people together. They didn't know anything about one another, and they just gave them Heinekens, and they just got they encouraged them to have a conversation, just talk. And they showed clips of all of these people coming together, strangers, having a conversation, talking. Actually shared their beer, laughing, and realizing, we have all these things in common. And then they reveal to them that this is somebody who is like diametrically opposed to you. This is somebody who, and then it was like, how do you feel? And like, it was weird. Like, there's a commercial for Heineken beer. And
I remember
like,
that now that you say it. I do remember
the
that.
ones that they showed, I don't know if all of them turned out that way, was just like wow, like when you get to know somebody, it's a lot harder to hate them, and that's just a truth. When you get to know somebody, it's a lot harder to hate them for kind of trivial issues, and it was just beautiful that Heineken look, and this is the key to marketing, is it's not about what you sell, but it's like why you sell it, the purpose of it, and like, what's the image around it. Coca-Cola does not sell a bubbly, sugary beverage. Do you know what Coca-Cola sells?
Happiness.
Sell happiness. That's their thing. They sell happiness, and that's like a lot of money for you to answer that question that they've put into that. But they've associated everything that Coca-Cola does is about happiness. Why they try to associate Christmas and Santa Claus. It's why they associate. That's their sell. Is that you're opening every time you drink Coca-Cola. You're not drinking a beverage. You're drinking happiness. And that's what marketing is about. It's about humans. It's about who we are. And beer does. It brings people together. And I just found that I really loved that commercial.
Do you remember those Nestea commercials, Zozo? I don't know if they're probably just Canadian commercials where the people would drink iced tea and then fall backwards into a pool.
Yes, I do remember.
I really wanted those. I really want those to come back in 2020 to see all the TikTok people just like fall into the concrete.
Right, that'd be fun.
Just like have the iced tea and then fall backwards onto nothing.
That'd be funny.
It's one of those ads that was too ahead of its time. Because if it had come out now, it would have been so much more viral on TikTok for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Aussie beer ads too. If you go to Australia and just watch their advertisements, it is the wild west of advertising.
That's
it is
awesome.
Hilarious.
Japan
is
too is
so
pretty crazy.
We should give a shout out right now, like to
Who's listening for the
Thurs.
shout out?
Yeah.
I bet you he would, like, he's probably up now. Woke up, doing the thing.
Oh, I'll talk to anybody about Australian advertising any day. It's hilarious.
Sorry guys, I just got a big government, so I need to update what I'm taking here.
Need to institute universal health care.
Yes.
I'm gonna take that should be a policy card. Universal health care. Okay.
I
They got
was-
social media.
Why isn't it?
Before the pandemic, I was like, it would be a really interesting DLC for the game. They've done natural disasters, but what if they do pandemics? And they actually have like a new district that's all about like healthcare and hospitals. And
That's how Anno 1800 does it.
Really?
It's a different type of game, but like it's different than a city management game, but it's definitely an empire management game.
yeah.
So in that sense, it's very similar. And you have everything. Like early on in your empire building, you have to build fire stations and pubs, and you have to like keep your people happy. And then things will blow up. And then if you don't have fire departments nearby, you have to have like police stations to manage everyone. It's a very different game. So I'm not saying it's a direct correlation.
No.
But I just did a video for YouTube, like the top things I'd like to see in Civ 7,
Yeah.
or like the next Civ, and most of them were things that I pulled from Anno, where it's like, oh, you can't just not build a police station or a fire station. Like in Civ, like you can just not build things, and that's part of the fun of the game. Is just like trying to navigate your strategy. I can just never research harbors in most of my games.
Yeah.
Right, like
I
that's wild. And like in Anno, there's certain like mandatory things you have to, if you want to be successful, that you just have to get. And they're like police stations or whatever. Like it's weird to me in Civ that you just don't have to build farms. Like they're there if you want to,
Yes.
and you can. But it's like, surely at some point in your empire, you just need this thing.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah, and I really love that from Anno, like those types of suggestions too. Like they do pandemics in Anno as well. Like if you don't have hospitals, your people will get sick and spread it to everyone.
It is an
It was one
interesting
of
thought,
my-
though.
It was one of my favorite things about, and I messaged, I think it was on your thread, VanBradley, today, about to someone about Civ 4. Civ 4 had this amazing mod called Civ Realism, and whoever the group or guy that made it, like, it was just such a well-made mod. Um, and part of it was that, um, you had limited civs. You could choose like 15 civs, but plagues were like a regular occurrence, and it had very specific rules for like the percentage of chance that a plague could spread. So it looked like, you know, were you beside a jungle? Did you have a trade route? And more or less every few hundred years, this plague would start. And once it started in one city, and then it spread, and then it spread, and then it spread, and then it would go all over the place. And it reduced your population of your city to a minimum of 1.
Oh, there it is.
Here it is, declared war in Canada. Canada, I condemn these actions. And Canada.
Canada
You were
didn't do
declared
it.
war on us, condemn it. But no, it had this plague feature that would happen every few hundred years, and it would devastate. Like armies would die, you'd lose forces, and just the entire world would be ravaged. And then afterward, there'd be this big boom of production and population growth. I liked that. I think that they might have thought about doing that, and then decided to hold off because of
Yeah.
world events.
Exactly. That's what I was
and
thinking too.
make for Civ 7. But like the funny thing is, if you've ever read Gun Germs and Steel, which by the way, if you haven't, I highly recommend.
Guns,
read
Germs,
Gun-
and Steel.
Yeah. Guns,
Oh,
Germs,
you absolutely should. If you
Uh,
haven't, you've got to.
Actually, as a Civ host, it gives you an awesome breakdown of civilization and why civilization is the way it is, and why you can understand that, like, the Incans and the Aztecs are like, oh, why are they great civs when they died? And it's like, well, when you look at why they died, it's great that they're great civs. Like, it should be that way. And there's nothing they could have done about it. It wasn't that they died because they were inferior. They died because they lacked guns, germs, and steel. Quite simply. So they lacked beasts of burden.
Leave me alone, VektorKat.
No.
I went to grab a beer, Vector.
Oh no way! You were going to go. Oh
Oops.
shit! Okay. Oh,
No,
no.
no, I didn't say anything. It's totally fine. I'm not complaining at all. I tried to sneak out for a second. Ah! All right. How do I
If
just-
you, no, you were going to get a beer. Hands off. Hands off, my friend.
I should have said something, but I didn't want to interrupt the conversation, so I just
Uh-huh.
left.
Oh man.
Always interrupt me, buddy.
Yeah, there's only one way to stop a Zozo. It's
Yes.
to interrupt a Zozo.
I
So,
feel-
I know
but
how that
Gun-
works.
Do you want to
but,
resume? Do you want to resume the slaughter in the next turn? Is that fair?
But Guns, Germs, and Steel, I believe that's Jared Diamond, if I remember right.
Yes, Jared Diamond.
Amazing book. And if I may, the only book that's more important than that is 1491. If I may, like, slot that in as a primer to Guns, Germs, and Steel, and it will wreck your understanding of the modern world.
Oof. Wow.
Does that sound like something I want?
Yeah, I don't know.
I read lots and lots of books, and that one sounds unappealing to me.
No, 1491 is like everybody, like the Western understanding of like our modern view is in 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and this book takes you into 1491 and says this is what the Western Hemisphere was before Columbus arrived, and it
Right.
was fine.
Yeah,
No one needed Columbus to be here.
Oh, certainly not. I don't know if that's how Canadians view it. Not all Canadians, but I think after residential schools were a thing here, people took a long, hard look. And it's definitely, at least in BC, like in our education system, some pretty not nice things about Christopher Columbus and the crew.
Yeah.
I wish that I had grown up with your educational system.
Oh, it's not great. Like, I think if you went back, like, even to when my mom was in school, it's just like I happen to grow up in an era where it's like you do not learn that Christopher Columbus was like a good guy who came, and like that's not what you're learning here. At least in BC. I don't know if it's different other places in Canada, but certainly not here.
I think it's pretty universal in that
So-
regard.
So I feel a little bit bad because I did not know that I was I didn't know that I was assaulting BB when he wasn't at keyboard. So maybe
Continue next turn. I shift entered so I didn't have to attack you with my walls. All is fair in love and war. I just came and my stuff was getting wrecked, and I was like, no. I just thought out of all the turns for me to go grab a beer,
Right.
I was like, oh, Zozo's talking. He's the one that needs to end the turn. I'm going to have a minute. I go to grab the beer. I come back. He's done talking. He's ended the turn.
Oh,
and
funny.
I'm being attacked. And I was the fridge is right outside my room, so I was only gone for like 30 seconds.
Okay, so if you're good, we'll keep on going.
Yeah, I shift entered to avoid attacking you with my walls.
Oh, you are a kind
Because the
man.
next turn we'll just all attack each other. Well, us two. That's fine.
Sounds great.
So turn 77 is a war turn. Before I get
All right.
murdered, I'm gonna die, but that's fine.
Well, I mean,
I just realized you're a fellow Void singer,
Yeah, man.
Canada.
Support your Void Singer.
There's no other way to get enough faith to buy all these great generals I got.
That's so weird, Canada having great generals. Like, now that I realize what you are, like when someone announced, "Oh, Canada."
So, who was the greatest general in Canadian history?
Barack, I believe.
Barack Obama?
Well, like, so, like, the War of 1812
Oh, yes.
was like Brock and I think Wolf is another big one.
Also, a good history book is 1812. Go on.
Part of why America lost was terrible leadership in Washington, and
Dunk on them.
There we go.
we had some good. we had
just
some
wreck, bro.
So I believe it was Brock that one of the amazing things he did was the sacking of Detroit, in which basically a band of like British military, Canadian militia, and some native warriors under Tecumseh were able to, like, it was like 600 people, 600 men, were able to get Detroit to surrender because they thought that there was a much bigger army and how much they feared the natives. It was glorious.
My answer was gonna be Tecumseh, not knowing whether or not. That's just the biggest military Canadian name I know was Tecumseh.
Tecumseh. I think Tecumseh should be a civ leader. But it's like who would like, and it'd be the Iroquois Nation, or not the Iroquois Nation, but.
Oh my God! Give me a Canadian civ with like a
Native
leader any day of the week. There's so much fascinating history. Where I work is on like 146 acres of Squamish Nation, like Aboriginal ground.
Yes.
And just the history and passion and stories they tell, and like it's just like the people who do the history for Civ to keep it historically accurate would have an absolute time just talking to like Canadian tribal leaders to make a leader. Like it's endlessly fascinating. I don't even know. This is just.
So, where do the Cree fall in there? Because aren't they kind of in Canadian territory?
Yeah, they're a pretty big part of Canadian like the Cree are would be one of the Canadian civ like
Mm-hmm.
civ representations for sure. But like the Iroquois would be like New York, Ontario region, right? And that would be a pretty good represent. Like the Iroquois Confederacy
Yeah.
would be a pretty awesome one. But, however, Louis Riel, I think, would be a pretty cool. Would be a pretty cool civ leader. That would be a little controversial, but he's a Métis, and the Métis are French native. Like call it a crossbreed, I guess.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
but like distinct culture here in Canada that only recently were recognized as native citizens. As far as or Aboriginal rather, as far as the law is concerned, the Métis for a long time were not recognized. But yeah, Louis Riel is like probably a big legendary Métis leader here in Canada. Even VanBradley might know about Louis Riel.
Not particularly, like nothing in depth.
Louis Riel led the Red River Rebellion.
These are all words that like mean things to me. Like I can associate them with things people have told me, but like nothing. I shall Google him later.
Turn to Google when in doubt.
Yeah, I will Google Louis
I'll
Riel
Google
later.
him later. I'm
Google's a
sure he's
great teacher.
You know what? Louis Riel is somebody worthy of Googling, for sure. But I won't waste your time with telling you who he is. This is a suspended disbelief thing. Zoe, come on. Zoe, please tell us. Who is Louis Riel? And I was like, no, not unless you ask me. And I said,
One day I will find out who Louis Riel is. I'm a bit busy with my war right now to focus on Louis Riel.
all right, fair enough.
I mean, I'm not defending horribly. Things aren't completely off the rails yet.
Yet.
Is VektorKat still here?
Pretty sure.
Because I just felt like I attacked all his units without him attacking me. And after the compassion he showed me,
What compassion?
the not attacking me till the end of that turn.
I did exactly what is fair. I let you play your turn in a turn-based strategy game, and then I reacted to what you did.
Sure, okay.
Yeah,
I
don't.
I think what you're saying is that I was giving you more credit than you want to take. I was trying to be like, look, if this VektorKat guy's actually a nice guy. Well, he's killing my cities. He's a decent guy.
I was playing a turn-based strategy game. I don't know if I want to take credit for it. It was just I really hate this simultaneous turn thing. So
We
We
could have
were-
put dynamic turns on. We didn't say anything when we fired it up.
we
Like-
were in combat, so I let you respond to me, and then I responded to you, and then I waited, and then I got my response, and then I responded back.
Gotcha. See, I was thinking just from the simultaneous turn flips, just bow.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna play that way. Like Civ 6 is a turn-based game. I'm not gonna play it like StarCraft.
I used to say the exact same thing.
It's just not fun for me. Like
VektorKat, do you have your animations off and stuff like that?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
And you got fast
You're
turn
playing
or fast movement.
simultaneous turns with like regular movement animation.
Next
You get murdered by anyone just while your unit's walking from tile to tile.
Because if the animations are on, then you're gonna slow down the bandwidth for whomever you're playing with, right?
Oh, I know. Next time
Um,
we will put on the non-simultaneous turn for you. Okay.
Oh, talk dirty to me.
Oh
Oh,
wow.
baby.
Okay.
I
Hmm.
like
This
I
is a
used to
passion
hate
thing.
simultaneous turns, and then I've come to appreciate it.
I've come to appreciate it more the more multiplayer I play. I think the only thing that sucks about them is that you have to prioritize your combat every turn.
Yeah.
Because so like right, like if you have a war going on, you just have to do that first. So you
Right.
often do that at the expense of all of the other things in your empire to take care of.
Absolutely, and that turns it into like, am I going to build districts at all? Like, am I going to build builders? Like,
100%. Like you just can't focus on anything else. It's the only thing I don't like about simultaneous turns. But
Yeah.
I think what I've learned with Civ is like I'm always gonna have things I really love and really dislike. And that part of enjoying Civ is like those little quirks that just
yeah,
like playing against Eleanor. That grind. Eleanor is the most busted thing in this game, and I hate every part. I hate it. I do not understand why her kit is allowed to exist. Right?
the cool,
But
the
it's
cool
just
thing
part of
about-
playing Civ for me is just embracing it.
And for me, the cool thing about multiplayer is you can mess up everything and still have a good time because you're enjoying learning something about the game from other people. Like, even with the turn mode being busted, and even like if someone like Eleanor is in the game, like it doesn't matter. Like, you can still hang out for I don't know how many hours and still have a good time. But oh no. See, and every time that bell goes off,
Right.
you've lost a unit somewhere.
I feel good about that defense. That's fine. That went okay.
It could have gone worse.
Well, yeah, he could have lost a city because he. It was a very good defense.
Hey, you know what though? Like I think you stopped me from winning this game. Cause I was going full on the culture train shoot too. Now I'm stuck with like 5 cities, settlers that can't go anywhere. I've spent the last 20 turns like just building units and walls and stuff.
Yeah, because I kept you from going west.
Yeah, no, I think no matter if you lose all those units, you still accomplished quite a bit.
Like I don't have to win at this point. Like, there's all of this land in the west that you have not been able to take advantage of.
100%. Especially Halong Bay, that's the big one.
I will say this: it was very nice to finalize my religion and adapt my last belief, which was cross-cultural dialogue. It took me from about 50 science to 73 in one turn.
Nice.
That was very
All right.
nice.
And
All right, there, smarty pants.
foibles, it's like you were able to do that. It's like you were able to do that on your own. It's like nobody bothered you. It's like you had this whole area of the map where no one accosted you or declared war on you. It's like,
God, accosted is such a good word.
That is a good word. That's what I call.
Accosted.
I call
love
that
word.
a $10 word.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
like-
a good word. Accosted.
it's like other players were distracted and you were in this own area of your map where you were able to just focus on that and tear away with it. Isn't that crazy?
I love it when people tell stories of my civilization. I know I'm doing a good job when, you know.
If I ever write a book, Foibles, you're gonna do like the character narration, and VektorKat, you're gonna do the you're gonna do like the sassy or the sassy narrator narration, and you two will just alternate throughout the story.
In a world where foibles played Spain, one VektorKat sent an army to the southeast.
Do any of you guys write like just recreationally for fun? I find it
I
very
tried to.
soothing. I find it very soothing. I have this whole world I've created in my head with like a bunch of characters, and every once in a while I'll just sit down and write random little short stories about them. And none of them really connect, but they just exist in my head. And
Yeah.
I find it very soothing to just have something that goes on that only I know about. And then whenever something happens to me or to someone else, or there's something going on in the world that I find interesting, I can just write like a quick story about it. And then I've just kind of compressed it in a way and gotten rid of it. I don't know. I find it like kind of like having a diary.
So
Yeah.
I write, but I write nonfiction. I've been working
Okay,
on.
that's interesting.
I've been working on one book for about a year and a half now. I don't. I don't have any like nonfiction or like creative, I guess, interests, but I've been working on a nonfiction book for a while.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah.
See, because for me, it's very different. Like I like literally recreationally. Like I'm sure if you gave it to like any kind of editor, it's probably terrible, and it just like sits in my laptop. But I just created this whole world, like this whole separate thing that doesn't exist on Earth, right? And it's just like a separate thing to just kind of vent life away.
You're going full Tolkien on this.
Yeah.
It's not quite. It's more like Harry Potter, where like the world exists. Like if you read about it, you'd be
Around
like, oh,
us.
No, it's like Earth, but it's just not. Anyways, but like I just find it cathartic. Right? Like I don't do it because I ever want to publish a book, right? But it's just like, and then you have so many questions. Like that's so fun, right? I created this character named Charlie, right? And Charlie's just this random person. But I'm like, how did Charlie end up here? What is his story? Who are his parents? What does he like to eat for breakfast? And it just like takes the time away whenever you're stressed out, or I don't know. I've always found writing cathartic to me.
But so you have no plans of publishing? This is just like
No, I'm probably a terrible writer. Like it's not I just write them for myself. Just as like it's my way of like getting away from the world.
Okay.
Right? Like I'll do things like streaming or playing video games to like escape for an evening. Right? Like, oh, I'm just going to relax for the evening. But if I truly want to just dive somewhere and just kind of forget about anything that's happening in the real world, I'll just start writing, and I'll write for like 8 hours. And I'll just be in a different place with different people that I've created that I want to hang out with for 8 hours. And I'll just make up a story that I feel like telling at that moment. And it's probably awful, but it gets rid of the like emotional aspect of whatever's happening. Right? Like there's a point like at COVID, when COVID happened at March, right? Where like all my friends, because I work at a place that has a lot of foreign people that work there, UK, Australia, New Zealand, so they all just went home, right? So within a week, I had 25 friends that either lived with me or worked with me, right? They'd been my friends for years and years and years, and now like 8 months later, they're just all gone.
Wow.
And that's like it's not like something I find like traumatizing or anything, but it's something I have to process. Like all my adult formative life of like building friendships and connections in 1 month is just gone. They're just gone. They're just all gone. Randomly over the course of 2 weeks, everyone that I've known and hung out with and been friends with for years is gone. And so like I just wrote like a story with Charlie. That's how Charlie came to be. Charlie was just that guy in this world that had that happen, and I just wrote about it, and now it hasn't bothered me since then. If that makes sense, like I just find that part cathartic.
Well, I mean, it makes sense in that I wish I had thought of it as a way to help me out sooner, because I had a similar experience. Like when we shut down in March, like all of my work went away overnight. And I did not have a creative outlet like that available to me. I did not think of creative writing as something where I could channel those energies into. Luckily, I turned it all into Civ 6, and here I am. So I found a way to channel it, but it sounds like that writing outlet for you is really positive, and I'm glad that you have it. I wish that I had struck on something like that sooner than I did.
with the whole Challenge League thing. Like, sounds like you've benefited from it, and I wish I would have been so lucky.
Well, everyone just needs a thing, right? Like everyone just
Yeah.
needs to have something. I took over at work like 2 years ago, like as like the boss of like my crew of people, right? And I just because we live where we work, right? So a lot of people who are like in my Discord or on Twitter are like, "Whoa, where you work is beautiful." I'm like, "Yeah, but you also have to work and live at the same place. Like, have you ever tried living and working at one place? It really sucks." And then like not being able to leave also kind of sucks in a way. So I always encourage we do like a
vote for me, and I will begin to make your life easier.
Oh, Zoe's back.
those here.
Vote for me. Vote for me, Canada.
Oh,
Or trade
Canada.
policy.
Da, 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 da.
I pulled up a web page, Goodreads, and it has
Goodreads is fantastic.
I looked up. My Google search was best narration lines, and I might run through a few of these just to see what you guys think of my narrator voice.
Oh yes, I'm excited. It's gonna be fantastic. It's just about how fantastic, and I'm really excited.
How fantastic!
What level of fantastic it will be.
100%.
Mm.
Let me do my turn here real quick.
Do it from least rated to highest rated though. I want the best last.
Okay. Well, give me a moment here.
I'm so excited for this.
Oh, misclick. Oh, no.
Oh, misclicks.
Oh.
Well, Foibles is getting ready, Mr. VektorKat. If I want to use the words "allow you" very loosely, but if I cede Halong Bay completely to you, can I settle one more city by the double maze?
Oh, God bless America and all of its protectors and territories.
Oh, wow.
That is an interesting.
So I won't settle near the cotton, the 333 or 433 tile, but it'll be like within my second ring or something. Like I'll settle near the maze.
Let's just let's click 4 here. Okay, all right. Well, I'll allow it, but watch yourself, McCoy.
Okay, I will continue to watch myself.
Within. So you want to come northwest towards Halong Bay?
Yeah, but not near it. I'm talking about settling like where the. Do you see where the double maze is? Like across 2 rivers from your heavy chariot.
Oh.
Like I'll settle the double maze tile and get up towards the cotton. Your units are just leaving though, so I just don't want to be. I'm just asking. Like I just don't want you to turn around and murder that city right away.
Yeah, I mean, settle a city there. Let's see what happens.
It's not as reassuring as you think it
Let's
sounds.
see what happens.
All right, let's just have some fun. I'll see what happens.
Let's see what maze be.
Oh God. Oh dear. This
It's
is
happening.
a mistake.
It's happening.
This is a mistake. I'm making a crucial mistake.
All right, let's see this list here. Also, I've got another Golden Age coming in. So these aren't really ranked.
So I'm AFK for just a moment, if
You're
y'all
good.
don't mind. That's all right.
No worries. Absolutely.
I am not going to move on those tiles. I am leaving VanBradley to settle where he wants.
Wow.
But I am stepping away for a moment.
Please hold. So these are narrator quotes. I guess these are narrators from the books, like the narrators speaking. Let's see here. Ooh, F. Scott Fitzgerald, The Great Gatsby.
Yes.
In my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that I've been turning over in my mind ever since. Whenever you feel like criticizing anyone, he told me, just remember that all the people in this world haven't had the advantages that you've had. That's a pretty good.
I'm
one.
in. I'm sold. You've got an audiobook voice.
Let's see, where's another book that I recognize that I would enjoy reading?
The Great Gatsby's wonderful.
Yeah, I loved reading that.
I bought my mom the Harry Potter books for Christmas because she'd never read them. And
Also-
I find that to be a complete betrayal of our familial connection.
There's a lot of Black Prince in here. Have you guys read the Black Prince?
I have not.
I don't know what it's about, but there's a lot of
I
quotes.
always find whenever I go to Goodreads or whenever I'm like reading on my Kindle and like there's a bunch of highlighted messages, it'll be when a character or a narrator in the story says something profound. But I always like it better when the profound thing actually relates to the story.
Yeah.
Like in The Great Gatsby. Like, I hate it in a book where a character just all of a sudden says something like wise beyond their years or profound or whatever. Like, and it's just like, but that's not, you're just doing that to flex as an author, but that's not the story you've told.
Yeah.
One of the things about all of the quotes that come out of Harry Potter, like, of course it's happening inside your head, but why on earth should that mean it isn't real? Like, those quotes that you take from that story, for instance, are so fundamental and foundational to the story that they almost, like, the quotes come from the story. It's not the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think The Great Gatsby's that way as well. But if you go and you read a lot of those quotes, it's going to be things that, like that's the best part of the story is that the author wrote, like, 2 words.
Yeah.
That were, and so yeah, I don't know. It's just always bugged me a little bit that you'll find a lot of things no one has ever read, but for some reason the author is just good at saying profound things.
Okay. Now here's quotes on narrative, and one of the top ones is from J.R.R. Tolkien. Let's see what he says
classic.
here. Human stories are practically always about one thing, really, aren't they? Death. The inevitability of death. There is no such thing as a natural death. Nothing that ever happens to man is natural, since his presence calls the whole world into question. All men must die, but for every man his death is an accident, and even if he knows if he would sense to it an unjustifiable violation. Well, you may agree with the words or not, but those are the key spring of the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I think all of, like, not all good stories, but all like meta breaking kind of cultural phenomenon stories center around death. Harry
Life and
Potter.
death, yeah.
Harry Potter is a story at its very core, especially once you finish off the series in the last, like, 4 books. It's about death. It's about
Yes.
how to process death. Game of Thrones, right? Like, what makes that show great is that a lot of your favorite characters die.
Yep.
And it's about how to get around that. Hunger Games is another one that kind of took everyone by storm for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's about what happens when you put a bunch of random people, government mandated, into a ring. Like, it's so foundational and such like a... The word touchy topic is not the right word.
Yeah.
But it's just universal. It captures the attention of everyone.
Yeah.
Because it happens to everyone.
Yeah.
And keenly, everyone has different beliefs about it, I think. So it's interesting to everyone. It happens to everyone, and everyone feels differently about it from the next person.
Yeah.
And I think that I think a truly what's it called? Zeitgeist. Like, if you ever want to tell a story that's in the zeitgeist, it has to involve death in some meaningful way, because that's the thing that grabs people. I think that's a good quote.
Or life, because they're 2 sides of the same coin, right?
Sure, yeah, I agree. Or life, absolutely.
But you can't have one without the other.
100%. You end up, yeah. So you could flip it on all those stories I just mentioned. Like, Harry Potter could be a story about life as well,
Yeah.
right?
I mean,
you're just
that's central to Harry Potter because he's the boy who lived.
100%. Yeah, you're right. I think you can flip all those. Game of Thrones is the same way. Like, Game of Thrones, you can flip it and just be like, this is a story about how these people have to try and live in a world where they could die at any time. Like, I think you can flip it for all of those same stories. Hunger Games, it's a story about people who go into an arena trying to be the only one to live.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I think you're absolutely right. You can flip all of those stories to the exact opposite coin. I think you're right.
What's interesting to me, what you're saying about Harry Potter,
is and what's absent from Hunger Games is Snape says to Dumbledore, "You kept him alive so he could die at the opportune moment."
Yeah, like a pig for slaughter specifically.
Yes.
Like no, like that exchange. There's nothing held back. Snape
Yeah.
is like a terrible person who's doing this one good thing, but he is committed to that one good thing, and he is like. That's what I love about that exchange. You've kept him alive like a pig for slaughter, I think is the quote.
Yeah.
It's
And it
funny
just cuts. It's so fundamental.
with Snape. Now, mind you, my only frame of reference is the movie, so I never read the.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Hey guys, slightly different generation. Okay, I'm a little older. Harry Potter. When I was younger, like I read the, David Eddings, the Bulgariad. You guys ever read the Bulgariad?
Sorry, we're too young for that, Zoe.
Well, no.
Yeah, no, I'm a
didn't
young
get it-
buck. I'm a.
didn't get nearly as big as Harry Potter, but I saw the movies. And
We're all younger millennials.
I know you guys.
The
were-
movies do a decent enough job with Snape. It's the only thing they do okay with.
Here's the
So,
thing, really
Here's
quick.
with- Okay.
I started with the movies and then I went to the books. So if you started with the movies, Zoe, go to the books. You're just going to be given more. So that's it.
Well, it's what I'm going to do with the Expanse. I asked for the Expanse.
Those are great books and a great show. Very rare
Yeah,
you get both.
But he's starting books second. He watched the show first.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. I watched the show Outlander first before I read the books, and I had a great time in both.
I generally enjoy books more, and like I always generally like once I read a book, I'm like, oh, the movie was good, but man, was this better. So with Snape, I think that because I do not fundamentally believe that Slytherin is evil, I do believe that of all of the factions, it will likely have a higher likelihood of an individual being evil because part of Slytherin is ambition.
Yeah.
But Snape was good, and he was good within the confines. He was Slytherin, and everything he did was Slytherin. And yeah, you might have not liked the way that he went about things, but in the end, his heart was true, and I think he demonstrated that the darker side of humanity has a great amount of benevolence in it. I didn't say goodness, I said benevolence, and it's distinctly different. And that Snape was a very benevolent character, despite his, being a hard ass and all that stuff. Like that is what I respect from a follower of Slytherin. You're not going to get the best out of people by patting their butt with baby powder, right? You have to push them, and I don't know. I think like watching all the movies and seeing how his character developed, and then the end game for his character, I was like, man, he's one of my favorite characters in the series, and it's because I believe that you can be, call it borderline evil, okay, call it dark. You can be dark, so let's say that you can be dark but benevolent, and ultimately, like he did want to see things succeed, but a lot of life dealt him crap. Anyways, that's just my.
Yeah, so I'm coming into this with the view that Harry Potter is my favorite story ever by a long margin. I think it just does and says everything to me. Like it just exists like in a perfect. To me, it's a perfectly told story because it gives you enough to attach to, but leaves enough up to your imagination that you can apply your own life experience to it and kind of what you're hoping to get out of the story. And Snape is my favorite literary character of all time.
Wow.
Right? East of Eden has like my second, third, and fourth literary characters. But Snape in Harry Potter is, I think, one of the greatest achievements in storytelling.
So you go straight from Steinbeck to Rowling.
Yeah, I think so for different reasons.
My man.
For different reasons, but East of Eden is so Harry Potter's trying to tell you like a moral story. Right? Like it's a story about wizards and stuff, but she's trying to tell you a story that like just because these people have magic powers doesn't make their problems any less hurtful.
No, yeah, Harry Potter is trying to tell you a moral story. East of Eden actually does.
Yeah, I'm literally saying it's like second, third, and fourth.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. I think East of Eden is an achievement just as much as Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. I feel like we're on the same page.
Have we figured it out, boys?
I am just shocked to hear someone. I just was not prepared to hear someone vocalize things that I have felt myself. That was just so wonderful. Like,
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
But no, I think the achievement of writing East of Eden is because like the plot is secondary to the characters, and that's hard to do. Right? Like making me care about Kathy in that book actually makes me angry.
Oof.
It makes me like angry that I care about her. But that's the achievement. Is that like that? You know what I mean? Like it's an absolute achievement, East of Eden. I've never read much of Steinbeck's other stuff because I got into him with East of Eden, which I've been told is like easily his best stuff. But yeah, Snape is brilliant because his goodness doesn't his goodness doesn't take away his badness in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's so foundational. And so in the movies, he's so much better. And like part of it's the Alan Rickman portrayal. In the books, he's like truly like not a good human being. Like there's multiple points in every book that I can point to, but the one that always grinds my gears is like there's a point in like book 2 no, it's book 4. Sorry, it's book 4 because Hermione does this for the ball, where like someone cast a spell on Hermione and her teeth got really large.
Oof.
And Snape is the only teacher around. And it's probably Malfoy or whatever. I can't remember. And Snape just goes like, I see nothing different with your teeth, Hermione, and just walks away. Like he never tries to teach. He never tries to be a good person. He bullies his students, right? He's just fundamentally not a good guy. But he's literally risking his life every single day against the most powerful person in the universe to do the right thing, but not for completely right reasons. Because you have to remember, he didn't care if Harry or James died. He only cared if Lily lived. So it's not like purely for good reasons either.
Doesn't that sort of define, the Slytherin way? And like, it's not necessary. It's not like a fluffy, happy good. There's a goodness about it. It's a bigger picture good. Unless you have some selfish means, like you just said, like that's a selfish reason, but ultimately he's looking at the big picture, getting us to where we need to go. And
100%, and that's why I'm saying he's my favorite literary character of all time, because him being a hero, him going undercover to every day risk his life so that Voldemort wouldn't be able to win is a heroic act to do. But it doesn't come at the cost of all the bad things he's done. You appreciate both together, and that's what makes him a great character, right? It's the difference between like Snape and Game of Thrones. By the time, like when you watch Game of Thrones, by the time Jaime Lannister is kind of like a decent guy, you forget all the terrible things he's done. Not with Snape. With Snape, you get to the end, and I've never met someone who doesn't like it feel at least a little bit conflicted with him, and that's the achievement for me. Is that he does a whole bunch of bad things, but at the end of the day, without him, the heroes would have never won. And it's perfect storytelling. He's a terrible dude. He's a terrible person in like the day-to-day things. But without him, the heroes couldn't have possibly won. And I think that's an incredible achievement. I could talk about Harry Potter for hours and hours and hours, but that's like my most succinct way of talking about Snape. Is that I never
don't forget that Dumbledore trusted Snape to take so much responsibility away from Malfoy and say, hey, like when it comes down to it, I need you to be the one that ends me and let it not be Draco.
When Snape says, "But what of my soul?" I literally cry every time. Because it just hits so hard. When he's talking to Voldemort, like not like weep, but like just like a little tear. Like when he's talking to Dumbledore, talking about this plan, And Dumbledore's like, Severus, we're talking of souls. I cannot make this kid a murderer, right? Like, it will damage his soul. You need to kill me. And then Snape goes like, but what of mine?
Mine.
It's just such good storytelling.
Well,
Like, for someone who's done so many bad things, to have spent the last 15 years trying to be good, no matter how imperfectly good he was, for him to go, what of my soul, is just like, I just can't handle it every time. It's perfect writing.
him acknowledging that he's been imperfect, but he's been striving for redemption.
Also, when Dumbledore's like, he accuses him, I can't remember the quote of like not caring about death as much. This is after Charity Burbage was murdered at the beginning of the 7th book. And you kind of recap this. And then Snape's like, or Dumbledore's like, how many people have you watched die? And then Snape goes, lately only those who I could not save. It's like he's acknowledging with the word lately that he's been responsible for death before. That he's not a perfect person. But
I'm waiting for Van to answer my question.
I hit next turn. What's the question? Sorry. I'm talking about I can talk about Snape for a year. You have to stop me.
It wasn't a vocalized question.
Oh, right. Fair enough. Sorry. All right. I need to get to this part in my... It's not letting me click it. Oh, here we go. There we go. We're good. Oh, I'm finally getting like the formal war declaration from Mongolia. That's cool.
Took long enough, huh?
All right. I need to run. I don't know how late people are staying up. I need to run to the bathroom though soon.
As long as you end your turn first.
I've ended my turn. My turn was ended the whole time I was talking about Snape. I didn't realize Foibles had sent me a deal.
That's okay.
It was the foibles. Good. That's the good shit right there.
Oh my goodness. All right. Oh boyos, that's the game. Oh my goodness, backstab by Papa Boyd. I am.
Boy.
My goodness.
I bet you though, VanBradley would give you peace in an instant. You would ask him for it.
I don't need peace from him.
Well, you might want to focus on the other army. That's sort of, kinda, a little bit, teeny bit.
Let's go. I'm I'm not surprised. I'm hurt.
It's,
You're
it's all part of the game.
like offended.
Yeah, it's all in the game, but also it's I threw a huge feint at Van so that Foibles could get the W, and then he decided that he's going to get the W by taking me out. I
think it's a fun strategy.
Yeah, it's fun.
I mean, it's a fun strategy if you're Foibles or VanBradley.
I will say...
I don't think it's that fun if Foibles ends up with the win. I want to win too. But I think it's fun that I'm not constantly worried about your units anymore.
Well, you had to know that I wasn't being serious. I didn't have any siege equipment.
That is true. I will say, though, you did declare war on me when you could have just held your ground, and I would never have touched you.
Well, I did that because
Do can.
Playing Civ is a constant game of like trying to lie your way out of your intentions, and I love doing it and like listening to other people try and like talk themselves out of the situation they're in.
I did that because I wasn't trying to win, and I thought that Foibles and I had an understanding.
I don't want to get into whatever you and Foibles got, but we bonded over Harry Potter and Steinbeck, so I think we're cool regardless.
No, we are fine. I mean, when the green light casts over the harbor, it will be you and I alone, and Foibles will be cast out. He will be alone in the library, trying to read books that have never been opened before.
It's all right, because by the time that green light has passed, I will have already ascended.
That's fine. Let your conquistadors wash themselves against my walls without any bonus. Let them crash themselves against the walls of Choir. Even though I tried to help you out early on, and yet you turned your back on me, and you, so subtle, so secretive, just laying back, being so sly.
This could be a book, the way it
Go
reads.
ahead. You know what? Just attack my cities. Vaya con Dios, my friend. You can have it.
Que Dios te bendiga.
Oh, no. Maricon.
Tener cuidado con vuestra
This is the closest
alma.
I've ever felt to VanBradley. And what did you do? You compromised it. You made it dirty.
There must
you
be
came in the back door and just made it so nasty.
There must be a balance. There must be
I
balance.
see. So let me get this straight. We hang out, we talk about Harry Potter, Zozo, VanBradley, VektorKat, we all hang out, we have a good time, you come out to the coast, you have a few laughs. Foibles is the force that comes through and makes everything balance?
Fair argument.
I accepted your deal, Foibles.
Yes, I saw that. Thank you.
Gotcha.
I hope it helps.
Oh, I don't think it matters at this point.
Adios and
I really
con
love
Dios.
just being able to hang out and play. Like, I literally have no recording, no streaming. I don't play Civ off stream ever.
Ever?
It's not like something I play as a hobby. Like, I literally just do it if I'm either recording or streaming. This is the first game I've played completely off camera in a very long time.
I'm gonna be honest, this is a lot of fun for me too. I just wish it started like 5 or 6 hours earlier in the day.
Right?
Yeah, it's something that's like, I always try and book one day a week where I'm just not streaming or doing anything, where I'm just like not even thinking about it. And
Yeah.
this is a good way to spend that time that I've never explored before. Because I've just always been like, why would I want to play Civ on my day off? It's what I play on all the other days.
This is, yeah, I mean,
Love
this
it.
is
Love it.
this
and
is
love
really appreciated. I wish it like wasn't on such an eventful day. Like having to check Emma's granddad into the hospital was like pretty heavy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like having this as a decompression thing is really great. I just wish it wasn't this late in the day when I wasn't already exhausted. But it's still fucking just nice to have people to decompress with.
Oh yeah.
And you know, like and people that I like as much as you guys.
Aw.
Or at least I used to do. Before Fables backstabbed me so hard. My goodness.
It's all part of the plan.
So I just want to look in this chat here. So I sent to Foibles. Would you like me to seed you some cities? Foibles? Question mark? Question mark?
It's because
Me.
of your typo. It says, "Would you lie me cities?"
Foibles? Question mark? Question mark?
That's why I
Me.
question marked you.
That is quite a large army. Foibles, indeed. And now here we are. One, two, so many conquistadors.
The
Bettering
Conquistador
them,
Rush
like-
is legitimate. Like, oh, there goes Zozo. He had to get in on it.
Ugh, I'm done for.
I just declared war on Spain, my friend.
Ugh, my friend, my ally, my long-standing ally.
I reject this illegal war declared on the Mongolian Empire, who they denounced Canada, thus honored the sacred world tradition
Sacred.
of letting them know that death was coming. But you, Foibles, there was no denouncement. You just declared war. So we did as you did and have just decided to declare war. Now, mind you, you have a military strength of 727, and I have a military strength of 167. But really, isn't a 1 like a little 7 that just hasn't grown up yet?
Pretty much. It depends on how you write it, right?
That's how I was taught to count.
We'll get it up.
Serif,
1,
sans
2,
serif.
3, 4, 5, 6, little 7 that hasn't grown up yet. 8, 9, 10.
Oh, my friend Zozo, my long-standing ally. You know who joined in a war that didn't need to? Zozo, my buddy.
Why did you say that?
No, I just appreciate.
He's
you.
recognizing you.
Yes, I did. Of course I did. You denounced Canada. That's proper protocol. So I have to
Yeah.
show Mongolia how it's incorrect protocol to declare war on somebody without denouncing them. There's a logic in there. I'm certain of it. Oh,
It exists somewhere.
somewhere. I think a bunch of city-states just declared war on me. I know a bunch of my city-states declared war on you. Ooh, La Venta. That's the only one that might affect. Are you La Venta?
I wonder how different this game would have been had I not been able to Suze Nagaz Garmu. Like, just having the double army coming at me.
So, I am. Oh my goodness. So there's a lot of things that would have changed this game, and that's true with every game of Civ. Number one, I got cajoled into being friendly with foibles. very
Cajoled.
early.
You have so many, like, good words.
Cajoled is a good word.
Cajoled is a good word.
It's all I do, man.
I'm a fan of cajoled.
I got cajoled, and now I'm getting conquistadored.
Oh man. Good,
I mean, because
I think that's less of a good word, but we'll accept it. That's hilarious.
Conquistadored.
It's a much worse word. But the thing is, I'm not an aggressive player, and I think that Foibles knows that about me. And I got lulled into an early game alliance, and then he turned on me. And now here I am.
That's so cool.
The doors on my doorstep.
Conquista doorstep.
Oh,
Are
better.
Shh.
we putting money on it? I think I've got 3 turns to my capital.
I don't even like.
Oh, you're actually Axter's getting ruined. Oh God.
Just be
I didn't
glad that you
realize-
spawned away from me, VanBradley.
I am happy with where I ended up.
Honestly, the Conquistador Rush is the best thing about Spain. And if you've got a strong enough religion, it really helps. I was hoping to get what is it? I can't remember what it's called. What's the religious belief where it gives you combat strength? It's
Crusade.
Crusade. I was hoping to get Crusade because that with Conquistadors and the religious units adjacent is pretty.
This might
No.
be the tightest score game. I was just about to say stop the count at like 458, but then Racing Social was 459. Keep the count going.
But look at the scores. It's actually really, really tight.
It is interesting.
Yeah. The only thing that I dislike about the Conquistador is that you cannot link them with a religious unit.
Yeah, you have to move them separately. That is kind of annoying.
It drives me batty that you have to move them separate. Other than that, like, if you can time things right, they're a great unit. They really are.
Yeah.
Especially if you're, you know what? Let's just try to build some walls. And let's see what happens. Let's see how. So, my count is 3 turns. Let's see how long it actually takes.
Oh yeah, 3 turns for your capital and for choir, huh?
Yeah, that's my count.
I want to say before we end this game, whenever it ends, I had so much fun tonight. Thank you guys all so much for hanging out.
Yeah.
So
Good times.
No, I have too. My prediction on how long it takes is not like, oh man, you're gonna take my. It's not like it's. Oh, I want to see how this plays out. Even if I'm at the helm, like I want to see how this goes. Yeah, like this is. I very much needed this to take my mind off of everything else that's going on in my life right now. So thank you guys so fucking much. This is
No worries. It just is what it is though, right? Like people just need something, and I just appreciate being invited to hang out for an evening and play some Civ and have some fun and have some bants, and I don't know. I just appreciate it.
I really do too. One of the very early things in trying to get the CivCast challenge game reappropriated into what is now the Civ 6 Challenge League is people kept inviting me into multiplayer games, and I realized very on that it was a nasty, awful place that I didn't want to exist in. And luckily, I found TheCivShow and people like y'all, and I found a place where I could just hang out with people and have nights like tonight where I lose so hard.
Oh, jeez.
I feel like I am less than a person. I lose
Oh my
so
gosh.
hard. I feel like a sub primal amoeba, and I am just so happy to just be playing this game with other people. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you have to be grateful just to enjoy this game with other people. Does that make sense?
it makes sense. It'll make more sense when you end your turn, though.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
No.
Okay, I will attack this crossbow. But no, I mean, it's like part of the early days was, hey, come and do the CPL stuff, and I was like, this was terrible, but you guys, this is where I want to be. Like, I want to have nights like this where it's, you know, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. It's just we're hanging out playing Civ. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I do know what you mean.
I want.
I think the thing more fun, like I think just being connected to people is obviously something everybody in the world looks for. But I think it's just if you had told me when I started in March, right? Like as a response to COVID, I started streaming, right? Like that's just how I started getting into it. Is I just needed something to do. But if you had told me when I started it in March that by the end of the year I'd have like a whole freaking community to just randomly play casual Civ with to have some beers, to be watching a soccer game on the side, right? A week after raising $7,000 for charity. Like, I just would have said that you were just lying to me. Like, it's just the whole situation. Right? Like, I'm appreciative of being invited to play a game of Civ. And I feel like right now that's not unusual. But, like, it would have been so unusual in March. And that's what I think I'm most appreciative for. Is that everyone is kind of committed. Like, a rising tide raises all ships, I guess, is always the phrase I use.
Yeah.
But everyone's been so kind, and also, like, you have to want to raise the other ships. Right? Like, if the tide is rising and you're trying to sabotage the other ships, that's not really great. But everybody in the community is really committed to raising all the other ships, and that's the part that I wouldn't have.
That is what I've been saying to Daniel this entire time, and his response has been like, "Oh, gotta get that bread, man," and I've been like, "No, rising tide." I have been saying that since all of this started, and I'm so glad to hear it from you as well, because like it makes me know that it's not just an anomaly. Like, it's not just a...
It does raid all ships. Like, the game mechanic raids bows every second day. Bows raids me every second day. Right? I raid foibles all the time. These are ways to share the same group of people to raid... That's the point of the whole community, is to help each other out. We're all at different places with different followers and different YouTube commitments and different jobs and different life responsibilities. But the one thing we can all do to help each other is to, like, advocate for each other and play casual Civ games with each other and do the Civ Give together and just genuinely be, like, a fan of the other people that are doing it. And what's crazy is that everyone does it. There's not a single person that doesn't. That's what's really cool about it.
It's what you're saying. We're colleagues. We're colleagues, and those of us streamers that realize that we are colleagues will have an advantage over those of us that believe we are all competition.
Yeah, I think you know what's interesting, though, is I think the TheCivShow is the best example. Because when you guys first followed me on Twitter and I first tuned in, right, there was like 6 or 7 people there. Like, 6 or 7 people is a lot of people. I think that's the thing that people don't realize about Twitch. If you have like 10 people watching you, you're in the top 1% of Twitch. Most people who stream don't have anyone watching them.
Hey, when I streamed Master of Orion, I played Master. I was like happy at one point. I had 5 people.
100%.
It was Sarge, and it was our bows stepped in and was like, "Hey, I'm just here. Okay, I'm going."
Like, so when I first watched the TheCivShow, it was like 7 people, right? After a few guest appearances, like after everyone made our rounds, right? Bose comes on, you get exposed to Bose's community. Foibles comes on, you get exposed to his community. I come on, right? By the end of that, you were averaging like 30-ish viewers a stream. But after that, when we all started making our second appearances,
yeah,
you guys were still adding, you guys were still averaging at least 30 a stream, yeah. Like at least when I was there, which means that like the rising tide raised the ship. Like at the beginning it was 7, and then all these people bring in their communities, and that's a collaboration between you guys and us together. But by the end of it, now you have your own thing going on, and it doesn't matter if Foibles is on or I'm on or Bose is on or whoever's on. You're gonna have that 30 people there that are there for you, and I just like it just works if everyone commits to it.
Exactly. Did you guys find, so Foibles, did you find, and VanBradley, did you find, and VektorKat, did you find that like working with us, did your numbers go up?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. And I try my best not to think of it in terms of numbers, because numbers don't tell the whole story. But
you way to aggregate it, you know,
100%.
You said all the numbers certify that what you just said is true. That the rising tide raises all sails. Okay, raises all boats. So that's the hypothesis. And then we look at the numbers and yeah, absolutely. Our association with one another has made us all increase and go up, and that's we have to understand that we're colleagues. We may not all work for the same reason, but we're colleagues in that we share similar values.
I agree with the colleague term. We're all doing a similar thing for similar reasons, I think, and that makes a big difference.
So so to be more specific, it's not so much like hanging out with
Wait,
the
did you say
Civ
more
show.
specific or Moy specific?
Oh my gosh.
No, Moy's not here. He
God.
betrays. He's
Joking.
betrayed all of us
Joking.
before. We don't need Moy's betrayals being brought back to my mind.
God. There will not be Moy peace in our time. No, not like, not to be more specific, you bastard. But
I love
like it's not just hanging out with the Civ show that expanded my exposure, but I really do think the Civ Give expanded my brand a little bit. And
good.
yeah, I mean I do acknowledge the whole rising tide rises all ships. It's been exponential, and I would not have been a part of the Civ Give if I hadn't been hanging out already. But there has been a specific momentary bump over the last week. You know? And yet Foibles is still attacking my cities.
And yet,
And yet,
attacking my cities.
he's supposed to be so friendly, and yet here he is laying siege to my dominion.
Well, you know what they said in the
Civ
Civ Give, and I think it was I can't remember if it was VanBradley or if it was somebody else, but it's the quiet ones you have to be careful for, right?
That was me. So before the freaking match, I had people coming into my chat asking me if I had to put the bookies on someone, if I was a bookie and I had to place odds. And I feel pretty good about this because there are actual clips that I can show people that before the Civ Give, my 1-2 pairing was Peppermint Butler to win and Onspot to come second.
Yeah.
Which I feel really good about because that's pretty much what happened. So I was the reason why I thought Peppermint Butler would succeed was not Germany related, and I think in the game it was more Germany related than my initial prediction was. But I'll take the win where I can get the win. But Peppermint Butler is social enough to be friends with everyone, but if he dips into being quiet for a little bit, you don't notice it. If I just stop talking, right? People are like, "Oh, where the fuck's VanBradley?" He's normally blaring air horns and yelling at all of us all the time, and talking about
air horns.
yelling about Snape for 2 hours. Where is this guy? There's just his play style. You don't notice when he's not there, but when he's there, he's advancing his cause. And I was really scared of that play style. It's like 100 games a little bit, and 100 games will just sit there and not talk for a little bit, and then chime in every once in a while. But Peppermint Butler is a little more social. Right? So he combines the best of both worlds, I think, and I was really worried about that. That he would come in and you'd always hey, oh, Peppermint Butler's here. He's having a good time. He's not going to bother me. And then behind the scenes, he'll dip back and murder you. Whereas I was worried that I couldn't do that. If I just showed up to the Civ Give and just didn't say anything, people would be like, wait a minute. This guy normally talks so much. Where is he?
I think we should do this more often so as to be less predictable.
I need to do this as many times as will allow me to win the Civ Give next year. Whatever I can do. This is purely all that stuff I just said about community and whatnot. It's all a ploy to win the Civ Give in 2021.
Funny.
I'm gonna cement myself as a good member and standing in the community in order to destroy the Civ Give.
Oh
Good
boy.
call, man. That's our hope is that somebody rises above the rest of the hosts. It's this is the year I destroy.
What I love most about what I love most about the Civ Give actually is Moy keeps telling everyone that I was really upset and worked up about Firaxis not tweeting us.
Oh wow.
Which I was a little bit, and I have a good reason to be, I think. But I also when I started ranting about it, I had done all of my post Civ Give celebratory drinking.
Oh.
Right? So we were just kind of sitting in a Discord and I was ranting about it. And so today we were doing like a Secret Santa thing and Moy was there. And Moy was telling everyone how riled up I was that Firaxis didn't retweet us. And I'm like, I don't know if I was like, I think I was riled up in the moment, but I think after I slept on it or whatever, I was fine. But I remember being like distinctly upset that Firaxis, even today, it made me mad again today.
Oh no.
That every time there's a multiplayer event of like no consequence, they retweet it and endorse it and do everything they can to get people to watch it. And then like, so I didn't expect Firaxis to come into the Civ Give and like before the actual event because it's like brand management. Like you don't know what these guys are about.
Yeah.
Right? Like you don't want to endorse something that just falls to shit or whatever, right? But I thought like after 3 hours after we'd already almost reached our goal, after Carl is literally hanging out and after he's told everyone at Firaxis that we're doing it, after it was already successful with like 3 or 4 hours to go, I was like a little surprised that that was the one event they decided to not.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just felt it weird to me because they literally are in and retweet on all the multiplayer events. And then like the one time we're doing it like for charity after it was working. I get the brand management point beforehand. But like Firaxis liked all of my Civ Give tweets. Right? They did everything to acknowledge that it existed, but nothing to help it be better, and I was annoyed by that.
I think ultimately though, you got to look at this from the perspective, the human perspective. There is a person behind who did that, and ultimately that person has a relationship with the CPL, knows who the CPL is, and they do not know who we are. Now that will not be the same next year,
No.
because we'll make sure that they know who we are, and it's part of like, I don't know.
What's that?
Honestly, I think the Civ show,
What?
like, we're
Oh,
advocating
hey, hey guys.
Yes.
I'm so, oh, I'm so sorry. I gotta go. We gotta go to the hospital.
Oh,
No
all right,
problem.
sir.
Not a
Absolutely.
problem at all.
You can save and continue later if you like.
Yeah. Can some? It's Emma's granddad. Can someone else save it?
Yep. I can save.
Sorry, I gotta go, guys.
That's okay, Vector.
No worries, man.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm so sorry, sweetie.
Go VektorKat, do your thing, man. Be there. He might be giving a hug right now.
Yeah. Probably.
Did VektorKat go?
He's still
Not
here.
yet.
Okay. All good.
We're just giving him a second.
It's all good.
Like I was gonna say, like we can. I would suggest like let's save here, but keep going. And if we ever do return to this game, there he goes. He's
Yeah.
going. We can play this. I have a feeling that we won't return to this game. So my suggestion, if you guys are up for it, is like because I think in the next hour or so we'll sort of see where things go.
Yeah.
Let's just continue on. VektorKat unfortunately is in a terrible position. He's so far. We all double him in everything. So I'd say save it now. And if VektorKat ever wants, we can restart this. I guarantee you, the next time we all get together, VektorKat will be like, "Let's play a new game." And I'd definitely be down to like play a little more of this.
Oh yeah.
I'm happy with whatever. I I don't have any reason to go to bed anytime soon.
Yeah, same here.
I'm usually up to like 2 a.m. anyway, so I have a couple hours.
Let's press on, and VektorKat will become a computer player. And like I said, like I don't think we'd ever return to this game. The next time we play a game together, I guarantee you VektorKat would be like, let's make a new game, and I think all of us would be in the same position.
I think Civ games are best played in like one sitting most of the time.
Yeah, if you can do it in one sitting.
Yeah.
So,
Do you guys mind if I take this as a bathroom break then? Just
Yeah,
while
I'm
we're-
gonna go as well.
Cool.
Just take
Okay,
a
I'll be
quick
right back.
one. Mhm.
All right, I'm back.
Man, have you ever gone to the bathroom and just wondered, how can my bladder hold so much liquid in it? Like, the human body, it's just crazy.
I frequently marvel at the human body. I think it's a marvelous creation. I think that there are parts of it that need a hotfix, though.
Yeah,
I think kidney stones don't need to exist.
true.
Like hotfix 1.1 eliminated kidney stones would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
I think things like I eat and breathe out of the same hole.
Mm-hmm.
If we could avoid that, I think that's a patch.
Yeah.
Like if we could not die. Like I think eating shouldn't sometimes result in death.
Just waiting for that God patch.
Yeah, exactly. Just that creator to come in and
Waiting for life 1.1
1.1 hot fix to the human body. It's mostly fantastic.
Yeah.
But I think there are a few little things like kidney stones and like choking that I think can be hot fixed out.
True. Yes, I agree. But I guess if we're gonna
100 Games and I are currently in another streamer's chat talking about our game we're playing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I feel so funny.
I do feel
It's like so inappropriate, but very funny.
I do feel a bit bad, that I'm going after VektorKat's Civ, but you know what? I felt it was appropriate, and it is at the end just a game. I hope he didn't feel bad. I didn't want to make
he
him
did.
feel bad.
I think he was happy to hang out.
Yeah, okay. Because with the AI in control, I should be able to finish this here pretty quickly.
Yeah, I always try. I've made it like a personal thing in my like adult life to just try not to turn down invitations too often.
Yes.
Right? Like I just think it's important to, because if you just turn them down too often, people stop inviting you.
Yes.
And I was like, when you guys were like, "Hey, Civ tonight," I was like, "Yeah, you know what? Sure." Like it wasn't my plan for the evening. Not that I had many other plans.
Yeah.
But I was, but like now it's become like the best possible way to spend an evening.
Yes.
Right. So sometimes just accepting invitations and accepting the connection to a community can be really good. So I think that's probably how he feels.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a plus if you're ready.
Oh yeah, no, I'm good.
No, tradition is tradition.
There we go. Cool.
Well done, beep,
I
beep,
do like
vroom,
that it
vroom.
gives you a countdown. I do like this mod.
Beep Beep Vroom Vroom is the best Rocket League name, and I will not. I might not be the best Rocket League player, but it's the best Rocket League name.
Yeah.
Oh, Genghis Khan has proposed a deal. Oh, is it peace? It's probably peace. Yeah, and he's gonna pay me for it. Oh, VektorKat. Thank you.
Left me with his mess.
Just acquire. Good thing is he's in a dark age right now, and I'm in a golden, so no loyalty
Oh, there
issues.
you go. Flip the cities.
Hmm. Well, I'm just gonna take him, you know. Reinforcements incoming.
Oh, you're probably gonna win then. Your score's about to skyrocket, isn't it? Oh, Racing Zozo's got 572 though. What are you doing, Zozo? I have like 100 wonders. What are you actually doing?
I'm up to things.
Indeed.
I can see
I
that.
am
You
up
have
to
something
things.
going on that we're not noticing.
And of course, now I get the awesome music of the throat singers. Pretty happy with how this is going.
I love though that I'm in an alliance with Canada.
Yo, I'm the peacekeeper.
Oh, vampires though. Why are you guys just letting me take these great people? What's going on?
I don't really
Hey,
have
I'm
a
trying.
mechanism to stop you. For this. It's the same. The thing is, this is how Peppermint Butler won the.
Yeah. I've gotten Hypatia and Isaac.
Yeah. Well, I can't. I don't have anything to. I can only afford so many. You have as much faith as I do. Like I can only afford so many great people.
I'm only just beginning to like understand the importance of great people. Like I've been
Dude, yeah, it's like not a ton of playing the game on like Prince and up applies to multiplayer, but some things do, and Great People is one of them. Great People are just as good on multiplayer as they are on regular. I feel like Zozo's doing the Peppermint Butler. Like he's winning somehow. What is he doing? As Guitarja, what is Guitarja doing?
what could I possibly be doing? Like
You don't have like an exorbitant amount of science or culture or military or gold or anything. Ugh.
I'm steady, very steady. I'm also in my own continent, basically.
Oh yeah, you're
I
simming.
don't-
That's what he's doing. Is he's simming.
Fight.
It's just simming. Yeah, I get it. That's fine.
Surprised that boy lived.
Oh god, I am not hitting a golden age here. Jeez. Oh no.
Yeah, me neither. I didn't know we were so close to the next era.
I didn't know we were so close to the next year. I would have paid more attention. They happen so much quicker on online speed. Dang it.
It does.
That they do. That.
Oh no, I'm not used to it yet. I don't like it.
Mommy, don't make me.
Approach this game, foibles. I think you're kind of taking it over, if I'm being honest.
Yeah?
I am going to oppose foibles into the bitter foible.
What? I don't know if that word means what you think it means.
I do not think that word means what you think it means.
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
I love that you know that reference.
Inconceivable.
Do you know the reference that he's speaking to?
Oh, please, VanBradley. Oh, please.
Sorry, I'm a bit distracted. What is your reference?
Give him a few of the lines.
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
This is inconceivable.
I don't get. I'm not sure I can pin it.
Oh, no.
I am what's the Montoya? You killed
Hello.
my father. Prepare to
My
die.
name is Indigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
I feel bad. I'm just not getting him.
You've never seen The Princess Bride?
My father was killed by a
No,
six-fingered
you
man.
know what? I haven't on like principle that everyone else loves it, and I haven't seen it.
It is
Same with
so
like The
good.
Room by Tom.
There's a
Same with The Room by
reason
Tommy
everyone
Wiseau.
loves it, and Bradley. It's not like it's a fluke and you're not in on the joke or something. Like, it's good. It's stuff.
It is
You
very
know what?
good.
That's good, man. Bradley. It's good. Just like the other day, I showed you some Legend of Neil, which one day I'll also show the foibles. One day.
Military emergency.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh my God! Foibles, did you go up to the choir?
I wish I could vote in favor of military emergencies against me. Because that would make it more fun.
That's hilarious. Yeah, if you could do that.
Oh, he's retreating. He is retreating.
Pass. We've got to stop you. All right, what do we got to do, Mongolia? Okay.
I just really don't like Canada as the Civ, man. They suck.
Oh.
Like, they're just not good. I know they're not good. I know, like, if you look at TGM's ratings, even they're, like, in the bottom 3.
Yeah.
They just, like, you just can't do anything with them. I feel like I've hit all the marks of, like, a good culture victory, and I just feel useless.
Hmm.
And then hockey rings come along, and they're bad. And then Mounties come along, and they're okay. If you can also get Eiffel Tower and have lots of possible national parks, which isn't a guarantee in all your games.
True.
Right? Like, it's just not...
Not too viable. Although in CPO, with some of the changes they've made, Canada can actually be quite a force if they are left on their own, you know? Like in a team match, Canada is almost always one of the first picks in a CPL match in a team game, because if your team can defend Canada, they will surely get a culture victory very quickly.
Yeah, Canada. The problem with Canada is just like being an early game civ is better than being a late game civ, and Canada's a late game civ.
Yes, it is. I agree with that as well. And if you can find a civ that's pretty good across the eras, like their bonuses continue with them from the beginning, then that's even better.
That's why
I agree.
I think it's such a great civ. Their bonuses are like very important.
Which civ?
all throughout the game.
Which one?
Japan.
Oh, Japan. Yeah.
Japan is fantastic. It's just in every era civ.
That's why I also like civs a lot
Japan
that
is
have
like
unique.
the reverse Rome, where it's just as good, but like in completely opposite ways.
Yeah, and that's why I like civs that have unique improvements, because they seem to scale as long as they're early enough improvements, like within the first two eras, and then those scale over time, so that just gets better. You know.
100%. It's just like being because Civ is a turn-based game, so the more turns you have to use your abilities, the better your abilities are.
Yep.
And so having like Canada's just late game, and it's just not as good as early game.
Yeah. I do like this late game Indonesia music. It's nice.
I like everything about Indonesia.
Yeah, they're pretty fun.
There are a lot of like I don't remember the last time I played Indonesia on the TheCivShow, or if I have ever. But man,
do you have a
nice mix of religion?
Yeah.
But like religion and like everything. Like it's not just production. Like it's a little. I think having a +1 adjacency bonus just for being on a coastal, that's awesome. That's fantastic. That's so easy, right? Like that's very common. And the +2 faith right off the bat for having a city center beside the water. What? That's easy. And it's almost as reliable as the Mali. This quick, so very likely you're gonna get whatever pantheon you want, right?
Yes.
I love it. Okay, what does this guy do?
What does this guy do?
I got a great person. I'm like, what does this guy do again?
And I hope you get a little inkling of why I actually had them in my draft. I feel like they've got some fun abilities that really give a unique play style.
I could see this coming into my top 5.
Oh wow!
I can see a top 5. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun playing this civilization for sure. And this naval improvement is fantastic.
Yeah, I love it.
Like every square I can put it on. Every square. It's not like I have to, alternating or anything like that. It's awesome. But yeah, I like that too.
I'm so far away from any kind of age.
Well, Canada, that may be the case, but somehow you're still doing very well point-wise.
Yeah, I'm doing okay point-wise, but I'm getting 8 turns left. I got like 15 era score left just to get a regular.
Oh,
age.
I'm gonna have a hard time with air score. That's for sure. But I should be able to take out Mongolia before the next era. At least diminish them down to at least one city.
Yeah.
He's actually VektorKat found a really good campus spot, +6 science native. It was 4 mountains.
I saw that, and I was gonna ask him. If he pinned that as a campus, but I didn't want to bring it to his attention if he hadn't noticed
Yeah,
it.
he did put a campus there, and it's got 4 mountains and the geo.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I saw it when I was scouting up there early in the game.
Yeah.
And I was gonna ask him if he noticed it, and then I was like, well, maybe he won't, and then I won't mention it.
Mhm. What? Oh, that is not the unit I selected. Oh, that was terrible.
Classic.
Poor camera angle.
I hate not chopping a piece of terrain if I can avoid it.
Yeah.
Like, ugh.
God, I don't know how to proceed here. Oh man.
I love when you just realize, oh wait, I need to have this policy. What do I got?
God,
Right.
the one thing I hate the most about multiplayer is it doesn't alert you to policy switches.
Yes, yes. That
I
is
forget to change them all the time.
even
Multiplayer is even worse.
is annoying. Well, that's what he said.
Oh, okay, got you. Sorry.
No, I don't forget regularly because I'm
Multiplayer is even worse.
multiplayer. Like, oh man.
It's interesting zooming in and hearing the bubbling and the gurgling from the geothermals. It's like, oh, what's that noise in my ear? That's gross.
Yeah.
I will say musket rushes of any kind are just fun. It's good timing, I think, for war stuff. Oh, you passed, huh? I'll take it.
One of you two built the Taj Mahal.
No.
Zozo.
No, neither did I. But would I lie? Would I lie about that? Would I lie about building the Taj Mahal? Yeah, I built the Taj Mahal.
What do we got here? Good. Probably one of the funnest names for a city is Ulaanbaatar from
Oh,
Mongolia.
what was my? Oh my God! I had a favorite. I was streaming one time. And I was streaming with someone I don't normally play,
Uh-huh.
and I found one of their like 12th city names, and I was like just enamored with it. What was it? Oh, I can't remember.
Billy Banguel building?
Hmm?
I don't know. I made up a random word for the wonder that was possibly built. There's no such thing as Billy Banguel building, obviously.
Obviously. Turn to page 394. Whoa. Factory. Let's build that.
I haven't built a single industrial zone, and I'm proud of it. Sticking to my guns.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I find industrial zones quite useful.
Ooh, lots of coal. Very nice.
Yo, I can build a hockey rink. I don't think it's gonna help me. I need 14 arrow score in the next 3 turns or whatever. If someone hadn't stolen the Taj Mahal,
Wow.
I
am sad about the Taj Mahal.
Such salt.
I did it. It was me. I did it. I would do it again though. In a heartbeat. In a heartbeat.
All right, I get it. It's fine.
You know how hard it is to get even a common age, a normal age later on? Come on.
I think the best time to get a Dark Age is the first era. Like, I actively try for a classical era or ancient era Dark Age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then you can usually get a classical era or heroic age and then just not have to deal with Dark Ages for the rest of the game.
Well, Nazca's in a very interesting place.
Oh my god, there's Spanish everywhere. Attacking the Mongolians. It's just not right. They're all over the place.
How do you 725 score? Foibles is taking over half the world. Oh, he's got... Oh, Foibles is good now. Never mind. We're good. Everything's fine. I was looking at... No, is that... No, that is score. What?
Yeah, that's score.
What's score?
I thought I was looking at combat strength for a second. How do you have 725 score? Foibles is taking over, like, literally an entire other empire.
Pretty good at, like, playing the game. That's part of it.
No, dude, like, as Guitarja, you're killing it. I'm literally curious.
Literally
Guitarja's,
curious.
like, not one of those... Sometimes, like, I feign curiosity, but, like, this is true. I can see you've built Huey in a lake, I guess. I don't know. Oh, man.
It's every bit as wonderful as you think it is, sir.
Oh, God. Okay, I don't know how I'm winning this, guys. Which should be music to your ears, but...
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I just don't know.
You just don't know.
I just don't know. How do I even start?
Almost sounded like Jerry Seinfeld there. What is the deal with air score?
I love Seinfeld, man. Seinfeld is so good. My favorite part about like Seinfeld and Friends and kind of those 90s shows is like not all their episodes age well.
Yes.
So you get to like sit in like the era a little bit because you're like, whoa, that would not go over well in whatever
Yeah.
2020.
Definitely not. Oh, what's this? Nazca? Doodly-doo. I love this Spanish music, though. The early guitar, where it's like nice and slow and calming, I just love that. And then it speeds up.
Have you ever watched the show Black Sails, Foibles?
I haven't. Is it good?
I don't know why Spanish kicked me off in my brain to it because like the Spanish are like such a small part of that show.
Oh, yeah?
But like, it's just a very good show. I was just wondering.
No, I have not
It's
seen
one of
it.
those like no one's even heard of it because it's made like the production company is Stars.
Vote against foibles for the public relations.
All right,
That's all.
100% more grievances. I have an alliance with both of you though. This is hard.
That is so Canada.
Yeah, I'm just happy with it. No, because like I'm not Switzerland in World War II.
No.
Canada is nice to everyone to a degree.
See,
but not like Switzerland nice to everyone.
I gave you that alliance,
No,
though,
we're
so
not
it'd help
neutral.
with the war, and I just didn't want Mongolia to take you over, so I had to make a move. You know?
I'm just gonna vote 50% fewer for myself, and whatever you guys decide is up to you.
I've already voted.
That's the very Canadian way to do this.
Quite Canadian. Oh, I can't wait to pick up
What
this
I like
campus,
about multiplayer is I actually get to use my Diplo favor, because in AI I just sell it. So like I actually have votes for things in this.
Oh!
Oh no, he's got fewer grievances. Do grievances even matter on multiplayer?
Not really. It does allow you to do certain, like, casus belli and stuff, but...
It can affect diplomatic favor if it gets too high. I think. I am wrong twice a year, though.
Ulaanbaatar, you are now mine.
Do not understand how you have 731 score. Like it's not computing in my brain.
It's just not working for your brain. That's unfortunate. Now,
It's impressive.
computing, or is that a problem
Impressive.
with
It's not. It's a good thing. I'm happy you're winning. I just don't understand how you're doing it, and that's the part I'd like to uncover one day.
like though?
Someday.
No, for everybody. You know, you can go to score, so you can go to like win conditions. You know, they have the overall, and then click to score, and then you can have it say show details, and it'll show you where specifically I'm getting my points from.
That is true.
So for raising Zozo, I'm getting a lot from Wonders, and yeah, honestly, guys, over the last like 5 or 6 turns, I've built like 7 more. So I understand that being a big one. And then my technology is pretty good. My empire is not as good as Foibles at all. And Foibles is good great people, but like this is the breakdown. This is how you can see.
I'm happy you're winning. My favorite thing is to come on like multiplayer games and get my ass kicked. It's like humbling in a way.
It's all,
When like it was like when Moy betrayed me, and you and Nystagmus were trying to tell me
I was
that
more
he
offended.
betrayed me, and I was just like, look, like in my head I was like, yeah, yo, this guy definitely betrayed me while I was in the bathroom. But it like I was also just like, fuck, I was just playing against computers. I was way ahead. I was going for my culture victory. I was killing it. I was definitely gonna win the game, and I just forgot that I was playing against human people. And it was like a humbling moment for me, and I appreciated that.
good stuff.
So I cut Moy some slack, but it was like, oh man, he was ruthless. I went to the bathroom, and he conspired with everyone to murder me while I was in the bathroom.
Pretty conspiratorial.
Yeah,
And you
I had
probably listened in on it later.
I admired it. I thought it was great. It's good. It was
Very
me
boring.
who was a single player person playing with multiplayer people, and it was the great equalizer because I was definitely winning that game by a big margin, and then Moy just didn't let me. It was interesting. I liked it. Foibles, can you move your fortified scout?
Oh, sorry. Where is he?
I would like to settle near Muscat.
Sorry, there was
It's all good. It's just the only freshwater tile.
Here, I'll even give you a trade route for the trouble. It's because there was a unit there from Mongolia,
Gotcha.
and I was just trying to hold my ground. builder is helpful.
Man, I just don't like Canada, man. This is the second time I played. This is the second out of 5 multiplayer games I played Canada, and I just hate it. It's just not.
They're like one of my favorite. They're like my second favorite Civ. Mali, I think, is my favorite Civ. My second favorite Civ. I love it.
Favorite and good are separate things. My favorite Civ is the Zulu. They're not particularly good. Unless you're gonna like literally commit to just ruining everyone's life, which you may or may not be able to do on deity, even with the extra encampments and great general points.
Yeah.
Favorite is fine, but good is like Canada is not a good Civ. People keep trying to tell me that Canada's a good Civ. It's just not. It's just a late game Civ, and you need to have something you can do in the early game in Civ 6.
More trade routes to Canada.
This is like the coolest ability ever for religion. Oh my god, I'm having a lot of fun with this.
I do love how Toronto is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th most important city in Civ 6.
Very good.
I do enjoy that.
What do you guys think? So looking at the religion, if you were to guess, what would you think would be the thing that I'm finding super, super fun about the religion I've chosen?
Let's see here.
There's a lot of production around methods in transition. I haven't looked at your religion yet.
It's got to be choral music, right?
You think that?
Oh, no.
It's not
Tithe?
music. No.
Oh, it's the missionary zeal.
This is so much fun. Missionary Zeal is so much fun. I ignore your forests. I ignore your jungles. I move through them rapidly. I can get like deep into your empire with my missionaries, and even your freaking cavalry. I can get around them.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. Canada.
Yo, what's up?
What do you want for? I need some gold. Let me make you an offer for. Like, you need gold, really? I don't think.
I don't need resources. I just need a Civ that has a better early game ability. In terms of amount of cities settled, resources gathered, gold, faith, science, culture, I'm doing okay. In terms of like Civ ability to like make a difference, I'm doing -200.
Okay, so here, good ally, Canada, my friend. I would appreciate it if you would accept this deal. It would help me greatly in our war against the evil Spanish. Well, I know you're not at war.
The
with them,
evil I like Foibles. He's winning the game.
Not really winning though.
Oh, you're not even score winning. How?
I'm only ahead of you by 8 points.
The way I think of Civ, like I think Foible should be winning. I have no idea
Right.
what Guitars is doing.
How far are we from the next turn? Oh, next turn. Lovely.
All right, I will look at the deals.
Deal or no deal?
All right, I need to run to the bathroom again. I'm a terrible person.
Incontinence. Stop drinking beer.
I have finished drinking beer.
Finished is different from being done drinking beer.
Oh yeah. I think this is my last bathroom trip, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
I did. So I only had 2 of the beers out of the 5 that were owed to me. I grabbed a whiskey last break though. I just like whiskey as like a casual drink because you can't just scull it. Like you can't get too drunk too quickly off of it. I mean, I'm sure people can. I just can't. Like I just like sit and I really love it, but I enjoy it slowly, which is different than beer, which is something you can just keep drinking.
Yeah.
Without thinking about it. I don't know if this is a good deal or not. I don't know what you're playing at, but I'll take it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom though. I'll be right back.
So much coal in my land. Oof. Oh wow, I didn't even notice that one. I'm already generating 3 coal per turn, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sources of it unimproved. That's gonna be nice. Ba-da-da-da-da. Doo-doo-doo. The Spanish music is fun. It reminds me of a bullfight.
All right, I'm back. I apologize for the inconvenience.
You mean the incontinence?
All of it. All the
All
in.
of the things.
Just put the word in before whatever word you can think of.
Ooh,
I'm not gonna lie. I was at like with 4 turns left. I was at 100 out of 115, and I made it to 111 in like 2 turns. I feel proud.
Good. Good.
I can't buy enough great people. I can buy literally every great person on the map right now.
Oh yeah, I see that.
I just can't buy enough of them to. We're going for the Dark Age. You're also in. How are you in a Dark Age, Foibles? You've conquered half the world.
Yeah, that's the problem. I haven't focused enough on my
Guitar's
civilization.
just Zozo's on some kind of hacking shit right now. He is. What is he doing? He's got a golden age and like, what is he even?
Oh man,
I
I know how to play. I think actually for the TheCivShow we need to add to the cards era playing. I know how to play the eras.
I have played Guitarja many times. She's fantastic. She's not this freaking good.
She is the most
Like she is.
beautiful.
There's something you're doing. It's multiplayer specific because there's no AI Guitarja that does this. There's something you're doing specific to multiplayer that's making Guitarja work better than normal because this is wild.
combination.
I'm not saying I should be winning. I should be third. Guitarja is better than Canada, but Foibles has conquered like a whole other civ. I think if you're 2 civs combined and you're not doing as well as Guitarja, Guitarja's doing something crazy that we're not taking a look at.
Could be true. Could be true.
You know what, Zozo? I'm proud of you for being this ahead at this point.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I think you're playing a great game of Civ, and I admire it.
I like, man, this ability to just move through your guys' forests is awesome. It's so awesome. Like even if you retaliate, if you send a guy into the woods, okay, that guy's gonna have to spend his full movement. I can probably just dart out. Oh, such a cool ability, Zeal. This is why I love like playing like tonight, like casual, fast paced. You know, figuring these little things out. It's gonna totally be a bigger weapon against Moy. And you know, guys, it's all
So
about.
It's all about
you're
Moy.
a scientist, and we're your Frankensteins.
Yeah,
Pretty
Just
much.
getting you ready to take on Moy.
Oh, Spain! You
Pretty
got some
much.
Spanish.
Wait
Inquisitors.
till I tell Moy you destroyed me. Not only, so I played a good, like, I don't understand what you're doing. So I understand how Foibles has the score he has. I just, like, I've played a perfect game as Canada. I've got a bunch of cities. I defended against a war that was declared. I got Oracle. I got pyramids. I got all the good early wonders. This is like the last game I was on with you guys, where I did everything right except Moy destroyed, like actually took my cities, which made sense. But I don't know what you're doing. It's multiplayer specific what you're doing, because there's no single player game where I as Guitarja could do what you're doing.
Oh my god, this Civ is awesome. I love this Civ. You got to remember, okay, so faith is not just about spreading faith. Faith is a resource. It's an economic resource. So if you can harness faith, you can do all sorts of wonderful things. So for me, faith is never about a religious victory. For me, faith is all about using faith like gold, being able to buy things with faith and having that. Like, oh,
It
that's-
is nice.
that's what you have to do. So with Indonesia, that's what you need to do. She makes gold and she makes faith, and it basically doubles the size of your economy, and it's beautiful.
But yeah, but like that's the point I make is I've also been spending a generous amount of faith on great people. Like I've been I have 107 faith per turn and 0 holy sites. Like I have lots of faith, and I've been spending it, and I'm still like there's just something in your empire that I'm not getting, and I appreciate it. I'm just not understanding it.
There's a lot of awesome, and sometimes
It's just awesome. My empires routinely lack awesome. All right. I think what I have learned from you guys though is that it's like next to impossible to win a legit culture victory against human people.
it's hard. It's not impossible. We've had it happen before. It's
Like
just-
how do you not because everyone else is in the game is doing cultural things even if they're not going for a cultural victory.
Yeah, that definitely makes it harder.
Yeah, like I think domination's the way to go in like a multiplayer game, or science because it's very insular. It's just you can do it by yourself. Culture is way harder because it relies on you being able to dominate the AI in some way. But when those AI become human people, you just can't do it.
Cunning.
Whereas with science, you can win a whole science victory very within your empire without ever talking or meeting anyone else.
Very true. Very true. And the rocket's red glare.
I'm not gonna lie, I think the American national anthem is amazing. It's
Yeah.
so much better than "O Canada."
Oh God. All right, that's it. I thought I was like, I'll give him a chance. Done.
"O Canada" is a terrible national anthem compared to
love
Star Spangled
Canada.
Banner. I don't even think Star Spangled Banner is good on terms of like national anthems, but comparatively, just between ours and theirs, it's very good. Ours is terrible.
You heard it here first, folks.
You're terrible. You jackaninny.
I like our anthem. It's just not as good as the American anthem. The American anthem like tells a whole ass story in their anthem. Ours is just yelling "Oh Canada" over and over again with some words in between it.
What?
Oof.
Wow.
I maybe this I didn't even think this was a hot take because this is not a take that I've held like close to my chest, and no one has ever called me out on it before. Everyone else has always been like, "Yeah, I get it."
Yeah. Well, how many times have you said it to Zozo?
0. You're my
Yes.
first opposition to this take.
Indeed. I hear you saying, buddy. I hear you saying, and albeit for me to call you a traitor, but
Ooh.
I understand where you're coming from, and that's the important thing, that we understand
I think a traitor is a strong word. Not liking an not liking a national. I am firmly against like mandatory patriotic stuff. Like
I
I'm
understand
allowed to
where
not like the national anthem.
you are. You are. It's like one of the most important things in the world is that you have the right to not like or not stand at a nation's neck. That's how you know you have freedom. That you can opt out of such cultural gestures. This Civ is so awesome. This Civ is so much fun. Man, Indonesia.
Don't sleep on it. You know?
It's a like I think what I like a Civ that's like across the board versatile. Every era, good. That is it's one of those Civs. And like so many options for victory conditions with Indonesia.
Yes.
Oh,
That is true.
magnifique. Is magnifique. I'm just
Delicioso.
like, I am doing that kissing my
Chef's
my
kiss.
finger thing. Yes.
Chef's kiss.
Fantastic.
Fantastique. Oh, walls are almost gone.
Gotta get rid of those walls, man. Those walls will gang.
These conquistadors with the plus 10 combat strength bonus with the religious unit. It's very good.
Are you literally just destroying Genghis from the whole game?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair.
Oh, Canada, these trade treaties are great. Our trade routes are fantastic. Just beautiful.
BEA. Beautiful.
Am I totally computering you right now? Like,
Who, me?
I hate. Am I computering you with my faith right now? Like, I hate how the
Yeah.
swarms you with like. Okay, I'll make peace with you. Next turn. Fine.
No, it's fine. Like, I can stand my ground with my Inquisitors. They're very good defensively for religious stuff. Ugh.
I like how I'm still 2 score ahead of Foibles somehow.
Yeah, what the heck?
How is Foibles like last in this game after taking over a whole other empire?
Yeah, I don't think I'm getting enough reward for my effort. Like, this has taken some brain power and some finger power.
Empire wasn't so impressive.
Oof, wow. My bombards might disagree. And there it goes.
I'm not meaning not to talk. I'm just trying to
No, me too.
finish my turns for y'all.
I just don't know what to do. Like, I really have no idea how to continue.
We'll need to effectively pick a side soon, unfortunately.
Hey, you know, leave me alone. I'm Canada. I'm an independent nation.
Or stay completely neutral and allied to both. That's also pretty cool.
Bum ba-dum ba-ba-bum bum. Do, 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 do. So many units to manage. Ah!
When I went into the Civ give, my 2 rules were no war and no religion, just so I didn't have any units to manage during the timer.
Yes.
I was like, I will go culture or science and not have any units that I need to manage. And that was my strategy. And it almost worked. I was very ahead in culture for a long time.
Yeah, that's true.
I felt really good about that strategy of like, hey.
That was a very loud cow I just heard. My goodness.
Huh.
Oh. Darn.
I hate how you're very able to stay away from most of my coasts.
Understand how you're winning. You got like a whole freaking continent to yourself.
I do pretty much have a continent to myself.
Like you
This
have
is-
a whole world that no one can touch. I get it now. Nexus point, methods in transition. The curve infinite. Okay, I get it. I understand now. Now that I can see it, I get it.
The crescent of loyalty. Shore the margins.
You guys even mentioned Poseidon, the city.
Poseidon, the city. The movie.
that was yeah. Instead of the movie, the city. It's funny, that's a commonality of Zozo trait that dates back to like forever.
Oh, yeah?
Always rename my cities, yeah. Like unless I'm trying to like quickly go through a scenario, I will always rename them.
Монголчуудыг хуурам хэсэн тул миний нүдэн дээр хамрын ус амнэ бөөж.
I'm so lost. I don't know anything. It's just.
Do you know where you are at least?
I understand where I am and who I'm playing and what I'm doing. It's just feels so bad. Every time I play Canada, I'm like, man, this Civ sucks. And I hate that I say that. Because this is the first Civ game in a long time where Canada's like a normal Civ in the game. And not a mod. I remember playing Civ 5 with Canada and the Halloween mod, and it was so good. But that Canada was a mod in that game. And now we finally get a game where Canada is a real Civ, and they're like, yo, you can have stupid hockey rinks that don't help you. Like, the only thing Canada has over other people is that your Mounties can build national parks, but it's totally predicated on the fact that you actually have national parks that you can build. And you need enough national parks that, like, Faith wouldn't normally cut it, which is so many. I just don't like Canada, is what I'm trying to say.
I think we got that.
I've never, and this is my 4th or 5th time playing Canada, I've never felt good about it.
Ouch. Ouch! Big guns.
I don't have a single national park.
I mean, that would help you.
I hate this game. Why do we all play Civ 6?
And with that, VanBradley
Concedes.
we were all thinking, and we all admitted we hate this game, and thus we surrendered to its foolishness. And it was forever then known as the VanBradley Proclamation.
I just don't like Canada.
So
And then I know that it's rude.
Are you blaming Canada? Is that what you're saying?
That's usually what
like,
people do.
Like
Right?
yes and no. Like no in the sense that you're killing Guitarja in a way that I didn't know was possible. But like yes in the sense that like I think I'd be doing better if this was not Canada.
This is one of the best civs I've ever played. I love Indonesia. Wow. What synergy.
I'm
Like,
really glad that you discovered that.
Oh man. I messaged Moy about it. I was like,
Hey Moy, I know you're not playing this game right now, but I love Guitarja.
yeah.
I like that.
Oh, he responded very quickly. He likes Guitarja too. God,
I don't think Guitarja's bad. I just don't think she's particularly amazing. Which is like I think you're doing a good job.
obviously, I'm doing a better job than you would expect with her, as you can't see how it's possible that I could actually pull off what I'm doing. So, it's understandable that you would have little faith. He who has little faith in the mighty Indonesia.
Alright, well, good news is I've managed to not get a Dark Age in the next era.
That is good news.
So is that's positive.
Indeed.
Foibles, how do you not have more score than me?
Yeah, no.
I think they overvalue wonders and undervalue like domination, because this is ridiculous.
Perhaps, yeah.
I don't know what the valuation is, but I think you're like realistically in terms of who could actually win this game, you are way ahead of me. And I don't understand why the score doesn't reflect that. I get why Guitarja has the score they have, but I'm not sure why I have more score than you. I've done nothing this game and barely and also like my empire is like average. It's not even like with what I have, like I've done super well. I just don't understand how the score is reflecting our two states of the game right now.
Yeah. Oh, I can't get through there. Fascinating. Do 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 do. Spanish guitar. Oops. Foible's the Conqueror in last place.
I
Since
don't
you-
understand that. It's ridiculous. I'm against the scoring system in this game.
Good thing is we can decide our own scoring system if we want to.
Where did everyone go?
Hello?
I'm here.
We can hear you. So I did not know that Indonesia was to my west this entire time. It took me a while to actually see that you were over there. I've drawn a very straight red line down the middle, though. Well, kind of straight, but you know.
I sent you a deal, Canada, my good dear friend.
It's funny, you zoom into a city that has a shipyard and you hear seals going, "Arr, arr."
Oh my god, where I work, I have seals kind of hanging out and sleeping on the dock all the time, and it's so cute.
That's fun.
That's only something I would expect
frequently
from
get to hang out with seals, and they're so cool.
I would only expect that from a citizen of British Columbia. Like
They're so cool.
Anyone else?
Every
I'd be
once
like,
in a while, we get orca whales popping by, but like
Mm.
seals are a frequent, like especially in the winter, like a day-to-day. Like they just hop on our docks to like sleep, and then like in the morning, right? If you go and hang out with them, they'll just hang out with you. It's very cool.
Does sound fun.
I'm not sure if they can kill you or not. I haven't ever been killed by a seal, obviously.
Test it on one of
But
the
I also never
campers.
Googled it. Like I just hang out with them when they're on the dock. I just go down and like sit with the seals. I never thought that like they could kill me or anything. So maybe I'm not doing the right thing.
Maybe.
Did you ever think you just weren't trying hard enough to die? I like that. Yes, I hear the ding ding. Oh my god. Then it got really good. Alright, there we go.
Ding ding. Oh, thanks for letting me win this event, by the way.
No worries. I did it on purpose.
Right. Target wins. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll declare war. Oh, wait.
Oops.
Fine. You win this route, Spain. That is your return.
We may be looking at a heroic age here coming up. Okay. What's so funny?
Nope.
He's
Not
probably
happening.
found another way to get 800 score without doing anything, and I have no
No.
idea what the fuck it is.
It was an engagement between me and him. He tried to send in a Corsair, and I was like, nope, and shot him with my field
Alright,
cannon.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I do appreciate you guys giving me the great scientist that reveals oil, though. That's nice, I guess.
That's alright. I'm gonna research oil here in just a minute.
Okay, well, y'all sciencey pants can.
Oh man. Grudge voice. Troops are moving. Just happy to finally have a general. I may actually pop you. Thank you.
Yo, I'm getting a heroic age next era. Y'all can eat my shorts.
Shorts.
Bart Simpson coming in hot with a golden heroic era.
Hope I help.
Yo, guys, I've got Mounties. Watch out, I'm winning this game.
Oh shit!
Have we reached the delusional stage of the night?
To be fair, it does say I'm winning a culture victory, technically.
Well.
Mounties can only build one national park. This is so dumb.
Yes.
I hate Canada. What's like? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Yep.
Were you you're just waiting for that? You're just waiting for me to come poke my head out?
A little bit.
A little bit. All right. All right. Well, I poked my head out. I regret it instantly. Oh my god, now I see your firing line. I love it.
Are you going to kill
That's not
him,
even half of
Flavel?
it. I mean, things will happen.
I just want to win something one day.
Someday.
I've never won both times I was on the Civ show, even though I was on course to win both times, which is sad. And then the Civ give, I didn't win. I don't actually know what the scores were. I think Peppermint Butler was so far ahead.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see where I was score-wise at the end.
Yeah.
He was, yeah, it was.
He was up there.
Once he got to 1200 science.
Once he had more science and culture than everyone else in the game combined.
Right.
That's
Exactly.
when I knew he'd won. Not a moment before that, though.
Oh, you're quick to shoot.
It's that M.2, man.
I'm afraid, though, that very soon you will discover that my power gone beyond your petty technology.
Heroic Age locked in.
Canada, thank you for embracing the faith. I know my faith is actually practical. I never realized
No.
choir music, how like just like it's not that it's amazing, but it's like it's just really helpful. Like it's not an adjacency bonus. I think it used to be an adjacency. But like that culture bonus, like that was really useful. I'm glad it took choir music. Like, especially like pretty much work ethic is only good if you have like Aurora or one of those other, you know, traits in the desert gives you a bonus. Oh, you're just shooting at me. I'll find out about what you kills. That's...
All right, I'm here. I went to the bathroom.
Oh, welcome back.
But my turn hasn't ended yet, so I win. I'm doing
Well,
good.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Actually, we were just looking at that. If your turn has not yet ended and you come back and announce that you win, then you win.
I win.
Yeah, it's
That's what I should have done during the Civ game. I
terrible
should have just
loophole.
randomly left for the bathroom and then showed up and been like, I win. And everyone's like, yeah, fair enough. Oh, God. I have no idea what I'm doing here.
Don't worry, I do.
Everything I know from single player is leading me astray.
So, question.
Yeah?
Inquiry.
Inquiry, yeah.
Specifically, are you having trouble?
I'm having a good time. I'm not having trouble. Foibles has captured an entire other Civ, and I'm still ahead of him in score, so I'm doing good. I just don't understand how the score works exactly, and that's something I need to get my head around.
Someone just declared war on me. It's probably one of my allies, city-states.
It's probably one of my friends.
Yes, well, Foibles, I'm afraid to say that they've suddenly had a change of thought. And now they are at war with you.
Such fickle city-states.
Yes, well, fickle as Foibles does.
We have reached the delusional part of the stream. Or stream.
Yes, of course, yes.
Guess we're not streaming. So used to saying stream.
The fumes have kicked in, and naturally, I'm making mad suggestions. Just truly mad. God, this is gonna be fun. What do we got here?
Ooh, look at that. I saw that.
You like that? You
Cute
like
little
that?
battleship.
I want to show you a little bit of Indonesian hospitality.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's battleships involved? That sounds fun.
Yeah, his.
Oh my god. This Civ is possibly now in the top 5 favorite Civs for Zozo.
See, favorite Civs and best Civs are different, though.
Favorite
and best are often very different in a lot of things.
Like number 2 is Canada. It's my favorite, and it's like second best Civ ever. But to you, you're like, Canada's a dumpster fire. Oh,
If there was a Civ that represented 2020, it would be Canada.
Would it? I mean, I guess in terms of how much I don't like Canada, and then if you extrapolate it to how much I think 2020 sucked, then that's probably fair.
Yeah.
I love your Spanish scouting missions. Seeing what could we do here? What do we have? Some religious units backing them up. Interesting. Very interesting.
Man, national parks are worth nothing towards your score. This is terrible. I have 5 national parks. I've gone up like 10 score. What? Ah. I've gone over this air score by 20. I don't understand.
Oh my god, I'm just like eyeing my empire right now. I'm just like so pleased. I'm so pleased with this game. This Civ is awesome. Indonesia, holy crap, guys.
I'm glad you like him.
Especially with White Singers. Man.
Oh god, why am I getting natural disasters? That's just what I needed. Oh god.
Oh no.
Canada
Why?
should be immune to blizzards.
I have 2 desert things happening at one time. Oh god.
Well, I honestly have no answer for Canada and deserts. Sorry. You might have that one. Yeah, might a little bit have that one.
Thought I heard an alarm outside. Ouch, I got a natural disaster too. What the heck?
Not fair at all.
Nope. Just isn't fair, said Luke Skywalker.
Oh my god, I just got flood. See, everybody got hit.
I gotta change my cards. I hate this. It doesn't let me know when the cards are available.
All right,
I'm
Chelsea,
still fine.
so
I'm
that
still
you are
fine
not
with the
welcome
cards.
to advance.
I'm fine with the cards anyway.
Ooh, that was impressive. I was mildly, slightly, perhaps impressed by that display of weaponry. Mildly, slightly, of course. It's almost a tickle.
Alright, as much fun as I'm having, I think I'm gonna have to go to bed soon.
Mm-hmm. It is getting late.
It
It
is.
is getting late indeed.
Well, there's two choices. We can save it and continue another day, or we can declare raising Zozo, the champion of
I'm ready to declare you the
Dust.
winner, to be honest. Like I don't know how the score thing fucking works, and I'm not sure I agree with it. But as long as it works the way it does, you're the winner. I don't like it gives you people a score. I don't know how else to dispute that. I don't understand how the score works or agree with it, but as long as the game gives us a score,
This Civ
I'm in.
has just risen to one of my favorites. This Civ is such a fantastic Civ. All of its abilities, they all combine very nicely, especially if you maintain like a big coastal empire. Man, ooh, mwah, 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 mwah.
Chef's
Like
kiss.
that's all I can say about this Civ. Like, man, this is a fantastic Civ. So much fun. yeah, guys. So, this is what it's about. Random bouts of multiplayer. Now, if you want to get like really challenging, I think one of these days you guys gotta let me gift you Master of Orion for us to play together. It's a space game, but like Civ.
It does sound
Uh,
fun.
Yeah, it's so guys. This is my secret agenda. I'm gonna let you two know. Okay, secret agenda.
Listen.
I am a secret society, and I have a goal to try and spread the joy of Master of Orion to the Civ community slowly through my Raising Zozo persona. Because I'm gonna air lots of like Master of Orion, and I'm gonna play like old school Master of Orion 1, Master of Orion 2, and then like the really good new one. And it'll be random at first, but like I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna get people be like, wow, Klakens and Cylons and Silicoids, yeah. And my goal is, to challenge some of you eventually to just like we played tonight, randomly.
Sounds intriguing.
Right. Yeah, it's intriguing and audacious, but that's Raising Zozo for you.
Very good.
Tonight was great though, guys. Thank you. So, guys, Boxing Day. This is Boxing Day here in Canada.
Yep.
The last like 5 or 6 Boxing Days, 5 or 6, 4 or 5 Boxing. I've played Civ in some capacity. It used to be at Returns of War. It was like our big night, Boxing Day, and like the story I just told you, like we transitioned away from Returns of War because in 2019, it was decided we're not going to do Boxing Day, which was silly. So thank you so much. I got to play Civ on Boxing Day, so I had a hidden agenda here of I had to play Civ on Boxing Day. But I think we also saw like how much fun it can be, just a night out with the guys, playing some Civ. So in the future, you guys want to do a night out? Now it might not, like I'm on vacation right now, so it might not be 4 in the morning, but like a night out playing Civ, I'm down.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, it was great playing it with everybody tonight. So
thanks for sparking the
I had so much fun
interest
tonight. Thanks for the invite. Thanks for hanging out. I just enjoyed all of it.
Oh, can you just acknowledge again that the mighty Zozo won tonight?
As long as I get to explain to Moy how you won before you tell him you won.
You know what's funny? Moy will have serious props. Moy loves Indonesia. Indonesia is, I think, one of Moy's favorite civs, like top 4.
Yeah.
Top
He
3.
told me specifically, we were doing a Secret Santa in another group, and he specifically told me to to destroy you.
Oh, well, of course he did. But when you tell him that I destroyed you with Indonesia, he will understand. I guarantee you he'll understand. He loves Indonesia. He knows the value. He knows.
Very good.
So, guys, if I don't see you beforehand, and I probably will, but if I don't, Happy New Year as well.
Of course, Happy New Year. May 2021 be better than any year we've had this year. So,
I think, I really do think that's going to be true. 2021 is going to be an amazing year.
all right, I gave the game a save in case we do want to come back to it, but I'm okay with declaring Zoe the winner. But I will keep this on
I'm okay
file.
with declaring Zoe the winner.
Very good. All right, guys.
But anyways, it doesn't really matter in the end, as long as we had fun.
We did.
Exactly. I had loads of fun. Thank you guys so much.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
Have a wonderful evening.
All right, you guys as well. Thank you so much for the invite. I enjoyed hanging out with you guys. I appreciate it. I'll see you next time.
All righty. Good night.
All right, see ya.